Hey, what's going on, everyone? Welcome to day 4 of the Success with Music Virtual Music Conference. Holy cow, it's the final day already. Man, that has feels like it's gone by really fast. Yeah, I know the last couple of days that we've had people worldwide who are tuning in and seeing the chat. We also have people from the UK right now. I'm curious, where are you guys from? Whoever is here right now. I live in Orlando, Florida, so it's about 9:45 in the morning. But it's cool knowing that like there's so much diversity in the room right now, and that there's just like ripple effects. I think from everyone that's here. Like you guys are gonna go out and impact your communities, and it's pretty awesome. So this is day 4 of the conference, and if this happens to be your first time on the conference, then basically the premise is that the purpose of this conference is to focus on 3 main topics. One is how do you really hone your craft and your artist identity and find out what makes you unique, what sets you apart as an artist, what's your story, what helps you become more relatable to your fans, and to reach out and get opportunities and press. And we also talked about how do you grow your audience. So once you have music, high quality music you feel proud of, how do you actually find the right people who are going to resonate with it and put it in front of those people and build a relationship. And then number 3, we've been talking about a lot about music licensing and monetization, and how do you actually turn your music into something that's an actual career and that's sustainable and that you're making income from. So yesterday, we talked with Michael Elsner, Christine Morel, Clay Mills, Kyle Hunter, and we talked quite a bit about music licensing and some different opportunities there in terms of sync placements and how to really leverage your songs as assets. And we talked with Christine about your story and about really finding out, what are the biggest hurdles that you've overcome, and what are those things that inside of you, the biggest challenges that you've been through, and how can you use those to inspire other people and to get opportunities to be able to share your story. And we talked with Clay Mills, multi-platinum songwriter, about how do you write hit songs that are authentic and also give you commercial success so that you can impact way more people. So it's been super, super cool. And like always, I think it's really important to focus not just on the content and the tactics and the strategies, but also the underlying fundamentals and the principles of what they're all saying. So I'm curious to hear some of your guys' biggest takeaways from yesterday and from the event as a whole. If you want to put them in the chat, I'll be looking at the chat and reading some off. Yeah, I think that one of the biggest takeaways that I had from yesterday especially was about relevancy and how important it is when you're reaching out to supervisors or music libraries, or when you're reaching out to press, that you make it as relevant as possible. So it means that it's a good fit for them. You've done your research, and you know like that based on what they're already using, that you'd be a good fit for it. Making the message as streamlined as possible, making sure that you're always focused on providing value for the other person and presenting yourself in a really compelling way was something that felt like a common thread between all the speakers. So today we've got Mark Eckert, Wendy Parr, Chris SD, and Sydney Eugene. This is like our grand finale. We're going to end things with a bang. It's going to be incredible. So a couple of speakers today are really going to be focusing on going even deeper in the music licensing realm. Chris SD really has a ton of expertise in terms of connecting with music supervisors. And, again, I think if you were here yesterday and you saw the difference between the perspectives of Michael Elsner and Kyle Hunter, how they were both talking about licensing, but hearing those different perspectives, at least for me, was super, super valuable just to see 2 different sides of the same coin. And I think we're really going to shade some different perspectives here today with Mark Eckert and with Chris SD when it comes to licensing. Wendy Parr is going to be really focusing on your artist identity and about killing the perfectionist. I think one of, if not the most challenging thing that we all face as artists and as musicians is wanting to be as perfect as possible and being afraid of putting ourselves out there and being heard and being rejected. And that was another takeaway from yesterday too, right? It was just the the mantra of the 10-year overnight success story and being willing to fail, being willing to not be great at something when you first get started, and to learn as you go. And so Wendy is really a master at that. She's mentored several multi-platinum artists, and she's awesome. If you haven't met her yet, then you're going to love her. And she's also been helping to lead our private VIP groups at the end of the sessions. So if you've got the VIP pass, then at 4 o'clock Eastern today, just like yesterday, you can look forward to that private VIP session where we're going to connect personally over a Zoom call just with our VIP group. And that was really cool. Who here was there yesterday or the day before with the PAR experience, the private VIP, and was it valuable? See, Fluency is from London, stuck in Ottawa, Canada. Okay, back, and I'm in Portugal, says Bard of Eli. That's cool. Greetings from North Dakota, says Jim. Hey, North Dakota, that's pretty close to my neck of the woods where I grew up. I grew up in South Dakota. Yeah, don't get to meet a lot of people from there. From Israel. Wow. Glass of Rose in Somerset, UK. Cool. Harmonic says, couldn't get in, didn't get any code. So there was one thing, so this is a good thing to bring up. So for anyone who got the VIP pass after we sent out the Zoom meeting link yesterday, I think it was around like 2 or 3 o'clock, there was a miscommunication, and those emails went out before that time. So if you joined after, you might not have gotten the link to join the private session. So as a bonus, I'm going to do an extra session for you guys, just since you didn't have a chance to join the VIP group yesterday. So apologies for that. We're definitely going to make up for it for you. But it was awesome. The spoiler alert, it's something to look forward to tonight. It's going to be awesome. Definitely make sure to be there. And we'll also do that makeup session for you guys. No problem. Fluency says, yesterday's VIP was cool. For sure. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. Good morning, everyone. This one's from Mexico, Missouri. Okay. Mexico, Missouri. I didn't know that Mexico was a city in Missouri. All right, so quick overview. So this is the final day of the event, and after today, we aren't going to have any more new speakers coming on. This is the fourth and final day. So if there's any speakers, also you've probably already noticed if you came late, a few days late or anything, you're just hopping in here, the day 1 speakers have officially expired. I think day 2s are either really close to expiring now or they're about to expire. So if you haven't yet, make sure to check those out while you can. And so the way that the event works is that normal tickets for South by Southwest and conferences like this tend to be upwards of $800 plus for a ticket. This one's completely free throughout the course of the event. So you can attend any of the sessions live, and we're doing Q&As with everyone, so you can really have like personal interaction with all these mentors. And once they air live, there's about 48 hours that they're available as a free bonus where you can watch the replay of the sessions if you weren't able to catch one of the ones that you wanted. And after the 48 hours, they expire, and the price goes up to $197 if you want all access pass to watch all of them. Throughout the course of the event, the all access pass is discounted by $100, so it's only $97 if you want the VIP pass through the end of today, and then it goes up to $197. So there's a bunch of awesome stuff in VIP Pass. I know that there's a few hundred people who've gotten one this year so far, and it's been really cool connecting with you personally on the Zoom meeting calls at the end of the day. And there's also a bonus. We're going to be talking about this during my keynote presentation about the One Fan Challenge. So something we're doing for the first time ever is at the end of the conference, we're going to have a 10-day challenge where once a day for 10 days, I'm going to be going live and we're going to be walking through how to build a messenger funnel. And by the end of the first 5 days, you're going to have launched a messenger funnel that the bottom line is that you're going to wake up every day and you're going to have new messages in your inbox from new fans who are listening to your music, and you can start having conversations with those fans. And there's something hugely inspiring about knowing that when you look at your inbox, you have a new message from someone who's like, "I loved your music. This was awesome." I think as an artist, that's probably that's what we see the most from our clients that we work with our coaching program is the most motivating thing that comes is getting those messages from your fans and the validation, because it's so easy at the beginning to kind of question and doubt yourself, like, am I good enough? Can I really do this? And when you get that kind of feedback from people who are like, this was awesome, thank you so much, this song was incredible, this gave me goosebumps, when are you going to release new music? That's one of the most powerful drivers, I think. So that's by the end of the first 5 days we've launched that, and then you wake up every day with new messages, and that happens for every single artist that we do this with. So that's just a bonus for joining the VIP group this year. So it's gonna be awesome. If you haven't yet, and that sounds like something you'd be interested in, you can click on the VIP link. It's we have like a bot in the chat that I think posts about it regularly, and there's like the links all over. So if that's something you're interested in and it'll be valuable, then you can go click on that. And otherwise, I am so stoked to go live for day 4 of the conference. Thanks for being a part of it. It's been a lot of fun. And one last note, to get the most out of the event, like we talked about before, you're going to get so much information. Already at this point, I'm sure you guys who've been here for the entire event, your brains are like pretty full, where it's like, holy cow, this is incredible. There's so many opportunities, and that's awesome. That's great. It's like you're getting a bunch of little pieces of cheese, and you're seeing like, like which ones taste good, and which presentations are resonating most with you right now. So my recommendation is just take as many notes as possible, and then highlight and circle your top 3 takeaways from each day. At the end of the event, choose your top 3 takeaways from the entire event, and then bold, circle your number 1 action step, the number 1 thing that you're going to implement as a result of everything that you learned throughout the course of the summit. All right, so with that being said, let's go ahead and let's break for about 9 minutes, and then we're going to come back here and we're going to start it with speaker number 1 of day 4, Mr. Mark Eckert. All right, and I'm here with my new friend Mark Eckert. So, Mark, thanks for being here today. How are you doing?
What's up, dude? You are seeing me from my beautiful hotel room in Chinatown, DC. So not my normal studio background, but what's up, buddy?
Not a whole lot. Well, it's nice. Well, it's so cool just that we can have all of our experts and people like you from around the world who are able to literally just tune in on their devices and to be able to pull this collective wisdom to be able to share it. It's like I don't know, like 100 years ago, if you're looking at what we're doing right now, it would just be it would seem like black magic. Which would not even be it wouldn't even seem like a reality. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, and I think what we talked about before, I think the cool thing about the industry at this point is like everybody is everywhere. There's kind of just been a huge democratization of just everybody going around the world and still being able to work, build their businesses, careers, kind of just in all far-flung area of the world. So, yeah, it is cool because 100 years ago, if you were not, actually 100 years ago, really, if you just weren't in New York or London, you were screwed. So, yeah, it's pretty dope.
For sure. All right, so let me give you a quick introduction here. So,
Cool.
Mark Eckert, personally, his production work has been used with artists under Universal, Warner, Dreamville, Red Bull, Rock Nation, MTV, and many more. He founded a company called That '90s Kid, which has really been used to pitch the songs and pitch the artwork of the artists he's working with to Netflix, Hulu, PBS, MTV, quite literally thousands of micro placements on YouTube, podcasts, and more. He's also founded a company called That Pitch, which is really a platform that opens up all these sync opportunities to musicians like you and brings $10,000 to $40,000 of sync opportunities per month that you're able to pitch to. So I thought it'd be really valuable to have a discussion with him. And we've talked with a few different sync licensing specialists, and we've already seen the power of seeing multiple perspectives on this and seeing the way that people approach it and how people look at it differently. What do they have in common? How are they looking at things differently? And I think it's really powerful to get like a holistic view of the landscape. So, Mark, thank you so much for taking the time to be here and to share some of the lessons that you've learned when it comes to syncing and licensing your music.
Dude, I gotta start bringing you around with me because you make me look so good. My wife, it's like we're grabbing coffee this morning. I got the wrong shit. She's like, I can't believe you did that again. Then I got you coming around saying how great I am. I love it. It's wonderful.
I think it's funny. Chris he says the same thing sometimes. He's like, "Yeah, you should be like my personal introduction guy."
Oh my
It's like,
God. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. You made me look so professional. I love it.
there we go. I mean, I'll call it. What's a good derivative of that pitch? that personal pitch. There we go. That personal
Yeah,
pitch and
exactly.
like perfect. So to start out with, I'd love for anyone that's here right now who's this is the first time meeting you, if you could just share a little bit about your story and how you got started and
Yeah.
founded these companies.
Yeah. So, I kind of started out mainly as a drummer. I went to Berklee College of Music in Boston. Like most people, I dropped out, moved to New York, was playing with like a couple mainly independent artists out of there. Realized really quick that, drumming full time in New York, I kind of had a realization moment where I was paying, over 1,300 a month for my half of rent. That like I think I'm actually missing out on opportunities because I am spending so much money just trying to get by. I can't really reinvest in anything. So I actually moved back down to Charlotte, where I went to high school. I moved around a lot growing up, but Charlotte was kind of the most, home base I felt like I had. So moved back down there, started a studio out of my parents' basement, just started producing. Um, Kind of started producing because I was actually MDing, like running backing tracks for the artists I was playing with. And I knew how to use Ableton. So I just started working with artists and then posted a bunch on Instagram, just videos of me producing, and started working with a bunch of artists around the world, mainly for like indie pop and synth pop. And yeah, basically it kind of, we're going the short version on this, but it kind of gave me the ability to I loved traveling. I loved producing. I loved drumming. And I was kind of on this life design kick where I was like, all right, what do I want to be doing all the time? You know? Um, and so I figured out I could produce a bunch of artists around the world. I could tour with them. I could fly out to work with them. And that kind of made me realize that holy shit, everybody is so focused on LA, New York, Nashville, London, and while they're awesome towns, they're big cities, but while they're great cities, um, there are just so many incredible, like fucking incredible producers and artists all around the world that are not focused in these main cities. And so I started getting some sync opportunities. Couple friends that would hit me up either from Berkeley and, they were working up the rounds like out in LA and New York. And I was like the indie pop guy. So they just started asking me, yo, like, do you have tracks for these certain things? And I just never said no. I was like, oh, of course, just give me like 24 hours. I got to bounce stuff out. I would call up all my homies. Just like, yo, you got shit for this. And, ended up landing a few, smaller placements, and then kind of just realized that there was there was a huge need for these sort of things. A lot of people wanted access to all of the opportunities I had. I was getting exhausted producing left and right for these specific opportunities. And, I landed a deal that I barely made any money from and realized, okay, so a lot of people want opportunities to sync. I'm well connected with a lot of my friends who are in sync, and I don't really like how the business model is currently working. And I'm naive as hell because I live in Charlotte. I'm not around like 99% of the people who are like in the crowd doing it. So I started that pitch. .com, which is basically a way for producers mainly to pitch to opportunities that we have already pre-negotiated. And it's just with a bunch of tech companies, a bunch of film, YouTubers, podcasters all around the world. And we kind of just changed the business model. Before when I was pitching and landing, I would receive 50 to 25% of the payout. We changed it. We pay 100% out to everybody. So I kind of just realized I mixed problems that were currently going on in the industry, plus the realization that there are so many incredibly talented producers and artists all around the world who don't have access to this opportunity. So it was like this perfect mix. And then since then, I've just been going like 1,000% in this direction, just trying to see how we can match up badassery to badassery. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, man, for sure. That's super cool. And the fact that you guys are paying out 100% to the artist for the placement, that's pretty spectacular. And so to kind of understand the model, like what came to mind was the platform 99 Designs. I'm not sure
Yeah.
if it's kind of similar to that. Like I know for a few graphics that we've gone to 99 Designs, and it's like as a consumer, it's been like so cool. Because basically we put up our project and we put all the details what we're looking for, and then we have a plethora of different options that come in. We can kind of choose the one that aligns most. What does it look like in terms of like the model within that pitch when these like opportunities come up?
Yeah. So basically, for that pitch to function, we actually have two businesses. We have thatsong.co and thatpitch.com. That song is for our licensing clients. So these could be a range of tech clients, etc., that need specific music. We're working on like a Burberry commercial right now. So it can range, but they will reach out to us. We have, either a consultation call as to what their needs are. They will fill out all of these forms specifically saying their needs, and we pre-negotiate it. So it's already guaranteed. So the big thing that happens in sync, and what I don't really particularly like about the traditional sync industry, again, it's different for everybody, but something that I didn't like as a producer is you would get access to an opportunity that was sent out by a music supervisor, etc. What you don't realize is you don't know what, like, where on the totem pole the music supervisor is. So you don't know if your contact or whatever is directly making the decision as to the music that is going to be used, or they're pitching to somebody else who's pitching to somebody else who's pitching to somebody else. So it kind of leaves you in the dark, and it sort of sucks because, you know, you'll get this call in the middle of the night. Hey, we need, you know, ambient bagpipe music with some like heavy metal guitar. And you're like, what the fuck? And then you do it because you're like, when's the next opportunity coming up? And so you make it, you exhaust yourself, you send it through, and you just never hear anything back ever. You know, it just sucks. It's exhausting. So what we do is it's guaranteed for that pitch. So no matter what, that pitch member is going to land a deal that we send out. We are at the top of the totem pole. We're talking directly to the decision maker who's picking music. That's part of the deal. So we send it out, and then if you're that pitch member, you'll just get an email, or you can log into our dashboard and see this new deal that we have. It's guaranteed. You send in your music for it. You just upload your track. We say all the terms and just everything that is, you know, specific to the deal. And you upload it, and yeah, we send it to our client on that song, and then they pick which one they want. And whoever gets it, we just notify, and then we pay. And then everybody else, the songs are in there, and we're constantly pitching to various opportunities that we have. And the cool thing is that you aren't signing away anything unless you land it. So it's not one of these things where we're constantly trying to ask you to sign with us and like all this crazy bullshit. You just upload it, and if it lands, you sign. That's it. So it's pretty results oriented and like producer and artist first. If that makes
That's it.
sense.
Totally makes sense. Yeah, that's super cool. And so, who would you say are like? So I guess one thing is like, how roughly on average, like how many sync opportunities come up per month, like in terms of a ballpark. I think I remember there's like a range where it's kind of like an average.
Yeah, right now it's anywhere between like 80 and 200 guarantees, which
Okay.
is pretty fucking cool.
Yeah, it's super awesome.
um, the reason we've been able to do that is we've just made things really efficient for the buyers, licensors, the people who need the music. We've just made it incredibly efficient for. So, you know, the whole thing with sync is, you know, whether that pitch or you're going a more traditional route, something that's really important is, you know, like if you want to run Facebook ads, if you want to run any sort of marketing for music, you want to find a specific audience, right? Like people who really resonate with the music you're making, you know? So if you make like a synth pop track, you maybe want to run ads to people who like Passion Pit and Phoenix and stuff like that. Well, the same goes for sync. You want to be solving a problem. And so a lot of people will focus on these really, really big, you know, films and like sexy, you know, $80 million productions. And they're trying to get a slice of the pie for like $25,000 for this one opportunity. And we just focus on all of the companies that no music supervisors are focusing on. All of these various tech companies, just all around the world, tech startups ranging from the US to China to all these other places that nobody has a lock on. And that's our focus. And that's why we do such a great job, is because we're one of the only ones that really knows how to help them. So if that makes sense. So.
Yeah, yeah, that totally makes sense. And so that being said, in terms of, I think you're totally right that it's so important to kind of to figure out who's going to resonate with your music, or where's the biggest need that your music can fill. Have you found, is there any, maybe the question is, who, if someone's watching this right now or listening to this right now, who would you say
Yeah.
is like the perfect ideal candidate for someone who's going to get the most out of that pitch? Is there like a certain genre that you're kind of looking for that tends to get the best
So
results, or?
yeah, so we land every single genre. I mean, from classical to metal to literally ambient bagpipe music. Like we had an ask for that. Um,
Wow.
but I mean, it's literally every genre. I think last time we had it, it was like 37 subgenres currently going on. So it really ranges all over the place. Genre isn't the hard thing for us. The main thing is we specifically work with producers um, under that pitch. So the reason being is because producers can write and produce their own tracks and they can sign off for it immediately. They can get the stems uploaded immediately. Everything is just extremely efficient. Again, we're doing 80 to 200 placements a month. So we need to be like super efficient. So producers are typically ones that I think do really, really well in what we do. And I think sync in general, if you have production skills, it's really valuable because everything is time based. So if you need a revision, if you need anything, you can handle it. So even if you're not that great of a producer, just like download Ableton or something and learn the basics so you just can make some edits. That's what I've noticed is producers typically do really, really well.
Mm. That totally makes sense. And yeah, that's definitely a shout out back to Chris Bradley, who's on the conference, who was all about how to learn to produce yourself. If you're an artist and you're just getting started, how do you actually,
Yeah.
create high quality productions? So I
Yeah. Chris
guess,
is great.
yeah,
Absolutely. Yeah.
awesome. And so, what would you say classifies someone as like a producer? Like what level do they need to be at in order to really be competitive, do you think?
So a cool thing that we do is okay, if you're working in like the traditional sync industry where you're talking specifically to music supervisor um, or just a contact at an ad agency, etc., you want to be proficient as hell. So the reason being is, you have to realize like where the supervisor is coming from. A lot of supervisors, ad agency, creative directors, etc., a lot of them are, believe it or not, commission based. So a lot of times they will have like a base rate of income, but basically the more you land, a lot of, not always, but a lot of times, at least people we work with, it's commission based. So if they land something, they will get paid for it. So if they're the right one for the job. So if you are extremely proficient as a producer, you know your way around, you know how to make the edits properly that they are asking for, you can interpret what they say. um, it's going to go a long way because what I kind of always sort of suggest, and my whole mentality in music is like being super sexy and super cool will get you in the door, but being able to just be a utility that actually just practically gets the shit done consistently, extremely fast, efficiently, professionally, um, just doing things better than they ask for, that keeps you in the room. So
Mm.
that's what really builds a career. And just being very consistent, like them always hitting you up. So if you have those production skills to always do that, you're going to kick ass. Now, for what we do, I wanted to kind of renegotiate with a lot of clients that we work with, where I want to make sure that producers, like, okay, I wrote basically down a bunch of shit that I hate in the sync industry, just being a producer. And one of them is constant revisions. Um, I'm sure everybody you talk to in sync just constantly deals with revisions, and it's terrible. Um, they'll make a revision and then they want it back, So the cool thing is that we have a very strict take it or leave it policy for all of our clients. That includes like the mix and master, everything. So the track's got to be pretty good, but it doesn't have to be the absolute best mix and master ever. Because a lot of times our clients will have their own teams to mix, master. They'll pay somebody to do all of the edits. They just want the base composition and production. So it ranges, but you have to know who you're dealing with in sync. It,
Mm.
just depends on the model.
Mm. That's so good. Yeah, there's one thing that you said there that I think is such a valuable lesson, which was when you were talking about, getting in the door. It's like one thing to kind of make that first impression, but then it's like, you have that opportunity, and what you do once you're in the room is also really important. What it reminds me of is, the phrase "don't judge a book by its cover," which
Yeah.
you kind of get, but at the same time, it's like of course you do judge a book by its cover, because it's like, how else are you going to judge a book from the inside without kind of looking on at the
Yeah.
outside first? And I think that actually is really important to have like a really sharp, unique, like an edge that helps you kind of cut through. But then again, if all you have is just a really awesome, sexy cover that looks great and
Yeah.
really pulls people in, it gets them to read the first few pages, then it's like you need to have the substance, right? Like
Well,
it can't just be about the cover. So yeah, I think
yeah. I
that's
mean,
really
like,
valuable.
I'll say like every single one of my contacts in either sync or production or label work or drumming or whatever, um, you know, one of my buddies, Johnny, actually said really, really good advice to me years and years ago. Um, all from the Charlotte scene, like really, really awesome musicians, Johnny Fung. So I was talking to him and my buddy Adrian Crutchfield, who played sax for Prince. And they, very impressive guys, great dudes. And they really boiled it down to, how to get a really good gig. Do you look cool? Are you not on drugs? Are you going to show up on time? That's it. But it like went in that order. Like it was very, the first thing, do you look cool? Like for those gigs, it did matter. Can you make a statement, so to speak, or are they, that book cover, so to speak, are they going to crack the book open? And then they want to know, are you practically going to be there? Like, are you going to do a good job? Are you going to kick ass for them? And that's the same thing in sync is, for me, all of our tech clients, we kind of get in the door because we're like the cool sort of, I don't know, helper for a lot of these tech companies for sync. But once we're kind of in the door, I can talk about automation. I can talk about consumer behavior shift. A huge thing that's happened in the music industry lately is, in sync, is like consumer behavior shift. That's what's going on with micro licensing. Everything is completely different now. Nothing. The $25,000-$40,000 sync placements are just not nearly as common anymore. So everything has changed. And so it's like, how do we help facilitate that for them? So again, it's being practical and being able to talk shop.
Cool. Let's dive into that a little bit. I'm definitely curious to hear your thoughts on the current state of sync licensing and the trends and kind of how it's changing. So you talked about changing from the old model to the new model of micro placements. So could you talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah. So, all right. So kind of going back to the history of sync, kind of a quicker version of it is basically back in the day, when all these film companies started, they needed music. So they were paying composers, etc., from everywhere, and they would pay them to use music in their film. Well, they realized over time it got very costly. So Warner, Universal, Sony, or some of the newer ones, they went vertical. They started their own music, like in-house music company. That way, they could give a composer a base salary, and they can have all the music they want. And they own the material. They're not going to have to pay out constantly for it. And everything has gone vertical since. Now, cut to in the 90s, some of that started fracturing. Okay. A lot of these companies Warner, Universal, etc., they figured out that they could make a little bit more money at that time if they kind of decreased some of their salaried employees, and start paying one-on-one again. Well, time, over time it shifted, and then all of a sudden a lot of people were getting credits for things. They weren't necessarily a Warner producer, a Warner artist, etc. So what ended up happening is you had a lot of people start their own companies, right? They could be a little bit more competitive. Um, and at the same time, um, nowadays we have like Netflix, YouTube, all these other competitors to these major media houses. Um, so what ended up happening is if you put that together, and then the past like 10 years or so, all of these YouTubers, podcasters, etc., they couldn't pay to have, these big media outlets with these huge budgets to just have music in the back of their video, right? One of my friends works at Warner in the sync department, and for some specific deals, they have like a base of $25,000 just for using a specific song, because they're very large companies relatively in music, and in order for them to put so much work into garnering these deals, they can't really do any less. They're kind of too big. They can't be that flexible. So, YouTube, all of these smaller outfits, Twitch, they all started popping up, and nobody was helping them, right? And there is a saying, and you've probably heard this, Michael. If your consumers' behavior changes, your product must as well. And while there's still, a plethora of amazing sync licensing going on with the major routes, they're not able to facilitate a lot of smaller outfits, like YouTubers, etc. So as things have shifted, who's going to help them? So you see all these micro licensing companies pop up because they can facilitate helping these new media makers, these new content creators. So at that point, you kind of just realize, all right, holy shit, there's this huge new like this huge new pie, right? There's this new pool of money. And how are you going to play the game, so to speak, to facilitate some people in that pie? Like, what slice are you going to serve? Because you're not going to be able to help the entire pie. It's just, what are you going to specialize in and be the absolute fucking best in? And once you're there, you really have a lock on it. Right now in the micro licensing world, it's the Wild West. Everybody's just sort of figuring it out. I talk very, very often to a lot of like the, I guess, execs in some of these companies. And, the main thing they're all sort of saying is like, yeah, we're figuring it out as we go, But the cool thing is that back in the day, you would have like a very specific route. You had one major movie, you would facilitate it through one, like AMC or Regal. Somebody would pay a ticket to see it, right? And that was the model. Now you have billions and billions and billions of that happening, of those things happening, but it's on YouTube and it's in podcasts, etc. So it's just a lot harder to figure out because it's not this very obvious business model, So yeah, it's cool, and a lot of these companies are feeling the pressure to update their copyright policies. So a lot of people are getting paid a lot more than they were 5 years ago, through publishing and master rights. It's been really cool to see everything progress. But yeah, it's definitely the Wild West.
That's so interesting. Yeah, it sounds like what you're saying is that there's this huge revolution happening in terms of like almost centralization versus decentralization, where
Yes.
because there's all these independent moving parts now, instead of just like one clear path and one clear centralized process. It's the Wild West, and there's a lot of companies that are kind of popping up that are trying to kind of help facilitate the decentralization.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow. Yeah, that's
Yeah. So
crazy.
yeah, so I think again the main thing is like, you know, looking at this. It's funny because a lot of people that I know that are more in the traditional routes of sync are looking at it and saying, oh, all these new smaller deals necessarily. Either they will feel a little bit threatened by them, or they might not just take them as seriously. But when you add them up, I mean, the market is just vastly larger, way more accessible. And if you're an artist or a producer, it's just much easier to get in the door because you're not dealing with absolutely massive, you know, media companies. You're dealing with like a tech startup bro who just like doesn't know what to do, or a YouTuber or a podcaster that just needs to use music. So it's a lot, in my opinion, it's just a lot easier. You don't have to do as much like elbow or like shoulder rubbing, whatever it is, elbow rubbing. I don't even know what it's called, but rubbing shoulders. There you go. You just don't have to do that as much. So, um, yeah, there's just a lot more opportunity. So again, whatever slice of the pie you feel like you can best serve, you can kind of have a lock on it. It's pretty cool. So,
It's really interesting. Like, one thing that kind of comes to mind is kind of like Uber, like the role that Uber played in. Uber is certainly like a centralized force when it comes to cab drivers, but
yeah,
they're like a digitally centralized company that leverages all these individual drivers who have kind of
yeah,
their own, like it creates a lot more flexibility and freedom for the actual drivers themselves, and also just like the service for the end user is just way way better, just to be able to pull up your
yeah,
phone and just like go do it really quickly. So it makes sense that things are kind of moving towards a model like that for content creators or people that need to use it. And also, like you're saying, people like YouTube content creators who aren't necessarily like big companies, but they're looking for and they need to find music to go behind their videos.
yeah. We're just in the day where like everybody wants something that's the absolute best for them. You know, there's a lot less, Walmart mentality and a lot more, mom and pop shop. Like if you go to a big thing that's happening, at least in Charlotte and just kind of all around, tier two and like smaller cities around America, is like you start seeing like all these really cool local spots opening up. It's for a very specific crowd. And, um, it wasn't like that 10 years ago. There were a lot of towns that weren't really doing well, but then you have like these artisan bread makers opening up. And really, that's it. Like, everybody is so constant. Like in traditional sync, I felt like everybody was fighting over the same thing. They were all trying to like eat the same meal, and it's like, well, like there's other food out there too. you know, the only difference is you kind of have to craft what that is going to look like, if that makes any sense. So yeah, it's really cool. There's absolutely more opportunity in sync for everybody right now. And the coolest thing is like, a lot of countries are opening up to a lot of this stuff. It's not just the US market anymore. Netflix has massive operations in Spain and South America and Asia. And they're just a lot more open. Like if you go on LinkedIn, just like try to get tight with some of these people that are working there, like you're in, bro. It's pretty cool.
That's awesome. So, what's your take on? Are there like, what are like the pros and cons that are kind of happening right now in terms of? I mean, I feel like with the facilitation of all these other opportunities, that I mean, is there any con for an artist who, is there a risk of giving away their music or licensing their music for too cheap, and then it's like, oh, now that I license it for like for a cheaper
Mm.
price, like I'm not able to get a bigger price for it, or what are your thoughts around that?
So it's an interesting thing because my view has always been that um, producers, musicians, any artists thinks that creativity is a finite resource, and it's not. That's the thing. Is like you think that you have a limited amount of songs and a limited amount of stuff, and this is the best song you're ever gonna write. And man, I got so many homies that thought like they had a track that was awesome, and then randomly they just created a kick-ass track later that year. And then the track that they didn't even like and they thought was trash was the one that got picked up. So, like, the thing is, you don't know. Um, the biggest truth in music, specifically in the music industry, like the music business, is you take every opportunity you can and you see what sticks. And as soon as you have kind of a proof that something is working, you put 1,000% into that direction. So when people talk about, oh, it's too cheap, etc., get in the fucking door. Also, like, a lot of people do not understand the economics behind how these companies are operating. Like, we talk about Uber and Lyft, but like, they're not profitable. They're leveraging other people's assets, meaning they are making money off of connecting somebody else's thing that they own. And they're not profitable. You can't make money in the long term by using other people's owned assets. Like, it's just impossible. Uber, Lyft, Spotify still not profitable. So, the fact is focus on things that work, and just try to find something that works. And once it does, go for it. Uber and Lyft can pay absorbent amounts of money and like give you 10 free car rides so you use them. It's because they're going off of cash from investors. Eventually that money well runs dry, you know? So, there are companies that are in the tech world that are moving towards profitability or are profitable, and they will, offer less. Or even ads. Like, a lot of the really cooler ads pay less than the lamer ads, you know? You don't know what people are working with economically. I've actually noticed, the vast majority of the times, people are not trying to fuck over creators at all. They're really not. Um, Everybody I've worked with is stoked to be working with a music maker. Like, rich people want to be cool and cool people want to be rich. That's like the old saying. So I haven't really witnessed anybody trying to pay less because they don't value music at all. I've really just, you just don't know the economics behind these companies. So don't assume anything. If you got a placement, just go for it, in my opinion. And you can use that as leverage for something else,
Mm.
um, like that's a very common thing. Just get in the door. You need that, like we were talking about, the book cover, getting in the door, and then doing something practical. I've done so much shit for free. Like, oh my God, I've done so much shit for free in my career, and it's all paid off. Some of them were wastes of time, but some of them really worked.
Mm.
So, yeah, just do everything you can.
Yeah,
Just
that's
don't say
so
no at the start.
that's so good. Yeah, that's certainly like a gem of wisdom that just came out there. I think
Well,
it reminds me of yesterday during the VIP after party group thing that we did. There was we were talking about the power of saying no, and like when do you say yes, when do you say no to
yeah,
things. And I mean, really, the biggest takeaway was kind of like what you're saying right now, is that at the beginning when you're just getting started, you got to say yes to like every opportunity that comes your
yeah.
way, because there's not going to be a lot of opportunities at the beginning, right? Because you're just getting
I,
started. Um,
I add to that like more nuance than the power of saying no, because like I'm a no man lately,
yeah.
But for the past, 6 to 8 years, I've been a yes man. Everything I say yes to. I've just started finally focusing on my health, bro. you
Mm.
know, but I think a nuanced thing is like, do you have more time than money, or more money than time? And if you have more time than money, say yes. If you have more money than time, say no. So the whole thing is like, do you have the luxury of saying no right now? Because if you just say no and you got nothing else going on, you're kind of just going to look like an asshole to that person, because that person's going to be like, well, they don't have anything else going on. I'm trying to provide this opportunity. I'm taking a risk on them, because, as you know, everything is reputation in music. We are in a we're not in the music business. We're in the trust business. Can I trust that you are not going to fuck this up? And that is a really hard thing to do. Like, I got so many friends that I love and I would hang out with. I could go on trips with them. I love them to death. But would I put them on a really important gig? 90% of them no. I love them, but like, they might fuck this up. I got a handful of homies that I will hit up because I know they will do everything and more. So the most important thing is like, if somebody's going to take a risk on you, you have nothing else going on, and they're saying, hey, I want to use this track. This is what the budget's going to be. It's not that much, but I do think it could help. Let's try this out. It's not for something massive, but I want to see if this could work. Take it, because that's giving you an opportunity to prove to that person that you are sending everything that's needed. You are signing all the paperwork. Everything is legally kosher. You're all good. And that's going to give them the confidence to get you in a bigger room. You like understand when, you think that you're being paid, but really it's just giving you an opportunity to invest. Like, there's a lot of times where people say no, and it's a dumb fucking move, because it was such a good opportunity for them to invest into a person, build that relation, for them to say, okay, this person's not going to screw it up next time. I can hit them up, and it takes a while,
Mm.
everybody did this conference with you because we all think you're a badass, and Daniel Grimmett, who was on here, was like, oh my God, this is dope. Let's do this. Like, this is going to be great. Michael's amazing. But if I didn't know you, I didn't know what you were about, and I didn't, you're providing real results for everybody, you actually help people. But if I didn't know anything about you, would I have done this? No, because what if it turned out that you didn't do that stuff? This could make me look bad, but I want to do this because you're awesome and you're providing real results for people. So everything is a trust factor in the industry. And sync, you're dealing with a lot of legal shit, like a lot of legal shit. So not only can you hurt somebody's reputation, you can have a lawsuit if you do something poorly. It's real money.
Mm.
So yeah, it's the trust business. Do everything you can to garner people's trust, and you will be okay.
Mm. Yeah, that's so good. Yeah, so it sounds like what you're saying is that, really at the beginning, you say yes to as many things as possible. If you have more time than money right now, then the saying yes is a chance for you to demonstrate your worth, and to it's to open the book, to get your foot in the door so that you can gain momentum from there. And especially
Yep.
at the beginning, that was really like the premise of what we talked about, was this idea of deal flow and opportunity flow. And isn't that kind of ironic? I mean, it's just the way it is, that it's like, once you really don't really need once you don't need the opportunities that much anymore, that's when the opportunities really start like coming in. And
Yeah.
then you have, like you're saying right now, you've earned the right, or you've gotten to a place where now it's like there is that time that you get to relatively early on. I think once you get your foot in the door and you start providing value and you start getting results, then all of a
Yeah.
sudden, like, the gravity shifts, and now it's like, instead of you like reaching out and trying to get all these opportunities, the opportunities start coming to you. and then you have to like really start getting good at saying no to even to good opportunities, so you can say yes to better opportunities.
Yeah. You have to be like, I don't know if you've ever read the book, The Art of Not Giving a Fuck.
I've heard of it.
So,
Yeah, I haven't read it
okay.
yet.
Mark Manson, he's hilarious, but he said, giving a fuck, it's like a wine, like a very, like a fuck is it's a great wine, and you have to be selective of when you decide to drink that, and it's kind of like you get into this point in your career where you have to be selective of how, if I take on this opportunity, is it going to take away from other stuff? There, right now, a big thing that we're focused on in the business is there's a lot of things we could do, but what should we do? That's kind of the hard thing, is at the start of anybody's career. And when I say start, I'm talking like the first 5 to 10 years. You're figuring out, what am I supposed to be doing? So you try everything. And then you get to a point where you're realizing, okay, things are running smoothly. I know what's going on. I'm proud of what we're doing. I'm stoked about this. What should we be doing? Like, what is the thing that we're supposed to be doing? So, you're going to constantly reevaluate, where you want your place in music and what you want to do. Like, for me, we're very passionate about, like, what do we want to do for, like, our community, like, of producers and artists. Like, there's a big shift going on into music economies in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. That's what we're focused on. Like, our main focus, now and like going forward, is we're not focused on New York, LA, Nashville, London, etc. We're focused on, every other city, like Montreal, Charlotte, Marseille, like all smaller cities that have incredible music scenes that have less focus. So you're going to constantly reevaluate of what you say no to, and gets you more excited. So that's cool.
Mm, that is cool. Yeah, what came to mind as you're describing that was sort of like a game of darts, where at the beginning, you have all these different darts, all these different things you can do that you're trying, and you're throwing all these different darts. And as when you do that, then like you let the dust settle, you see, oh, like these were the darts that actually provided, like they got me closer to my goal. And as long as you kind of know what your goal is, you know what the dartboard is comprised of, then you can measure and be like, okay, this is a thing that actually worked, and then go deeper into keep using those darts.
Yeah, and it's like any new progression that you do, whether it's like shows you're playing or things you're building, etc. You just want to make sure that there's real thought behind it. I have a fantastic therapist slash business coach, and he always talks about not sliding into decisions, actually making purposeful decisions. And in business, I think there's a lot of opportunities in music business to get into a corner that you're not satisfied with. And so being purposeful, saying no to the money right now, to do things for the right reasons later, is very important. Like, our first large client in like for that song, our first large tech client that was sourcing a lot of music through that pitch, I didn't make any money off of for like the first year. I did everything for free. I was like, you're literally just going to pay for the license, all of our A&R work, all of our licensing coordination. Don't worry about, I'm going to fund. And for, like, we didn't make any money off of that as a company. It was literally just to prove like, hey, we're the real deal. And we used that to work with other companies that we can provide more services for, and we're not like figuring it out constantly, but I purposely said no to that. I just wanted to, no to the money so we could get the gig. You're always going to be doing stuff for free at some point. Like, come on.
Yeah, I mean, totally. At the beginning, I think that's one of the best ways to really prove prove your worth and to, like you were talking about, generate trust, right? Like, especially if you don't have a reputation, if you've never done the thing before, then how are you going to expect people to trust you unless you demonstrate it? So I think that at the beginning, it can make a lot of sense to just to get those reps, to get the experience, and that's a way for you to provide extra value. There's a symbiotic relationship that happens with that, and certainly you don't want to get stuck there where you're just doing like free
No,
work forever. But I think you're right that it can be a really powerful way to start.
you got to learn when to maneuver. Like, and we talk about this within like the That Pitch Facebook group and stuff, but like having fuck it moments where you're just like, I'm done. All right, this is the new standard, you know? And I think that's important to have, is like playing the long game, you know? So and that's what you're doing. That's why we bought. So
For sure. Cool, man.
everybody's got to play the long game in the industry and just build trust and let people know that you're doing things for the right reasons.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's definitely a superpower when you can kind of zoom out and you can kind of detach from the one thing or the one project or something, and you make it more about building a longer term relationship. I think that, yeah, usually people can kind of sense that you're looking. It's not just about the one thing, but it's about the long term, and that definitely makes you much more attractive, and in the long term helps you get much better results.
And just like also not asking for anything at the start. like like just not asking for anything is such a powerful, wonderful, delightful experience for both sides. Like so many, I feel like all the people that I've gotten placements for were like people that were just really chill, and they were like, yeah, like I hope it happens. I'm gonna work hard and let's see what happens. But all of the deals that I've gotten was like, I'm just down to help. If it turns out that we could do something later on, cool. If it makes sense, but it doesn't really matter. I'm just trying to help out a homie. That's it.
Hmm.
Because a lot of times when people hit you up, they're distressed, like they're trying to make shit happen. And if you can be the person that just saves the day, like that's really cool. It's like a solid thing just to like not ask for shit in return. It goes a long way,
For
especially in sync.
sure.
Good God.
For sure. Yeah, I think there's just sort of there's a human tendency for reciprocity, and if you
Mm,
consistently show up and focus on providing value, and you're able to kind of turn off that voice in your head temporarily that says me,
yeah.
just for a second, just to like to really show up and ask and hold space and figure out what's important to the other person, and how can you provide value in that way. I think you're right, that's like a superpower. And
Yeah.
eventually, do you think that there's like is there a risk of being taken advantage of, or how do you avoid that
Yes.
component of it?
Yes. There definitely is a risk. Here's how I look at it is if you set a precedent with somebody, it's nearly impossible to change that precedent.
Mm.
A lot of people that I've started to work with for free, I still work with for free. But the difference is to not charge, like the way that you change the terms of those deals is to not offer the same thing for free or for pay. So if I'm working with somebody, we've been, they were one of my first clients, and as just like a token of gratitude of like, hey, thank you. Like I have an artist that I work with out of Milan, and he was one of my very first clients. And I love the guy to death. He's great. He was actually the MTV, our first MTV placement, MTV Italia. And he's locked in to that rate from way back in the day. I'm not going to change that shit because I like the guy. He's great. But, there are ways like, I'm also trying not to get anything out of him because he's a good, I don't really want to like, but if there is like a massive opportunity where like, you know what, I've been doing this deal consistently, etc. I'm working my ass off. The way that you can either renegotiate is not by starting to charge for something you've offered for free. It's by adding more value and saying they could pay for that value. Or you can keep doing the base thing for free, but if you want access to this, that, then it makes sense. So that large client that we were working with, um, it was originally, we weren't making any money off of that. But I started realizing they had more issues that I was hearing from, employees, etc. YouTube content ID issues, like massive tech issues. And so I invested to make sure that all songs were compliant and were not already released. I invested in a bunch of automation to make all of their processes more efficient. And when you do something for free to somebody who's in a higher place than you, it gives you the best ability to study. What are the real problems in this industry? What are like the real shit that people deal with, And when you have an ability to really find like problems that you didn't think were problems, it wasn't the music. It was like, oh my God, their customer service labor is so high. How can we help reduce all of the complaints they have, of music not being cleared? If you can build a system that does that, well, that gives you a lot of leverage to say, well, listen, we've solved this for you. Here are the terms. We're offering this to all of our clients. Bada bing, bada boom. You're good. Just don't charge for something you've been doing for free. Either grandfather them in, write it off, or offer a shit ton more value that solves more of their issues. You're going to be good. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that totally makes sense. Yeah, I can definitely understand how if someone gets used to the precedent of something for free, then it's hard to kind of rewrite that idea in their mind.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's cool. So let's go to we've got some questions coming in from the community. So let's
Sure.
actually go to a Q&A segment. So Maro Delo asked, does your music need to be up on a streaming site to be considered for that pitch?
Actually, no, it can't be. What we specialize in is unreleased material, unreleased, unregistered material, both from a master and publishing standpoint. So it can't be released anywhere. And actually, what I was just talking about, that YouTube content ID, we have a system that checks Spotify, Apple Music, Deezer, and YouTube to ensure that it's actually not released anywhere. So we have two types of placements. We have our exclusives and non-exclusive. Exclusives are guaranteed for our members. Non-exclusives are not guaranteed. Exclusives, the deal structure that we do one basic structure, is that it has to be unreleased and unregistered. And it's an exclusive deal. So the client that like they're going to have access to that music, and it's only instrumentals. That's all we do. Non-exclusives, it can be released, it actually needs to be released, and it's for everything. So it just depends on what deal structure you're going after, but for our guarantees, it can't be released. There awesome. You go, Mauro, my man.
So when you talk about like the guaranteed placements, does that basically mean like when someone submits a project or like a brief that they're absolutely going to choose one of the that pitch artists, or like What does that mean exactly?
Yeah, it's prepaid.
Okay.
So we have again, going into solving problems and learning to study what people's issues are. If you can figure out what keeps people up in the middle of the night, like not from like this sociopathic sort of version, but like just like, hey, like what is literally tormenting these people in their business, and you can solve that. That gives you a lot of ability to, provide consistent value. And if you're the only person that truly empathizes with their situation and makes sure that they never have to deal with that ever again, they can sleep well forever, that's a huge deal. So we offer those things. Again, we have all these systems in place to ensure that they don't have any issues with any material we send through. And we can do it in a massive array of genres, quality. We've licensed opera with a 24-hour window. It's, made from scratch. So, so that's how we have those guarantees, is by giving them access to work with us. They have to apply to work with us, by the way. We work with a very specific type of client. If they get accepted to work with us, those are the terms of the deal. There's a minimum amount of songs per month, and it's guaranteed to be used by our members, or to be like, it has to be a song that is produced by one of our members. Excuse me. So yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I love that, man. That makes total sense.
Yep.
Cool. All right, let's go to our next question here. So this is one of those auto-generated names, Eager Self. Eager Self asks,
Nice.
does Mark also sign artists, or do you only work with producers?
Yeah. So that 90s Kid is my label and publishing group. Listen, like, bro, I got a couple artists that I'm like really invested in long term. I do have grand plans for like some fucking cool ass label sort of thing. But that pitch is mainly for artists, or oh god, it's mainly for producers. But that playlist.co is something we just recently launched, and that is for artists. So definitely check that out. It's a different sort of offer, but we don't sign artists for that pitch as of now. It just wouldn't be the right fit, and I don't want to ever accept money from somebody if it's not going to help them.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. So could you talk a little bit about that playlist?
Yeah, so funny enough, just how I was pissed off about how sync was working in, and that's why I created that pitch. I'm really fucking done with the playlisting world. I think just most of these playlist companies just don't have very great intentions. I had a lot of people reach out because, I'm a producer and I have an email list of a bunch of artists, so there's a bunch of playlist companies that have reached out that like have no results. And I just like don't really, I'm just not, just pisses me off. So I decided to create a web app. I've been working on it for like the past year and a half, and it is a AI assisted playlist pitching platform. This is literally all you do. You log in, you link your Spotify artist ID. Every day we scan thousands and thousands of playlists, independent playlists on Spotify. And you log in, you select which song you want to run a campaign for, and it makes a compatibility score of all of these different playlists with your song and artist's DNA that Spotify assigns it to. Basically, how the song sounds, genre, audience, etc. It matches a compatibility score with all these different playlists that it's also analyzing. And it just tells you which playlists your songs would do well for, and then you can email the curator directly from the platform. I really hope it takes those shitty playlist companies out of business. That is totally my idea out of doing it. But the whole idea is basically, why do you pay $1,000 for a playlist campaign for 6 weeks? It doesn't make any sense. It never works. I don't know anybody who's happy with those campaigns. Launching a song doesn't matter anymore. You just put up a song and it's on the cloud forever. So you should consistently run traffic to these songs and seeing which one sticks. Like we talked about earlier. What song is going to stick? You don't know. You got no idea which song is going to be a hit. You have no clue. So why not just constantly have the ability to get a bunch of audience members, potential ears to the song? A lot of times you don't even need a new song out. You just need new ears to songs you already have out. So the whole idea is run unlimited playlist campaigns throughout the year, and you do the labor. You're just writing the emails to these playlisters, these curators, and then that's it. We just help guide the entire process so you can do a PR agent's job. I literally started this because I was so pissed how playlist companies are working. I had this artist I produced. She spent like $3,000 on this playlist and PR campaign. It went nowhere. It pissed me off so much. That's part of the reason I made this. Sorry, I'm going on the rant. But that playlist.co, we literally just launched it a couple days ago. So yeah, it's pretty dope. I would definitely suggest checking it out. So
It's
yeah,
super cool, man. Let's definitely, if we have any team members in the chat right now, let's definitely post a link to that. I mean, that sounds awesome, man.
yep,
And I can even imagine, I think for a lot of, it's like you said, it's time versus money, but you could even just have someone on your team, like that you say, hey, do this every month for the songs, and just
yep.
reach out to all the playlist owners. I think it's super smart.
It's really good. Also, we do have a coupon if you guys want. So there's a free account. You can have like holistic Spotify analytics nonstop. So we just don't want any pressure on PR anymore. Like, make it fun. You got a new song out. Get fucking pumped about it. Tell everybody about it. But we do have a deal. Put in coupon code Modern Musician in the just in checkout, and you'll get 20% off. Again, we launched it a couple days ago, so this is kind of like a early bird access. I don't even know what to call it. I barely know marketing terms, but yeah, Modern Musician, and you'll get 20% off the artist account. And yeah, it's dope. You'll enjoy it. So promise.
That's
I
cool,
think it'll
man.
save you at least like 10 grand over a couple of years. So for
Yeah, I
sure.
was gonna say super appreciate the discount code for anyone here right
Yeah,
now.
dude.
So modern musician, and so I have to assume, yeah, because I do have I've met and connected with a lot of artists who like you have spent thousands of dollars, sometimes $2,000, $3,000, four
Yeah.
thousand dollars on playlist
It's
campaigns with very
insane.
little results. So I have to assume
Yeah.
like this service probably costs what, like $3,000 a month, right?
It's $149 a year. I literally am charging. It's so dumb. Dude, I literally called up my buddy Matt to build this thing with me. And I was like, I literally fucking hate how these companies are screwing. Like, I'm fine with my income. It's okay. Like, I'm not bankrolling, but like, I'm also not, I'm just happy doing what I'm doing. I had this person hit me up, and it was like thousands of dollars for these playlist campaigns. And I was just so disgusted with it. I was like, dude, I want to build this thing. I I'm literally just going to charge it, like, so we can break even, maybe profit a little so we can reinvest into it. But I'm just done with these playlist marketers. I'm so fucking done. And he was like, dude, I'm down. So that is literally that playlist.co. Like, that's the whole story of it. I hope you enjoy it. It's $149 a year. You'll get 20% off. So I don't know what that, I don't do math. I think that's like
It's like about
120,
about
something
thirty
like that.
dollars off. So yeah, so probably
There you
about
go.
120. Yeah.
And you'll be grandfathered in. What did I tell you earlier? I grandfather people in. I'm not going to renegotiate with you. You're my buddy artist in Milan. I'll hook you up forever, bro, sis, whatever.
Cool, man. Well, that's awesome. I think it's a really cool idea for a service. And it sounds like it's very new. Like, it just came out a couple days ago. So,
Yeah.
would you have any? I mean, like, give it to me straight. Like, it's 2 days ago, right? So is it still kind of like beta mode? Are you still kind of like learning some stuff?
So
Or
yeah, so it was kind of cool because I realized I was on this. I'm going on this DC trip, and I was like, I'm already in vacation mode, and I was like, oh shit! All right, we launched this a couple days ago. I'm talking to Michael on Sunday. All right, let's just launch this now. And we got a bunch of that pitch members on it. They had like an early bird sort of deal as well. And they kind of hit us up with all the glitches. And Matt, my co-founder, is like, texting me this morning. He's like, bro, we Gucci. So should be cool. There's a button on the left if there is a bug, but he told me everything's great and everybody's super happy right now. So that's enough for me to be cool talking about it now. So
that's cool, man. I appreciate it. I mean, I personally am probably going to be going signing up and checking it out. I think it sounds
gotcha.
awesome. Cool.
Yeah, dude. I think it'll be fun.
All right. So how about let's go to one more question here before we wrap up. We got a question from Bard of Eli, and he said, "I'm not a producer. I'm a singer-songwriter performer who has paid for professional production of 10 of my songs. Hoping to get my songs used on TV or in films. Is the fact that I'm not a producer myself going to go against me getting a deal?"
It's not going to go against you at all. All right, bro. I'm just gonna be honest with you. You're way more of an asset if you can provide shit very quickly. So what I would suggest for you, because you don't have to produce. You basically just need access to what a producer could provide for you. That's
Mm,
literally it.
yeah.
You just need the tools. So what I would do is just make sure you have all the stems bounced out in 48K, bounced out in 48, because a lot of times they want 48. Um, I would also make sure to have a couple different variations of like the final mix. Um, you could have a one with no vocals, a TV track, which is one with just backing vocals, and then the instrumental itself. Um, what else? And then just make sure that you have all of your paperwork signed to you. It's already registered with you, um, BMI or wherever you're located, your country's PRO. They just want to know that it's legal, and if they need a change or they need some details, they can get it. So stems at 48K, full track with everything, vocals. TV track is just minus the main vocal, so you can keep backing vocals, and instrumental. And your paperwork showing that it's definitely owned by you and you can sign off everything. You should be good with just that. And the cool thing is that if you do need a quick edit, see if you got like a close friend that you just give them a cut if they make some edits for you, and if you have the stems, that friend can make some edits for you pretty quick. So I would just have somebody kind of on call, and just call them up today. You definitely got a producer friend or something like that, and just be like, hey bro, sis, etc. We got some cool deals coming in. um, I want to offer you 20% of whatever lands if I need an edit. If the edit lands, I want 20%. And actually, what would be more appealing if you just give them 20% either way, if their edit was used or not. So that way they're always paid for their labor. That's a lot more appealing. Just don't get starvation mode and greedy and like try to take all the pennies. Try to give pennies, nickels, dimes, and that way they'll keep working with you. You want to remember the long-term game. That's what you want. You want
Mm,
loyalty to somebody that's like, oh, I'm definitely gonna help them out. Yeah, this is gonna be fucking dope.
mm, awesome. Well, hey, dude, it's been awesome talking with you, and super super cool what you literally just launched a couple of days ago, and everything that you're working
Uh,
on. Really appreciate you providing this kind of service, and I think it's funny. It's like it seems like a recurring theme in your entrepreneurship is noticing what are the things they get really pissed off about, and what are like the
oh yeah.
problems and the needs, and I think that like that's really the key to entrepreneurship in general and business is you find out where are those frustrations and needs and where are things wrong or where are things broken and figuring out how to serve in that way, and that's clearly something that drives you. So I want to say appreciate what you're doing, and thanks so much for coming on here to share some of the lessons that you learned with everyone that's watching.
Beautiful. Michael, you're the best. Love you to bits. Thanks so much for having me. All of you out there, thanks for chiming in. Apparently, I have a bunch of friends out there, so hello. And I think that's about it. So, Modern Musician, thatplaylist.co. You'll be good. And either way, there's a free account to get it. All good.
Awesome. Yeah, no, I personally am definitely gonna be checking it out. I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, yeah, dude. All right, bro.
All right, awesome. So I'm going to switch over here to the main screen, and we'll do some housekeeping. So next up, we got Wendy Parr coming up in about 15 minutes. So we're going to take a quick break. And Wendy is a vocal coach and mentor to several multi-platinum artists. If you are in the VIP groups yesterday or the day before, you've already connected with her, and you've seen how awesome she is. And yeah, we're just getting started. So speaker 2 of day 4, final day. Don't want to miss it. Let's take a 15-minute break, and we'll come back, and we've got Wendy Parr. right, and we're here live with the one and only Wendy Parr. So, Wendy, let me give her a quick introduction. So, if you've been attending the after party, either day one or the VIP meeting yesterday, then you've already connected with Wendy and know how awesome she is. But Wendy, let me pull up in my my notes so that we can talk about how awesome you are. She's an award-winning songwriter. She's collaborated with Grammy and Academy Award-winning artists like Sarah Bareilles, Regina Spektor, A Great Big World. She has a song that was featured on the Grammy-winning soundtrack for Slumdog Millionaire, and she's the founder of Artist Circle, which is an interactive event that brings together artists. So you got like a taste of that if you attended the after party yesterday and the day before, of what Wendy really does, and she really helps to specialize and help you figure out, what is it about yourself that that authentic, unique part of yourself that you can share that's going to allow you to really resonate and connect with the right people. And specifically today, she's going to be talking about a topic that is so crucially important for all of us as artists, especially, which is about killing the perfectionist, and how do we actually take action and kind of overcome that fear that comes up when you're raising your voice, or when you're actually putting yourself out there and facing the rejection and everything that comes with that. So Wendy, you're awesome. Thanks so much for being a part of the event this year.
Yeah, glad to be here. Thank you. I think
Awesome.
it's really key. I was working with someone yesterday actually, and they, for our first session together, which is always a conversation about the perfectionist and what you're about really. I call it's called Foundation. It's an online course now. It's the root of who I am and how I coach. It's the seed that started everything for me, like the kind of person I am and the way that I coach. And I had my first session. So yeah, Sarah Bareilles, her first session was this conversation. A 12-year-old who's making their debut at the Philharmonic. Oh my God, it was so cool, that show she was in. She had this session. So this is for everybody. And every once in a while, I have this moment of doubt, going, maybe they don't need this conversation. Maybe they're beyond this, right? And I had a session yesterday with a new artist, and he's saying, and I had goosebumps everywhere. And my first thing was like, thank you. Like, thank you you just changed my whole energy today. How amazing. And I had that moment of, maybe he doesn't need this. I had that moment with Sarah. So maybe she doesn't need this, yeah. And then as we moved forward and we were talking, we hit that moment where he shared with me what gets in his head in the recording studio, what gets in his head on stage. And I was like, oh, I'm so glad we're talking about this. Like, when I think someone doesn't need it, we all do, because we're humans. And what I've discovered in 20 plus years of coaching is I'm not good enough is a human problem. Compound that with being an artist and mixing up the idea that applause means that you're good and it's your validation, because that's not what applause actually is. It gets compounded with everything I do has to hit and be great, or I'm not anything. Your talent, your skill is not you. It's what you share with the world. It's your gift to the world. It's your impact on people. It's what you get to, it can be the meaning and purpose of your life, which is really meaningful to you and obviously to others. But it's not your self-worth. So that's so important that we can separate our talent and our skill and our gifts and our giving from our value. Otherwise, every review, every off note, which 100 notes in a song, and you sing one that's off, and you go, oh, it's a terrible performance. You're like, well, if that was a math test, it was an A. What's going on? What's the criteria here? And also, no one in your audience is listening going, off note. Ooh, no one's, and you know that because you don't put on music to judge it. You put on music to have an emotional experience, and that's what your audience wants. So it's key to, that's the first step, is looking at that aspect of what's getting in my way, where am I blocked? And everyone really has the same concerns about hitting wrong notes, pronouncing words with an accent. I'm gonna think of my list that everybody says. I think if I'll find it, because I got it here. Forgetting lyrics, looking weird. If you don't look weird on stage, something's off. You emotional is gonna look funny. This face, I call this the singer's face. This is you worrying about how you're doing. This is not the emotion of any song you're singing, especially when it's the only face you make on lots of songs, right? It's the part of your brain going, do they like me? How am I doing? How am I singing? How am I sounding? It's you critiquing yourself the whole time. I want to see this, and we want that body to be involved in. I'm going to say weird. Weird is wonderful. Not weird is suppressed weird. So we want you to look weird, you know. We want to be able to make a cartoon of you. That means you're doing something. You know, people, big thing, how do I sound? How do I sound? Well, how you sound is what you're expressing. So how about we go back to focusing on how you sound? People worry about being boring. Oh, I'm not interesting enough. Yes, you are. Humans are interesting. If you tell your story from your point of view, in your words, it's going to be so magnificent. You know, we all experience love. We all experience heartbreak. How many songs have we heard about it? There's more to write. Because the way you've experienced it, shared the way you feel it, it's going to touch a lot of people. So in order to create a brand that is magnetically you, and I use that word brand, it's the language we know, right? But it's really, your brand is you. Your brand is who am I? Your brand is what am I about? Your brand is what's the message I want to say? And in order to create that, the first thing we have to do is look at that foundation of what am I building upon? Am I building upon my joy, my expression, my authenticity, or am I building upon my fear and perfectionism?
That was so good. I feel like if you had a microphone in your hand right now, you should just drop it. It's like, all right, well, moving on to our next speaker here. I love it. So let's say that people are watching this right now. They're wondering, how do I kind of hone that? How do I figure out who I am and what is magnetically me? How do I create that brand? What are some pointers or maybe some questions or prompts that might give them a clue to start dialing that in?
Sure. So first is looking at foundation is really just sitting down and writing, like, why do I do what I do? And then what do I worry about? Starting with that. And again, like I do this for an hour and a half individually with people, and now I've created an online course because I want more people to be able to experience this and lose that perfectionism and have more fun. So I have a lot of prompts in that, right? A lot of process to lead you through. But a great starting point is just write down why you do what you do. Why do I sing? And then write down, what do I worry about? And those lists are going to be so different. You're like, why am I spending time over here, right? So we have to learn to catch ourselves. You know, every time you notice, oh, I'm trying to sound good. No, that's not my job. That's not my job. A job's artist is to be authentic and express. My job is to just be present and share. Open up this heart, you know. And some other, again, on the other side of branding, of who am I? Like, what is my voice? So foundation is like, I got to get in touch with me and allow me to be me. I got to start listening to me and not the voices in my head. And then the next step is, well, who am I? Right? Who am I really? And honestly, I was talking with a manager about this the other day, talking to him about my course, The Ride. And he's so excited. He's like, I want all of my artists to do this. This is amazing because it's artist development. And artists are expected to do it on their own now. People aren't getting signed and being developed. You think of the days of Motown where there was literally a university of poise, dance, songwriting, stage performance. They brought their groups through a whole school of artist development. And that isn't happening anymore. A management is often doing it, or a producer. Like if a producer gets really excited about someone, they help develop them. And if you're lucky, if you're in good hands, they develop you for who you are. They don't just say, hey, I've got a sound, a style, and an album, and you could be the singer for it. So come jump into this thing, and you'll just be the face of it, which also happens. And then artists are very unhappy making music they don't really love, that isn't really their voice. So the artist is expected to do it. And also, I mean, you should be doing it. It's your vision. You know, everything should be your vision. And then your team supports that, not your team telling you, hey, you should do this. This would be great. We could sell this easily, right? That's what happens a lot. Like, oh, we can sell this. Let's put you down the path of artists that we know how to sell this kind of music. Let's just stick you in there. But it needs to be tailored for you. So Nick was saying the other day, you know, most artists don't really know who they are. And when they do, it makes my job as a manager so much easier and the success is greater. It's because you know who you are. And it goes down to like every little thing. So couple key things you can do. Number one, just start listening to yourself. and watch the second guessing. You know, I I have a hat collection. It's my third hat collection. When I was young, I had one. In high school, I wore a hat, 4 days a week. I had a big Easter bonnet, had a lot of hats from the 1920s, and then I put those away, let them go. Didn't wear hats for quite a while, and certainly hit my teenage years and was like, oh, not comfortable, like being me as much. What do people think of me? That kind of stuff was happening. And then again, later in my 20s, started having a little bit of a hat collection, put it away. I went through my own times of like shining and hiding, right? And then a few years ago, I was like, I miss hats. And I've always had a few in my closet, but I have a new hat collection. Been designing them, and if you know me, you'll see pictures of me. I'm always wearing my hat. And I had tattoos before they were fashionably cool, hats before they were fashionably cool, and crazy Easter bonnet. I have another version of that Easter bonnet now. It's not quite as high, it's a little more chic, but it's the same hat. You can't hide from being you. So the first thing I'd say is like, look in your closet. What's your favorite stuff? And then what's the stuff that's acceptable? What's the stuff in there that you've purchased because it's like everyone will kind of, I won't bother anyone if I wear this. I'll blend in if I wear this. Look at all the stuff that excites you and that's like uniquely you. That's you. Start making your mark with that stuff. Like, oh yeah, that's my vibe. Think about, because that's you. And then same thing with listening to your voice. Like, what's that thing you really want to do? And watch the second guessing of, oh no, that's too much. That's too something. That's too weird. That's too geeky. That's too sexy. That's the second guessing. Go back to the impulse. What is it I want to do? If you start listening to that voice, that's you. That's the you. The second guessing is all the outside voices, things we've learned, told not to be, told to be. So one is just starting to follow those impulses. And a really wonderful prompt, one of many prompts that I have. I'll ask you, who are 5 of your favorite, and we're in music, right? We're in the music world right here, so I'm gonna aim it towards music. But you might find, there was someone I loved, and they weren't a singer, they were a comedian. Throw them in the mix. But who are your 5 favorite artists? All-time favorite artists. And don't forget to think back to when you were like 9 to 15. 1 or 2 of your favorite artists needs to be in that time period of your life. Who are they? And what are they about? Name 3 adjectives that describe them. Each one. Like, what do you love about them? How would you describe them? And go deeply into that. And it's going to be a little hard not to think about the next part I say while you do it, but try your best to just like look at the artist. And then the part 2 of it would be, am I anything like this? Do I embody any of these qualities? Do I express any of this? Because the people you love, your heroes, are expressions of you. They are things you admire and love in the world, love about people. They're in you. They're the things that you want to be, that you already are. You just need to bring them out. And those distant heroes can help you see that. So I would look to your favorite heroes and then start to practice embodying the qualities that you love. You might even find, let's go with, just to describe something. Let's say Stevie Nicks is one of your heroes. And if you look at Stevie Nicks and you look at Florence and the Machine, you can see Florence really admires Stevie and has a lot of qualities in her costuming and her look and her vibe. You go, oh yeah, she's in fact very much like the new Stevie Nicks. But if there's someone you love, like what's something about them that you love? How did they dress? What was their stage performance like? Mick Jagger got his moves from Tina Turner. And we all know Mick is Mick. But I say this because he publicly said it. He took his moves from Tina. And then he developed into who Mick is, right? But he's inspired by, learning from, influenced by, until you bring out your own from it. So look at specifics. They were always wearing like block colors. Maybe I could play with that. Could I be bold in block colors? They always had a scarf on. Let me play with that. Just play with the things that you admire in that person and morph it into your own version, into your own expression of it. But use your inspiration very consciously to bring out the qualities in yourself. And they could be artistic qualities, external costume qualities, character traits, right? Oh my God, they were so bold. Are you being bold? Oh, they were so mysterious. How can you bring mysterious into your performance, into your writing, into your look?
I love that. That's so good. And I think you're totally right that when you look at the people we're attracted to, or the people that are leaders, or the people that resonate with us, and just kind of taking a step and looking at, what is it about them, and how can I embody that? That's so cool. One
Yeah.
question for you that kind of comes up naturally, because this is something that I think about, when it comes to impulses, and I think this kind of goes hand in hand with those different voices, like the voice inside your head, the critical voice that's saying like no, like
Yeah.
I'm not good enough, or the perfectionist,
Right.
and then also kind of like the intuition and the gut intuition. How do you know the difference between something that's a true intuition and something that feels like it's something you're drawn to? Like for example, if we're going extreme with it, let's say things like if you have like an addiction or a drug addiction, or let's say that there's you have like a food addiction, or like you feel compelled, like your gut wants to eat this food, or you
Well,
feel
that
sexually
that isn't your
attracted.
gut, but yeah.
Right. So how do you distinguish distinguish when you're being called to do something, or something like you want to do something, and it's
Yeah.
the right intuition,
Yeah.
versus, because I'm sure like in a lot of those cases that we just described, there's a part of you that wants to do something that ultimately isn't really very good for you or anyone
Yeah,
else.
I get
And then
that.
there's
I
something
get
in your
that.
voice that's like, no, don't do that thing. So when is the voice in the head, like when do you pay attention to it, and when do you say
Yeah.
this is just trying to hold me back from doing something that I
Yeah.
really ultimately is it should be doing?
Right. So this is based on my experience. Like I'm not an expert in some. I don't know what field that would be. That's like, oh, I've studied this and this is where impulses come from. But I have, like I said, I'm human. I know where it comes, and I'm also worked with tens of thousands of people over the last you know 20 years, 20 plus years. So in my experience, and I'm actually going to quote Carolyn Mace because I think she says it incredibly well. So my understanding is, what we think we are, or who we think we are, is actually just a series and a web of addictions and habits and patterns. So we go, oh, that's just how I am. No, that's just how your brain has been wired, and that's your knee jerk reaction, or that's your automatic response. But you can actually reprogram your brain. Check out Joe Dispenza for that. The meditations and ways of literally changing our neural pathways. So we all have habits and if we look at our habits, our knee-jerk reactions, our first impulses, I don't want to even use impulses. It's more than knee-jerk. It's the reaction. Our reaction is not our gut. Our reaction is just a pattern. And addictions are similar. Patterns, addictions. We're all addicted to a bunch of stuff. Everybody. You can be addicted to food, people, power, money, celebrity, not just what we
Thoughts,
think of.
thinking,
Yeah, yeah, way of
constantly.
thinking. Absolutely. It's not just we've called drugs and alcohol like that's addiction. Actually, we can be addicted to many. You could be addicted to your work, power.
Social
Um,
media.
yeah, totally. That phone. Ugh, I still work on. No, put it down. Don't look. Take a walk. Don't put it in your pocket, or don't take it with you. Like, you know. Um, and so a lot of these things are taught to us. Society, really forces ideas upon us as this is the way you're supposed to be, that kind of stuff. And so again, Joe Dispenza looking at you can repattern your brain. It's what I do with singing. I literally help change the muscle memory with the ways with someone sings. So your brain, your pattern, like just as an example, when someone sings and their eyebrows go up like this, that's connected to muscles here. And now they're squeezing to go high. They're squeezing to go high. I will literally have someone massage their forehead just gently like this while we sing. And all of a sudden, a lot of this, like this squeezing can go from like, this can be for some people a minor tool to like, oh my God, that changed everything. And it's because these muscles and these muscles are paired up as a team and they work together. So when you disconnect this one, these go, oh, we're not squeezing? Okay, I won't squeeze for that pitch anymore. And I have heard, I remember one client, he sang and we did this and he went, what just happened? Because his voice came out completely differently because there was no squeezing.
Wow.
So, and that's what we do. We change muscle memory. We change brain patterns. I change the way with changing your focus, changes the way you produce the physical sound. And then you just build a new habit and you're like, oh, I'm not a horse anymore. Yeah, we changed your brain, your muscle memory.
Wow.
So, yeah, it's incredible. It's amazing. So if I go back, so the first thing is that initial impulse is gut, inner voice. It's the one that like talks to you that you hear over and over, that is that impulse. The fear, the second guessing is if we think about it, I think it was Joe actually that said this, Joe Dispenza. He's like, if you heard that voice and imagine it was someone walking beside you, outside of you, and it was a person, you'd be like, what? You are, what? Have you lost, what? Because it goes from pillar to post. It's like, oh, you think you're fantastic, you're worth nothing. Like it just, it's all over the place. And we think that's us. It's not. It's we've heard it called the monkey brain, the monkey mind. Like, it's not you. So we have to learn to quiet that mind. Meditation is phenomenal for helping to reduce that noise and let the inner voice come out. Carolyn Myss talks about, and it was the first time I'd ever heard it said in this way, where she says, like, we're all addicted to so many things. It's our job to discover them and release ourselves from them, to emerge, to empower ourselves. And she says that an addiction is anything that numbs you from your soul's purpose. Well, there you go. Does this choice that I want to make enhance me? Is it of service? Does it make me feel amazing? Is it giving to the world? Like, yeah. Oh, does this take me away from what I really want to do? Is this a sabotage? Is this going to stop me from feeling empowered? Does this actually ultimately diminish me? Those are very clear distinctions. With artists, there was an artist recently who just finished a music video, and they weren't happy with it. And they were trying to decide, do I release it? Do I scrap it? Do I start over? And I was like, well, here's a question. Does the video go under the umbrella of your vision? Does it embody who you are as an artist? Like, I'll make it up. In this case, they're kind of a bad girl meets something, right? So it's like, does it have those qualities? Does it have the qualities that are basically you? And if they do, then you're probably sabotaging it and you're afraid of the video coming out, and like there's something that you're scared, like, what if it flops? But if it embodies your artistic vision and maybe it just isn't capturing it perfectly yet, well, that's why you make 10 videos. That's why we grow as humans, right? We learn to execute better. But is it matching you? Then you're probably sabotaging. If no, they didn't capture my vision, it really, like, if we put this out, it goes against like who I am, like it's too silly, it's too this, it's not really who then you're talking about an artistic choice that really isn't in alignment, and that makes sense. So that's a good way to look at that.
That's a great criteria for looking at that, and and it certainly goes in line with what we've heard throughout the conference in terms of a willingness to, like, to put yourself out there. It doesn't have to be perfect, right? But it does seem like a lot of times that's sort of an excuse. Like, the perfectionism is an excuse to avoid really putting yourself out there and potentially risking failure, rejection, or whatever you're afraid of. Yeah.
And you know what? You will be. Like, there's a spectrum, okay? There's people over here who can't stand you. People who are like, yeah, they're okay. People over here are like, never heard of them. People who are like, yeah, they're pretty cool. Like on the, there's a 1 to 10 scale, and then there's people over here who love you, super fans, right? That spectrum always exists. The person who's the biggest artist right now around the world, there's people over here that can't stand them, don't know who they are, me. That spectrum always exists. But how do you feel about the work you're doing? Are you your own super fan? Can you stand behind it because you're like, I love what it says, I'm there, like, and you know that you're gonna keep growing as a person. Like, you don't want your best record behind you and you're like, yeah, that was great. You're always going to be growing, and it won't look like this. It'll be like this, and then like this, and then like this, and it's more of a staircase of growth, right? We have a breakthrough, and then we gotta master that and explore that, play with that, and then we have a new idea and master that and play with that. So the spectrum always exists. But if you love what you're doing, it's authentic to you, it's going to resonate with more people. So more people are going to be on this side of the spectrum with you because you're over there and it's resonating. And most importantly, you got to get on stage and sing it every night. You've got to stand up and talk about it every day. If you don't like what you're creating every day, you're literally living a life you don't enjoy. That's brutal. Would you rather have a number one hit song that you really don't like and you're going to sing for the next 40 years, or a song that did well, got you some fans, increased your audience, you're continuing the tour, and you keep doing that again and again and again, and it's a song you love and you believe in, and you have more and more and more of those, and maybe it takes you a minute longer or 5 years longer to have the hit, or maybe you never have that hit, but every day your career is enjoyable, you connect with fans, you love what you're doing. Is success like the most people applauding you and the biggest bank account, or is success like a career that you love, that continues, that grows, that you connect with people, that you love what you're doing, you like what you're waking up to do every day? You know, a lot of people are like, I want to be like Beyonce. I'm like, you have no idea what that life is. You have no idea what it takes to be that person, or even what that is. Like, that's a enterprise. That's a huge corporation. That's a certain life. Like, it's not for everyone, you know, and people don't know what the music business is until you're in it for like 7 years. And then you're like, oh, I'm starting to get a sense of what this is. Now let me carve my path in it in a way that I want to exist in this business.
That's so good. So for anyone who's here right now, I mean, and this should apply to everyone because like you said, this is just a human thing. But when we have those moments of self-doubt, or we hear the voice in the head and we have the fear and it's coming up, what do you recommend as tools, or how to process that, or what do you do to help to be able to work through that fear? I know you mentioned meditation as one potential tool.
Yeah. Well, you know what's actually really important is the sharing of it. So you're not going to get all the confidence at home or in the studio. You're not going to get the confidence before you put it out. You actually have to put it out. And by putting it out and getting the rejection and being like, yeah, they didn't like it, okay, and getting a lot of people saying, oh my gosh, that song was amazing, I resonated with that. The confidence and greater belief and the ability to do it and do it again and again can only come by having the loop. You have to share things in public to move forward. So you don't gain confidence and do it. You do it and you get more confident the more you do it. So you got to share. You've got to go public. And in the process, you also find out. And there's also a time. Like, I think the world, where, you write a song and you put it out, you write a song and you put it out. That's not the best idea either. A great record is the brothers Osborne wrote 400 songs over the course of, I believe it was about 7 years. From those 400, they recorded 100 of them. From those 100, they picked 12 for their album.
Wow.
Yeah. And if you know the brothers Osborne today, they're at the top of the game. And that's because they didn't rush to come out with their first 5 songs. Because people are, I'm just going to put it up. Take time. Write 10 songs. Write 20 songs to get a great one. Share that. And part of it is also not, don't wait to be perfect to put it out. Right? You have to find your balance. If you're the person that takes a month to finish a song, give yourself a 2-week deadline. If you take 6 months to finish a song, give yourself a 4-week deadline. If you put out everything you write, pause. Do more drafts. So you have to look at your character choices and personality and find that balance of, do I need more crafting? Do I need to be more patient? Or do I need more material? Do I need to finish it and go for it? So I think knowing yourself and where will help a lot with that. But a lot of times when people are like, I'm not that good, and then you sing for people and they're like, wow, they really dug that. Okay, maybe my opinion of myself isn't as strong as it could be. The soap Dove found out they had whatever they call it, like marketing focus groups and stuff like that, and they discovered that people think they're less beautiful than their friends and other people think they are. Their friends and other people think they're 2/3 more beautiful than the person does. So I'm going to say that probably stands for most things. I don't sound that good. Other people probably think you're 2/3 better, unless you know what, I'm really off key a lot. I don't have a sense of rhythm yet. I got a lot of growing to do. That, be honest. Being honest with yourself is essential. But again, our viewpoint of ourselves are often much lower. So you also need to share in order to get that outside reference. The only time I have found it to be opposite is when someone's like, oh, I'm going to be a star tomorrow. that's usually the person that needs a lot of growth. Because again, it's like that honesty level is off, but in the other direction. And I'm like, that's when yeah, you can get there, but you need to go through this process. You need these steps to you need to be at a, your standard needs to be higher, your execution needs to be stronger. And a lot of times that person is like, oh, I didn't know it took that much work. Okay, that isn't for me. And again, there's such a big difference between being a perfectionist. There's not a difference. They're not the same thing. Being a perfectionist and being excellent, executing with excellence, totally different thing. Executing with excellence is just doing your job really well, like being real, like learning your skills, learning your craft. And you can have 3 raspy notes to your name and execute excellently, right? And then keep growing with your range, grow with your writing style. You've got to write 100 songs to write a good one. You really do. Keep writing, keep learning, collaborate, write with other people. You're going to learn from that room of how someone else writes and how they approach a song. You're going to learn things like, oh, I don't do it that way. That's really cool. I'm going to put that in my toolbox. Someone else does something else and you'll be like, yeah, that doesn't feel like the important way to write a song. Like that feels cool, but not, it's clever, but it's not getting me here. Okay, I like the clever. I'm going to keep that part, but I still want the hit me here. You're going to learn so much by writing with other people, so that's, find more tools for your toolbox.
I love that. Yeah. So it sounds like what you're saying is that, yeah, in a lot of ways, it's about quantity, which creates quality, and being able to refine based on the work that you do and figuring out what works, what doesn't work, co-writing, collaborating with people. I'm curious what your recommendations would be in terms of like, what are some of the best processes for, let's say that someone really wants to hone in their songwriting or their production, and they decide, okay, I'm going to write 100 songs, over the course of X years. What would you recommend for them along the way to make sure that they are getting the feedback that they need in order to actually learn and like adapt, and like how do they figure out what are those 12 songs that are like the best ones that they wanna put out?
Right, that's a great question. And again, in this process, I wouldn't say to anyone, write 100 songs and don't release anything until you do. Like, again, that could be your way of holding back. So you got to find your balance. And people want to go on the journey with you. So if you put something out and they're like, and you of course grow and get stronger and better, and your fans are growing, there will be people who are so happy to be like, oh yeah, I was there when he put that first song out. They want to go on that whole journey with you. So again, there's just this balance of, it's not about being perfect or waiting till then, but there isn't finding that work of like, I'm putting out solid work. So feedback loop. This is where having a core group of artists around you is really valuable. That, you're not playing your song for your parents. You're, unless they're like, creative and artistically knowledgeable, most of the time they'll either be like, oh, that's great. Or they'll be like, get a real job, It's kind of one or the other. I remember when I started painting, because I had an idea, like, I'm seeing a canvas, I want to paint. And I just started painting for my own pleasure and joy. And my dad, my stepdad, Bernie, the sweetest man, he was a very good sculptor, actually. Sculpturing and drawing, like, those were his hobbies. He's quite good at it. And he saw my paintings, he was like, stick to singing, Wen. I'm like, yeah, they're not that good, but it's fun. But my drawings are cool. And I was showing him my drawings with like oil pastels. And I was like, these I feel good about. Like, these are cool. I feel I can express here. But yeah, the painting's not really a great venue for me, like an outlet for me. And he was just being honest. He's like, yeah, these aren't that great. I'm like, I know, they're not, right? But I kept doing it. I had a piano in my living room and canvases on the wall and drawings on the floor. And that was like, it was a great another way to express through color and texture and movement. And then I would go sit and write a song, and then I wanted to express that way also. I did find a specific way. I started doing body painting and painting on people, and I actually had an art show of photographs of my body painting. So I found the pathway that was like, oh, I paint on someone, then I photograph it, and then I played with the photographs, and that became a cool expression. And some of my drawings that I like. And actually I sold some of those photographs. But so it's the pathway, right? I started on a canvas, I went here, went there, and went, ooh, this is a cool expression of it. And it's vibing, right? So it is those adjustments. Wait, the question, feedback loop. Okay, so in this case, my dad, who was a sculptor, gave me honest feedback, and it wasn't mean at all. He was really being honest. He's like, "This is going on," but it's about finding peers and mentors is really key. That the people you're getting feedback from have the. I think there's a couple really important parts to this. They need to have your best interest at heart. There are definitely people in the business that will cut you down to make you feel like you need them, and without them, you won't succeed. Red flag. Okay, so not that at all. But going to a solid songwriting retreat where you're getting the feedback from the coaching and the peers, and you're going to find out, what are my strengths? What do I bring into this room? I know that I can write a song by myself. I can write the whole thing, chords, the whole thing. But I know that when I walk in a room, my strengths are melody and lyric. My strength is keeping the whole group, the co-writing, keeping us on the path of what the integrity of the song is. And I know this because I've been told back again and again, wow, you're a melody slayer. Ooh, can you come write lyrics with us? Like, that song was the most honest song we've written. I've had that feedback of, yeah, you really help us like not lose what the song's about. So I've heard it enough times that I know, oh, this is what I bring in the room. These are my strengths. And I know how I like to work. I love working with a producer who can bring that musicality to life while we're writing. So songwriting retreats, mentors, a peer group, a peer group of people that are supportive. Again, in a group, there'll be someone who's jealous, or there'll be someone, we got to lose the competitiveness of, oh, if they succeed, I don't. Nope, you succeed, I succeed. You write with someone, that song's a success, we come up together. So I think a peer group of creatives who have the experience and the knowledge to give you proper feedback, having a mentor that's listening to your stuff, that's, just giving you that feedback. That's what I do. Songwriting coaching, feedback coaching. There's a few, I know that you have mentoring and coaching. Like, a qualified professional who's going to give you real insight is really important. You want to walk away from a session with a coach with, okay, I'm getting feedback on my strengths, what needs adjustment, and some tools to adjust. If you're getting that, they are mentoring you. If you walk away just knowing that, like, oh, okay, I got to go keep working at it, but you don't know how or why, that's not feeding you, right? So I think that, and then again, public. Your public will give you feedback. You've got Instagram, or you've got your outlet. Don't even put out a whole song. Put out a verse and a chorus of a song. Do that for a few songs. See which song, so here's what we do when we do it live, right? You play sets of songs live. A song's solid because the audience comes back and tells you, oh my God, I love that song, I love that song, I love that song. And you're going to hear that on 2-3 of your songs. Oh, those go on the record. Those are my strongest songs. Let me keep writing, and then you start weaving in new songs into the set. Ooh, that new song's getting feedback. Oh, that's another one that's a single. And then your social media can tell you that too. You put out just a bit of a song. Don't even do the whole thing. Someone's going to, for 6 months, people will be telling you, are you bringing that song out? When do we get to get it? That song is resonating. You're getting that feedback. So your audience will tell you, mentorship and like a think tank. That's really what the PAR Pack is about. The PAR Pack is about meeting your peers and having a connection. My ride course that's for intermediate and advanced artists that are making music, it becomes a think tank. This becomes your group of peers that are like, hey, I have this idea. Can I flesh it out with you? They're going to give you, ooh, I love that. This is your group of creative. I like the word think tank. This is your think tank. They're going to champion you, and you want to pick people who champion you. Someone makes you feel small. A, check yourself. B, notice that, oh, I always feel small around that person. They're not actually being supportive. And it needs to be a small group. Don't show your stuff to everybody.
That's so good. Yeah.
It's got to be a tight group. Trusted, tight group.
Absolutely. Yeah. I love the word that you use there, that they champion you. Like that, that's such a powerful word. And I know with my mentors, that's really one of the biggest character traits that they have. And they're, the most successful people I know is they're really good at champion. If they're a mentor, that's their role is to encourage you to grow and to be able to see your path and to, to keep you on the right path for you. And I really like what, go ahead.
Sorry, I've seen it the other way. I've seen coaches really take people off their path. And it's because it's serving them. it's serving, that person goes under them and it's serving them and they keep them small. It exists in the world. It's so unfortunate. I think it's a terrible thing to abuse your power. It's definitely happened to me. Like coming up, it happened to me. I was derailed many times by mentors until I started picking better ones, right? So that's really important, that you feel empowered, elevated, you're growing with them, and you're not being held back. You're not being diminished. Yeah, that your
Right.
strengths are being, applauded and utilized.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, for I'm sure you at this point, and probably everyone here on the conference has noticed that I'm a geek for analogies, and I'll like use as many analogies as possible. It's one that I come back to a lot, that I think is a great analogy for what you're talking about right now, is the idea of, your career. It's like you're planting a seed, and it's going to turn into this beautiful tree. At the beginning, it's kind of this plant, and you have to have patience. You have to nurture it, and too many thought it's really easy to kind of pull it up. Is it growing yet? Is it growing? And you're like literally like hurting it. But what you're talking about with really being careful about the feedback and the peer group and the mentorship that you get is sort of like that can be like fertilizer for your plants, and it can kind of keep things on the right track. Whereas the right or the wrong group or the wrong person to get feedback from might just literally stomp on it when
Yeah.
it's in this delicate state and it's just starting out and it's not what it
Yeah.
needs. It doesn't need to be stomped on.
Yeah.
Um, and in that analogy, this is a new component. I'd never thought about it like this way before. But what you just talked about with the mentorship, that like kind of trying to like stifle, it's almost like they're trying to keep your plant like at a certain size, or like keep it from growing, because like my tree is like bigger to the right of yours, and like I need to keep yours like. So it's
That's
interesting
right.
component to that.
Yeah, or also like I want you to keep feeding my tree, so I'm gonna keep you here, so you're nourishing my tree and growth instead of the other way around. The truth is, like, we do succeed together. We artists, again, we talked about this yesterday in the PAR experience, that historically groups of artists succeed because they have a community. George Lucas and Steven Spielberg and the Scorsese and there's a couple other people. I have to look so I can grab the names. There's two other directors. They were all buddies, and they would show each other early works of their work and get feedback, get thoughts, get ideas, and they're, I think there's healthy competition where they're like, of course you like, oh, I want to do amazing. I want to do amazing. Not in a cutthroat way, because they really supported each other. And we know their names. They're some of the greatest directors we know, and they all came up together. They came up and they hung out together. They supported each other. The Impressionists, the painters that we all know in museums, they started their own school of art, and they did their first show together as a group because they weren't they weren't accepted in the main school of art. What they're doing is not good. Like they were shunned. So they're like, hey, let's start our own thing. Meow Wolf. Do y'all know Meow Wolf? Watch the documentary about Meow Wolf. And when you're in Santa Fe, I think they have one in Vegas and one's coming in Denver. Go. It's the most magical. Like, I didn't want to leave the space. It's an interactive, museum's not even the right word, art installation experience. They do music concerts and shows in the Santa Fe one, and I'm not sure about the others yet. But watch the documentary. It's about 100. I think it started with like 100, and then it kind of came into a core 20 of fine artists, not music, we're in the fine art world, and there were a bunch of kids that, like, again, just the mainstream wasn't letting them in. They started their own thing. And now it's a game changer in the world of art and creation and supporting young artists. I don't want to give too much away, especially about the documentary, but watch the documentary. It's incredibly inspiring. Like, do your thing. Do your thing, find your people, and then do your thing together with your people.
I feel like that belongs on a T-shirt somewhere.
I totally agree. Do your thing, find your people. Do your thing with your people. Like, it's Meow Wolf it's wildly successful. I mean, financially, like culturally, it's meaningful impact in the world, and it started with I think they just describe themselves as anarchists, like a bunch of they were squatters. They were like, it's amazing. And it's not new either. You know, we do this in history in many different places, you know. So it's so important to find your people. And I think that our, you know, here we are, we're in 2 different cities right now, we're in 2 different time zones, and then everyone listening's in another bunch of countries and cities and time zones. We can meet people in a way that we never could before. And if you're that person in a small town and you're like, oh, I don't fit in with my community and I feel so weird, you're like, you just haven't found your people yet. If, you know, you're in a town where football is the coolest thing and you're a poet, you just haven't found your people yet. But I promise you they're there. So again, because of the internet now, you can actually find them a lot. You can find them through a hashtag at this point. You know, I learned this one day. I was in New York. I lived in New York, 16 plus years. I'm in LA now. I was walking down the street. I saw my brother's car parked in a red zone in front of the Regal movie theater. Sorry, my if you hear my footsies and my dog getting fed. Breakfast. Sorry. So I recognized my brother's car. Red Zone movie theater. My brother, we're all movie buffs. We love films, and he's a filmmaker, and I was like, oh, he must have run into a movie. We just jumped in and went into an afternoon movie, and I loved that. I was like, Stuart's in the movie. But I wanted to write him a note, and I don't have any paper on me because I write everything on my phone now. So there's this corner store that had been there forever. I believe it was called Forbidden Planet. It had been on the corner of Union Square area forever. Never been in there. So I walked in literally just to ask for a piece of paper and a pen. And I walk in and I'm like, whoa, where am I? What world did I just step in? And it's like graphic novel, and there were Transformer and like action figure things around, and a bunch of stuff that I don't like. The cosplay world, I would say, is like connected to it, right? Comic-Con, right? It's I don't know this world. But I walked in and I went, wow, this store's been here probably for a decade or more. I bet there are millions of people in the world so into this, and I don't know anything about it. That's the world. There are pockets of that, of all kinds of things. You're into polka music meets Tex-Mex. There's hundreds of people or thousands who are also into it. You just may not have found them yet. So, but you can. And that's what that's about. It is find your people. It's why I started the Par Pack. I started the Artist Circle, now the Par Pack, and it is about helping artists find their people, because your champions are here, your best friends are here, your next collaborator is here, your music producer is in this space. And again, with the internet, you can literally reach out directly to people. Like, who's on your dream team? Start commenting on their social media. Just literally start a relationship through conversation. You could be working with them. It happens. I mean, I know it happens. I work with artists where it's happened. Artist I work with is having his song mixed by his dream mixer because he just started a conversation with him. And over time, his next project, the guy was like, let me hear it. I really want to work with you. And he's charging him like, a third compared to his regular rate because he knows he's independent and he wants to do it. He loves the music. Start a conversation, and a lot of that is intention. A lot of that, like, if you show true appreciation, you're not needy, grabby, help me, bring me up, do the work for me. That's not the same as really dig who you are, love what you're about. This is why, hey, love to connect with you. And take it slow, but reach out, find your people and take your time. It takes a long time to meet, that person you're going to be with. Like, I think of like love. Like, you date a lot of people before you find that person, probably. Some people find them quickly. But music, you've got to collaborate with a lot of people to find like the 2 or 3 you want to stick with. It might take you a minute to find that producer, and then like, oh, I do a lot of records with that producer because but you have to go through people. You got to meet, try, because you're discovering you, and then you got to find the person that discovers you with you. A lot of artists, especially up and coming, I think a lot of times people are hoping for that Santa Claus to like pick you up and make it happen. And it really doesn't work that way. You've got to do the work, and then you'll meet people who are like, I see you doing the work. I love the work you're doing. I want to contribute to that. I want to co-create with you. So one young artist I was working with, I do work with, she had the opportunity to go work with a major producer, super successful, super cool producer. And I said to them, go in and really speak your voice. Like, you might have a great experience with them. Oftentimes, though, sometimes you might feel intimidated. Oh, they're so successful. Like, they know everything. And depending on their character, you may feel that you're heard or not heard. Don't be afraid to speak your voice. Don't be afraid to say, no, that's not my thing. Like, lyrically, that's not really how I would say it. Could we find another way to say it? Like, don't be afraid, because it's they're writing for you. Like, it needs to be in your voice. You need to be able to stand behind it. And when we talked later, I asked them, how did it go? And they're like, yeah, no. They really kind of do their thing, and they just wanted to put me in their thing. And this artist knows who they are, and they have something they want to say. And they're like, yeah, it wasn't really a fit for me. Doesn't matter that that person's successful. Doesn't matter that that person's phenomenal. And the music they're making is great. Wasn't a fit. And that young artist ended up finding a classmate down the hall in her dorm room who she vibed with. And they started creating music that was really an exploration of her sound, who she is. And that's what made it into magazines and on playlists and da-da-da. And she left school because her career started taking off. And it was her roommate, her friend, her peer, her person her same age down the hall who had no track record. But they were willing and had fun creating together, and there was respect in the room. And that's what's launched her career.
That's powerful. Yeah. Definitely powerful. Not to lose yourself, not to sacrifice who you are in order to, just because you think that someone is more successful and has all the answers for you.
And that goes back to knowing who you are and listening to yourself, right? And then working with people who champion that.
Absolutely.
Respect that.
I love this conversation, Wendy. You're awesome. I appreciate you being here. So, how about let's go to some audience questions, and we've got probably about 8 minutes or so here to answer some questions for you guys. If you have any questions, feel free to put them in the chat. And we'll start with question number 1 from looks like Dwidian. Dwidian says, "Why do I have resistance to writing with someone else?"
Well, my first answer is, I don't know. Why do you? Because you know why. You definitely know why. Sometimes that could be, a control matter of like, I want to control everything. I want it to be like a certain way. So you might need to give up a little control. And then it's finding people that write in a way that allows you to contribute. Like, it's so important in the writing room that there's no. We don't shut each other down. There's like all the ideas, let them come out. And when you all get excited about one, follow that one. But if you're writing with someone and they're like, nah, I don't like that idea. Nah, or my worst one is the person who's like this. And they're not really saying anything or contributing anything. I'm like, you are a drain in the room. You need to be bringing to the room. But also not shutting each other down. So try things, explore things. Say no in a kind way. Could it be more this or more that? I'm feeling this. So I think, it could be a fear of, just not being heard. So you got to practice speaking up. It could be like you want to control everything. And again, some people don't write with other people. That's okay. I think for growth and learning, it can be really valuable that you learn by co-writing, and then maybe you pick up a lot of tools and then you write on your own and you're like, wow, I have so many more ways that I can access my skills and be inspired and get out of blocks when I'm blocked. But I love when I'm writing in my own voice now. And that's definitely the case for a lot of artists. Like, you write with a lot of people and then, okay, I'm not writing with anybody. And, I really like the music I'm making because it's really my voice coming out. But you learned a lot through the process of co-writing. So everyone is not going to co-write. Like, totally fine. Just look at the why. Yeah.
That's great. Yeah, I love what you just said there about discovering more about who you are through the reflections, through connecting with multiple people. Because I think you're right that a lot of times when you're just you, yourself, and I trying to figure stuff out, then you're not really bouncing ideas off of other people. And I mean, what comes to mind for me is like having these conversations with all of you. Like, it's been really, really valuable. I feel like I've learned a ton, and certainly through having these conversations, it's helped to sort of to pick up the patterns, the similarities between all of you, and everyone that's successful tends to have, like similar, like there's fundamental outlooks that go behind everything, and super, super valuable to be able to co-write and to be able to learn from each other, and then to be able to use that to craft. What is it? What is your take? What's your take on it?
Yeah. I did a co-write with someone once, and he really looked at the song from like just vowels. He's like, "Oh, I love that ooh ooh. Can we put some more ooh here?" And then something else was like ooh, and he was just playing with sound. And I was like, "Oh, that's really interesting." I think I do that more unconsciously. Like I choose words that sing well together and sound well together. But he was very conscious about like, I want that vowel there again. And honestly, 10 years later, I was writing a song in Spanish with an artist and a producer, and we hit a line, and I was like, "Ooh, I want that sound more. I want that yo soy lo oh oh. I love that. Can we make this kind of a loopy thing in the chorus? Can we throw that word around again?" And my brain like pulled that out like from the past of going, "Yeah, just I'm loving that noise, that sound being made. Let's play on that." And I was like, I'm quite certain that moment came from, that songwriting session 10 years ago.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
All right, let's do one more question here. Let's choose a good one.
More questions.
Yeah.
Sorry, I know I talk.
It's great stuff. I wish that we had more time, that we could keep going down this. Well, in fact, we do. That's what we got the VIP group at the end of today for. So if you guys have been digging this, then definitely you'll want to be there because imagine this, but also like you being there on a Zoom call. We're actually talking back and forth. We can see each other, hang out. It's super cool.
Yeah.
So we got let's see. We got 3 questions to choose from. Let's choose one. Okay, so Eager Self asked, what do you do with the conflict of needing to earn money for a living before you earn enough as an artist?
Yeah, that's valuable. So let's consider it's not a conflict. Let's just consider that here's where I earn my money. So bills are covered, this is happening, and then carving out your time to create your craft. The upside of that is that you aren't taking jobs that you don't want to be taking as an artist or musically just for the money, so that you actually can dedicate your time and craft the way you want to develop your craft. So, and basically that's how it works. You're earning money over here, then you're building here, you start earning here, and then there'll come a time when this becomes successful enough that you can let this go lower or diminished or gone, and then you're like, now all my day is spent in my craft, in my art, doing different projects. And again, even at that time, there's definitely times when, you might find, I'm taking this gig for the money. And there's nothing wrong with that. You just want to make sure that there aren't too many choices like that, and then you actually don't like the work and the craft and the art you're making. So the benefit of having your finances over here is that you can have integrity over here, and take your time to do what you're doing. But sometimes it's just about carving out time. When I was young, 11 p.m. to 2, 3 in the morning was when I was songwriting. Now I have songwriting sessions at 11 in the morning, right? So, but when I was younger, that was my time to write, to craft, and then weekends, and it starts to shift the more but as a coach, for example, I started coaching when I was about 19, 20. And for 1 year of my life, I was also a waiter for 1 year. And I had started coaching, had no idea I was going to be a coach, that my life would be coaching. I did not know that. I was an artist. I was making music, pitching music, writing, like working on myself to be a performing artist, a recording artist. And there was a time that I was coaching and really enjoying it, taking it seriously. And for this 1 minute, I was a waiter as well. I was here going, you know what? If I ran into any of my clients here, if they sat down and I was serving them, I would feel badly, like, oh, you're not really a coach if you're also doing this. Now, today I would say, that's not true. Like, if someone's doing that and they're learning and they're coaching, they're building up their career, that, I get that. But back then, my mind was, I need to not do this, and I need to put all my energy into this and take it really seriously if I'm going to do this fully. And that's what I did. I was like, I'm going to take that risk and build my business as a coach and dedicate myself to it fully. And that, for me, that was where that choice was. That's what that moment was about. And I'm like, I believe in myself to do it. I love what I'm doing, and I can make. And I took the risk, I think, also in order to push myself to. I will build more clientele if I don't have this backup, right? And yeah, it was tight for a while. It was really tight for a while, but for me, it was a dedication shift, and a yeah, taking it seriously shift. But again, I do think that there's a benefit to having this so that you can really do what you want over here and build it the way you want to build it.
Mm. Yeah, that is really powerful. Great question, and an awesome answer. And one more analogy that I love to describe this is you kind of like learning how to swim. Different ways you can learn how to swim. There's like a more comfortable way. There's also an uncomfortable way, and probably one of the fastest ways to learn how to swim is you jump in the deep end of the pool. It's like, oh, all right, I got to learn how to swim, and it sounds like,
well, as long as someone can save you, because that's life threatening.
Exactly, right. And so, yeah, I think that was sort of the approach. I mean, not necessarily like you would have drowned or anything like, but you did, you jumped in, and I know that was the case for me as well, and for a lot of people, it seems like in a lot of cases, throwing your hat over the fence, like make it like committing to doing it, like it is a good way to do it. Probably not the most comfortable way, right?
But it's true. Like you have to put a fire under you, right? Like when you have a need, when you have like I mean, we know from anyone that's like, hey, I had to survive. Like I made it happen because you had to. Like if you're super comfortable, what's pushing you to get out of your comfort zone?
It's true. Yeah, it's definitely
we
true.
put ourselves out of our comfort zone in order to make it happen.
Yeah, that's powerful. Definitely that throwing your hat over the fence and essentially making it so you have to do it. Very powerful. Awesome.
Yeah.
So Wendy, you're awesome. I hugely
Thank
appreciate
you.
you being a part of the summit and helping run the power experience after each day.
Thank you.
For anyone who's here right now who would love to connect more or learn about the Power Pack and about the different things that you offer, what would be the best place for them to go to learn more?
My website, wendyparr.com, and Instagram. All the links are in my Instagram as well. And I know that we have from you, if you're putting it in or Ari's putting in links, we've had some special offers for people in this in the program for my courses for Foundation and the Ride. That we have, I think we have some codes. I want to make sure that because we got some codes to give people within this group a discount because you are here. And then there's some free offerings in there as well about just like things that are helpful. If I put it in the chat, would that do something?
Not in the Zoom chat, but in the community chat on the website. If someone's on our team right now that can share those, that'd be awesome. Also, like you guys have probably noticed in the chat, if you type in Wendy's name, then it's going to automatically hyperlink. And if you click on it, then that should go to, at the very least, to your website so you can learn more.
Right.
But yeah, Wendy, you're awesome. I really appreciate what you're doing. I think that like we've talked about several times, a rising tide rises all boats, and I think that the fact that you're bringing together artists and allowing them to have these conversations to discover who they are is really cool. So appreciate what you're doing, and looking forward to our session tonight at 4:00 Eastern.
Too. Yeah, it's so important because like here we are, everyone's working on your craft, but you also have to like take care of yourself. Right? Everything isn't about like skill craft. We have to we need our emotional intelligence to be developed. We need our ability to hang and again, that community. So find your tribe here.
Love it. Find your tribe.
Thanks for having me.
Yep. Thanks for being here.
Yeah.
Awesome. So I just went back to the main session. So let's go ahead and let's take about a 25-minute break before we come back here with another one of my favorite humans, Chris SD. So Chris is a powerhouse. Dude is awesome. I connected with him probably 4 years ago now when we were both starting our businesses. And so he has a business called Sync Songwriter that is going to give you another perspective, another take on the world of music licensing. And every time I talk with him, my mind is blown. I come away with a bunch of gold nuggets, and I think you guys are going to get a lot of value out of it. So Let's go ahead and let's take a 25-minute break, a bit of a longer one, so that if you want to grab a snack, grab something to eat, grab some water, then you'll be able to hit the ground running. And I'll see you guys in about 25 minutes.
That's fine. It's all good.
All right, and we are live here with my friend Chris SD. Chris, what's going on, dude? Thanks for being a part of the event this year.
Hey, again, thank you so much for inviting me, Mike. This is a real honor, and it's really great. What you guys are doing is amazing, and I know probably everybody feels the same way who's been on the conference this year. It's so great to be a part of it. So thank you.
Yeah, man, for sure. So this is our. It's funny. I was talking a little bit about this, but you and I have really grown up in this world together, and in our businesses and the audiences that we serve and the artists. Over the past 4 years, I've grown so much. And one thing that's kind of funny. So this joke cracked me up when he said this. One thing that we do. And this is a little bit of like a peek behind the curtain for anyone who's watching the event right now. But, with an event like this, with all the speakers, everyone basically helps to support the event and, sends emails out. You've probably gotten, the reason you're here right now is because you either got an email from one of the mentors or from myself. And we have like a friendly little competition going on in terms of who, like the leaderboard of like who's sending the most artists, the most people signing up. And Chris is at the top of the leaderboard. And, the whole purpose of it is just to make the event as awesome as possible. But the top prize this year is a weekly massage for a year. And Chris is like pretty like top dog right now. He has a pretty like substantial lead on the leaderboard. And he joked that he was going to request that I personally am the masseuse for the entire year. Maybe that gives you a little bit of background in terms of our relationship. Danny, like, you said that she was totally like cool with that, right?
Yeah, she's cool. It's really a glute thing. I just feel like you'd be good, on the glutes, and like, you'd really be able to just, get in there. I'd have to fly out from Florida. But the way I see it is that if you're going to offer this stuff and put it out there, all I care about is getting my community out to amazing things, right? So boom, that's done. You guys are kind of like mic drop amazing in terms of your conference. It's once a year. It's epic. It's like one of the top things. So I'm always totally behind it. And then you were like, hey, I'm offering this thing. And I'm like, okay, too bad. So we'll see you with your massage hands ready.
No, I mean, that's one thing I appreciate about you so much. And I think part of the reason that, that you've grown so much and that you're successful, and that the results that your artists are getting are successful, is because you really embody this principle of providing as much value as possible. And so it's interesting how you see that reflected when you guys are here watching this. You see this event, like all of us saying different things, and that's one of those core things that everyone keeps coming back to, right? Is like relevancy, providing as much value as possible. So I think that Chris is really the embodiment of that. So let me give you a quick introduction for anyone who hasn't met you before. So Chris is the founder of Sync Songwriter. He's an award-winning music producer, was Engineer of the Year in 2012. He's helped record 5 Juno award-winning albums. And so a Juno award-winning album is the equivalent of a Grammy in Canada. And so it's pretty freaking awesome. And he's also been licensed on ABC, NBC, Fox, Hulu, tons of other networks. And so today we're going to dive deeper into the world of music licensing and sync licensing. And, like you've already discovered from a few of the other speakers that are on the event, it's a huge opportunity, I think, for musicians as a way to really get the most leverage from the assets that you're creating with your music. And Chris is one of the best leaders that I found in the market right now, who's really being able to help guide musicians in this area. So I think it's going to be super valuable. So Chris, thank you so much for being on the event again this year.
Hey, thanks a lot, Mike. I really appreciate that. When you talk about sync, it's that's certainly what I specialize in. That's what I, as a music producer, when I was in studios working with big artists, to keep this story quite short, is they would have managers and agents and all of this infrastructure behind them, pushing them forward, propelling them. Indie musicians, who I used to also work with in the studio, had none of that, And the big thing for me was that it was like, wait a minute, a lot of this indie music is as good as the top stuff, right? Not all of it, and certainly not all of the top stuff was good as a lot of indie artists either. But it was sort of like, wow, there's this real discrepancy, right? This super big disconnect between musicians who are just pure artists. Let's forget about the music world for a second, right? Sitting around a campfire. You got Chris Christopherson, and then we've got some awesome indie musicians sitting there. If you didn't know Chris Christopherson's songs on the radio or his history or anything, they're just playing the music. Um, you could say that, wow, they're both great, right? So what is that separates those two? And that really obsessed me. It was sort of like, this isn't, it's not that it's not fair. I mean, the world works that way. Life, you could say life's not fair. It works in a certain way. But ultimately, my whole thing was to try to raise indie musicians up in terms of opportunities. So it wasn't that I thought all indie musicians deserve, everything that all artists that are signed get. It's impossible to do that. What you can do is give them all the opportunities to raise themselves up so they can be on the exact same level. And then if they're after a label deal, or if they're after something else, they can easily get that. And so for me, it's funny because all the 16 leaders that you have on here, we're all carrying the same compass, right? So we're all working with the same compass rose. Some of us are going north, some of us are going south, and some of us east and west, but we're all going to places that make sense. We're all voyaging to better, to improvement, helping musicians do different things, but they're in different ways. They're in different directions. So mine just happened to be in sync. So it wasn't so much where I was like, somebody who grew up in the sync world, licensing music, and then just decided to show musicians how to do it. It literally was like, what's the thing that I can help musicians do most in the studio, back then, one-on-one, to increase their chances of getting their music, not only into TV and film, but out there. Because when you get your music into TV and film, like on a good show, there are so many examples of artists who have ended up in the charts, right? They get an amazing placement and bam, they're noticed because you got millions of eyes and ears on the TV. Sure, you're getting a sync placement, you're getting royalties in the back end, you're making great money. That is also really cool. What intrigued me more was the exposure. Like, they're both amazing, but the exposure was absolutely incredible. So, ultimately that's really sort of what my goal was. And I really wanted to, do that. And so long story short, being in the studio as a producer, I ended up also helping out with sync stuff early on, trying to figure it out. My girlfriend at the time and wife now also worked in sync. And so we were like, after having gone through that and helping some musicians one-on-one, we were like, wait a minute, we can do this on a bigger scale. We can do something and like create a program or a course or something that anyone can take. They don't just have to work with me in the studio, right? So that's kind of what we did. And we set up Sync Songwriter, and it has just like honestly gone through the roof in terms of not only the number of people that have, joined the course or joined the Sync Songwriter community, but in terms of the results, it's been amazing. Like just the last couple of weeks, we got like 4 new students, boom, hey man, got a syncs. Sometimes I don't know who all gets syncs, but it's been pretty incredible. Like, Private Eyes, Roswell, Burden of Truth, SEAL Team. These are just a few of the shows just in the last little while that have been success stories for our students. So we want to keep doing that for musicians to get heard and get out there. The biggest problem, right? The biggest problem for musicians, indie musicians, that I can see is the lack of ability of being heard. That's kind of it. That's, sure, people have money problems. Lots of people have money problems. There's problems with like, what gear should I buy, to produce my music? There's all these different issues. How do I book tours? How do I do all that stuff? Those are all things that people like yourself answer and help. Like, it's the story with you is amazing, with Paradise Fears, like how you guys, I don't know if you've participated in this conference yet, if you've just been hosting, but to hear that story of how you created these hacks to do these amazing things that you guys did is absolutely incredible. For me, it's about getting music into TV and film. So, how do we continue that, and how do we get people heard? How do we get them in front of the right people, whether it's labels or agents or whatever? And in my case, it's music supervisors, who are the people who put music into TV and film. So, the thing that I really wanted to hit home today, I thought, okay, I was asked to talk for an hour, and I thought, what is the biggest thing that, you out there who's watching this, thinking, I'm an indie musician. Yeah, this sounds interesting. I don't know what sync is, or I know what it is, or yeah, I sure know what it is. I've even got a few. What is the one thing that I can impart to you within a short period of time to like, where you can walk away and say, you know what, that was amazing. So I sat down and I thought about it, and I wrote down what I thought it was. And then this morning I woke up and I scratched it all out. I really thought about it, because there's something that happens with the muse and inspiration when you're sort of in the moment, you know, and right now we're in the moment. And earlier this morning, it was just before that was going to happen. And I thought the biggest thing that I could talk to you about is, what are those things that separate you from those musicians who are just like you that I just talked about, those four recent syncs that we got, the four most recent ones. What is it that separates you? And I started thinking about them. I was like, well, okay, so number one, the people who went through the Art of the Song pitch, which is my program, you don't have to take the Art of the Song pitch, by the way, and it's not even open for registration. So this is just, I'm purely referencing it. To go through the course, you learn 5 steps that I came up with to allow people to really hit the bullseye in sync. And I wish I could make it 1 step. I wish I could make it 2, but I had to make it 5. And really quickly, I'm going to run through this. You may have heard this before. If you've been on other things with me, I've gone through in depth with them. I'm not going to do that today. But quickly, they're targeting. You have to target your music. So biggest thing about getting your music on TV and film is giving music supervisors what they want when they want it. And there's ways of doing that, several ways. There's some common ways that you can do. Here's a really quick way, is you go to a site called tunefind.com. That's TUNEFIND, tunefind.com. You can go to that site and you can see all the music, or most of the music, that's ever been synced in sort of Western movies, movies and shows. So you can go there and, for example, you want to get on a show, you can look up who's been on that show. Does your music fit with that show? Or you reverse engineer it and you say, who do I sound like? If well, I kind of sound a little bit like the Ravenettes. Then you could go there, look up what shows they've been in, and then know that's a good target for you, because the music supervisors are looking for your music. So that's like a basic way. There's a number of ways to target. And that way it allows you to get your music ready to know what to hit. You can't just kind of shotgun blast it out there. The second one is writing. A lot of people think you have to write for sync. You don't have to write for sync, but there's a number of things that are really important. You can't just sort of write music and then just think, okay, then that's good. I just got to find the right opportunity. A music supervisor is going to tell you that any song is syncable, right? What they're not telling you is there's certain things that curtail that they're like, well, we can't really use it because of these reasons, right? Very simple ones, which I can't go into too much, whatever, but is like, you want to the obvious touch points, right? Like you have to consider things about religion and race and all those sensitive things that we all know in society, right? Obviously, it applies to sync as well. Cursing, things like that. Those are obvious things. Things that can help you, for example, are like universal lyrics. They're really big on songs about saving someone or coming home, or there's a bunch of different themes. Again, can't get into it too in depth right now, but that really help your music for the opportunities that are there. Now, does that mean you have to write a song that has all those things in it? No. All you have to do is you just have to think about it as you're writing your music, or pick your songs that are already recorded for those opportunities that have those things in it. And you can get a lot of the ethos or the culture of a show by watching the show. So you just check out the show, see what they're doing, and you'll get to know pretty quickly about what kind of music they're after, right? Is it dark? Is it like upbeat? Is it whatever? Do you fit in there? I'm a huge proponent of going after opportunities that fit your music and not the other way around. Like, you can write for sync, but it's mainly, and supervisors will say the same thing, write from your heart and then find the opportunities that it fits with. Music production, that is a big one I want to talk about today. It's going to be the lion's share of what I wanted to discuss, because it is the easiest pitfall to avoid. It's like, writing a song super hard, man. I mean, you've got to have some talent. You've got to have some persistence. You've got to have experience. You've got to know what works. I mean, I look back, I'm not a true songwriter, but I look back on the songs I wrote when I was, the first ones, and I'm like, dude, wow. It's like, whatever. I think we're all a little bit like that. So all of those things add up, and they make you the great songwriter. And that to me is the lion's share. That's the toughest thing. You can take a song, you can not even be a singer, and you can have somebody amazing who perform it and be at the top of the charts. No problem, right? Now, music production. That's my bread and butter. Was my bread and butter. I have an online studio now. I produce a lot of people. Some of the songs we produce also get into TV and film. But the bottom line is that is the easy part. It's going to cost you money. It's going to cost you time, whether you get gear for your house and work on it yourself or you hire somebody. I would just write that into your journey as a musician. It's going to cost you a certain amount of money. No one gets stuff for free. It's really, really difficult to sort of get by in life with like not having to pay your dues. I mean, if you're not spending money, you're at your job and you're trying to get promoted, or you're trying to start a company, or you do whatever you're doing, you got to get up on Monday morning. You're paying. We're all paying to live, right? So as a musician, think about those things that you pay and spend that payment, whether it's time or money, in the right places. So for example, if you're not that great in your home studio, you got GarageBand and you something like that, and you're like, this is cool, and you're putting some loops together and stuff for fun, or maybe you've been working on it for a year, like I was when I first started. I started off on a computer, and I honestly kind of sucked first 2 years I was doing it, just the way it was. I mean, I was learning it. I don't discourage that, but I was recording friends for beer. I couldn't charge money for how well I recorded. Don't waste those 2 years doing that at home on great songs. You don't want to have great songs that are really the most important part of what you do and waste them on bad production. So you can hire somebody who's really good to help you, even if you're not, hiring them to do everything. They can basically help you through the whole process. And then, ultimately what happens is that you can learn as you're going. So you learn how to do this as you're moving through this journey of learning to be a good, recording engineer. So think about very carefully where you're going to spend your time and your money. Resist the temptation to go for the cheap or the easy way out. Just like everything else in life, there's kind of no free lunch. You get lucky once in a while. You might win a lottery and so on. I didn't wear my seatbelt and I got thrown clear of the car, landed in a snowbank, car burst into flames. I survived, right? Wow. Still not a case for not wearing seatbelts, right? Super, super rare. So always think about that. And just to dwell a little more on music production, I wanted to talk about some of the things that you can do to really help your music go forward in music production, especially if you're doing it yourself. So the number one thing that you can do to vastly improve your recordings that have nothing to do with tips, tricks, being like an expert, winning Grammy Awards or anything like that, is literally, it's not rocket science. And all my peers who follow exactly the same thing, and so many indie musicians do not, is get yourself a microphone first off that matches the source of whatever you're trying to record. So if you're trying to sing, find the microphone that works for you. Don't go off reviews. Don't go off the price. Don't go off anything else other than trying it out and seeing, does this work the best with my vocal? Well, how do you do that, right? You can't buy a bunch of microphones. So I encourage you to be persistent. Put some of that payment I was talking about into that work to find the best microphone. Beg, borrow, don't steal, rent, do whatever you want to do. Pull some microphones together, try them all out. Here in LA, I can go down to Vintage King. If you happen to live in LA, it's probably open now, where most people are getting vaccinated here. You can walk into a room and they've got all these mics that are set up, and you can literally bring your own song and you can plug it into the computer. You can go up to each microphone in a row and you can sing into them and record yourself, like record a chorus or a verse, and do it for every mic. Type down on the track, like, this mic, this mic, this mic. You get to the end of the line, don't check it there, go home, take an ear break, relax, wake up the next day, have a listen and mix your vocal in a little bit, put some processing on it, put it in your music the way you like it, and then you'll know very quickly what the best mic for your vocal is. Done. It's over. You just go out, you pick up that mic, and it's finished. A huge reason that I got music on radio and like won awards and all of that was really focusing on simple things like that. So if I had a really big singer come in, I wouldn't say, well, I worked in studios where we had $10,000, $15,000 microphones, right? And then other cheaper ones too. I never considered the price. I literally would line up. I mean, I got better as I went because you get to know microphones and you suspect what they're going to sound good on. But I would literally put up 5 microphones and politely ask them, hey, do you mind singing like the first verse in just, half the verse in one of each of these mics really quick for me? Like I would do that. And then I would get the right mic and it was like, there's the perfect vocal. Did I do anything beyond getting a great mic? No, I didn't. It just sounded great coming through that mic with that singer into the Pro Tools. It made me look like a genius, right? And it had nothing to do with the processing. Some of that came later in the mix, but it had nothing to do with that. That is like 80 to 90% of getting your way there. Now you're like, Chris, that you just talked about vocals. What about everything else? The vocal is one of the most important parts of the song. It's the thing that really connects people because the vocal is capable of not only melody, but capable of saying things that can actually, paint words and images in your mind through words, right? No other instrument can do that. So it's got this kind of 1-2 punch going for it. And also we're very attuned to human voices, right? I mean, just probably from the womb, from our mother's voice or other people in our lives, we're very attuned to the human voice and the emotion in those voices. What does that voice mean? What's the intention behind what they're saying? Or if I'm a baby, what's the intention behind that tone, Right? So we're very attuned to that. Use that in your music. And what I just told you can allow you to nail the vocal. Now, the second big thing is make sure you record it in a place that is treated properly, like a little ISO booth, or get one of those little filters you can put around your microphone so that your room's not bleeding into it. So that is a massive part of making your music like after this call, you should just jump on it and go and try to find the right mic. Now, before I let that go, one really quick thing is that if you don't want to go down to a music store and try all those microphones, you should definitely try to one of those emulation microphones out. They're basically a microphone that has a flat response curve and you can dial through all the settings and you can basically get into different styles of microphones and you'll be able to pick your mic right there. They cost anywhere from about $500 to $1,000. I own one myself. It's under this bench. You probably noticed I live on a boat right now because we're sail around a lot, the family and I have a little recording setup. I got a little tiny office on the boat and I've got my microphone under the seat and it's one of those emulation mics. I didn't go out and buy a fancy mic. I bought $1,000 microphone that sounds as good or almost as good as other huge mics out there. So definitely do that. You can go and check out the Slate Digital is one of them. I have the Antelope and then there's a Townsend. Those are the 3 kind of big ones. Just buy one of those and you're set. You can put them on your acoustic, you can put them on your vocal, whatever works. So that's a really massive jump forward for you for getting your music into good shape for sync, which, as I said earlier, is also about getting your music out there, right? And production is the biggest mistake. 50% of the songs that I hear when people are coming into the Art of the Song pitch in the course, 50% at least are like, nope, production's not good enough. Does it mean that you're bad, that you suck? No, it doesn't mean that. It just means that you need more experience, or you can learn it, or you can throw some money at it, or you can just fix it. It's really easy, Don't be afraid of working with people. I'm working with a producer on my own music right now. I'm doing some stuff for fun. I don't consider myself the brightest crayon in the box. So I reached out to a friend who's a, wicked producer. Say, hey man, do you want to help work with me on this? And I was like, I would never have thought of that. That's really cool. Don't be afraid to pull people into your life who can help you do that. You can find them all within your budget. You're so lucky that you're doing this now. Because back in the day, you'd have to go spend thousands of dollars in a studio, fly to Los Angeles to get a big producer. Now you can go online to any platform that has producers on it, listen to what they do and write them an email. And you can say, hey man, don't just take their price. Just be like, I don't really have, the budget, and see if they'll move, right? You can absolutely do that. We unfortunately can't do that. Don't write us an email at Sundown Session Studio. That's my studio. We stick, but I try to lower the price to the bone. and really record people for like a super low price for like world-class product. But if you're not into that, or studios like mine to do that, go hunt down a producer. Go find someone who can do it within your budget. Another really quick tip here about better recordings, right? Which apply not only to sync, but everything else. Pay attention to your groove and your beats, right? So vocal and beats are a huge part of music. And if you think about most music, right? I mean, pretty much all music has meter. It has to have meter to follow itself. Even classical music has that. There's a meter or a rhythm within it. And then there's melody, and then of course more complex things like harmonies and so on, blah, blah, blah. If you break it down to its fundamentals, right? If you break it down to an acoustic guitar and a vocal, this is the rhythm, right? And then you're changing the chords to create accompaniment to a melody. Hip hop, super cool. Beat, vocal, decorations. Now that's not all hip hop, but you can make a killer song with a beat and a vocal. You don't even need a melody. I mean, rapping over it's not really a melody. It's all rhythm or counter rhythms and so on. So don't get too complicated with thinking about how your production needs to be. You don't have to be Radiohead, right? You can literally be simple, but pay attention to your groove. And when you're thinking about putting a groove in, don't always just reach for a loop. Don't just say, well, this loop sounds cool and I'm going to play to it. You're playing to someone else's rhythm. It may suit the style of music you do, so you can ignore what I just said. But most often what I try to do is incorporate your vibe, right? Your vibe into it. So quick tip, if you're an acoustic guitar player and you're playing your song in most DAWs, at least in Logic, you can record it and then you can beat map the loop to your rhythm. You can tell the computer, say, I kind of have this beat I want to use, and here's my acoustic guitar, the way I play, right? Your style. And then you make that beat follow your rhythm. And that changes everything. And then think about the samples. Change samples out, play with them. Just like, is that a cool kick drum? It's okay. You got to be high-fiving, man. You got to be like, that is amazing. Is this mainstream? Who cares? Make it exciting, make it cool. So groove, really important, vocal, really important. And then the other things, of course, this isn't a recording course we're doing here. I'm going to be running out of time if I keep going, but I just wanted to hit like really important fundamentals about that. The last big one, right? I can't get into all the other stuff, but the last big one is mixing. So mixing is so important because that's why mix engineers exist. And the idea when you record is that when you pull your faders up, if you do your recording properly and you pull your faders up, you should be most of the way there to a mix before you even start mixing. Like your rough mix when you're tracking should sound reasonably close to the final product, right? That means you did it right. If you're fixing it in the mix, where you're having to like, wow, I got to do a bunch of work here to make it sound good, wasn't properly recorded. But the mix process nonetheless is really, really critical. Like you can like turn something up by 0.3 dB and it changes the relationship with something that now sounds different with something else. It's like a very, very delicate balance once you hone in on it. And one real quick tip about great mixing and is that, one thing that happened to me is I was in a studio and it was one of my first big gigs, right? As when I moved up the chain and I was working with this big band in Canada and we had a big, beautiful Neve board. I had no excuses for a sucky mix, right? I had this beautiful Neve board, all this great outboard. And I was sitting there and I was mixing away, here up, okay, tweak. Another hour goes by, tweak. I don't know, go take a break, come back. You know what? I was just tweaking my way out of a wet paper bag. It was just like, it was silly, right? So I realized that it just wasn't really happening. The band was like, yeah, it's good. I knew in my heart it wasn't great, right? Had to. So I literally zeroed everything. There was no automation on it. I lost all my work, just zeroed the whole board, turned the speakers up, only because it was a rock tune at that point. And I just played the song. I literally pulled the drums up quick, right? Boom, boom, boom. Let's add more bass to that kick. Okay, nope, no presence. Boom. Okay, great. Snare. Worked my way through the mix in 45 minutes, just brought the guitars up, EQ'd them a little more. Let's compress the heck out of them. Okay, back that off a bit. Boom, done. Pull them away. Vocal. At the end of it, it slammed. It was amazing. I went with my gut. I played the mix like I play an instrument. And that is key. Like music is about emoting. It's about emotion, right? So don't get too techie unless you're doing techno or you're doing something that, you know, you really do want to kind of intellectualize the mix. That's okay. But most music is going to really benefit from you like doing things without looking at the meters, without thinking about it too much, and going for feel, sound, and vibe. And so next time you do your mix, do your tweaky mix and save it. On my Neve board, I couldn't do it. You can just do it. Just save it. Save as, pull up another one, and zero everything. You know, don't take the effects off things that are important. If you squish the guitar and distorted it, put chorus on it to make it like whiz around the room, that's great. Leave that. Don't touch that. That's cool. But take all the faders and all the basic processing and just pull all your faders down and just do whatever. And then quickly with vibe, and I'm not saying you have to crank your speakers, watch your hearing, you know, you should listen to it loud sometimes, but make sure you don't do it all the time. And go for vibe. Do one really fast and see what happens. Now, if you don't beat your tweaking mix, that's okay. I don't think you likely will. What will really happen is you'll probably have parts in your vibe mix that are going to be awesome in your tweak mix. You'll be like, yeah, I kind of got the verse just perfect in my tweak mix, but man, my chorus kicks butt, you know, in the vibe mix. So do that. Go grab that stuff. Go look at what you did and mimic it in your other one. So inject some passion, some vibe, okay? And then the very last thing I'm going to wrap up with production, the production thing, because I want to focus on this super big pitfall, is don't ever be afraid of doing something that is what you think is like, you know, what is cutting edge and you feel is too avant-garde, what you feel it's too risky. Go for it. You know, there's two words that express that. Billie Eilish, right? Who would have thought Billie Eilish would be on the radio, like, you know, with what her and her brother do, right? I mean, that was just not what you heard on the radio. You know what? They didn't care. They did it the way they wanted to do it from their heart. They changed things, going back even further. Nirvana, like, I mean, they stood on the shoulders of the Pixies and all this other stuff, but no one ever thought alt music like that would ever get on the radio. So ignore all of that. Music supervisors in sync are looking for the cool stuff. They want to be known as the people who discovered the cool stuff. So go for it, man. Don't hold back. Don't go way off the deep end for the sake of it either. You know, you don't want to throw on like a crazy shirt just because it's like, I want to wear a crazy shirt. Do it because you feel like I feel good in it. You know, and I'm just going to do it because I think it's cool. So anyway, I just wanted to kind of dive into production. You know, like I said, as a music producer, the biggest problem that I see, and you know, we can talk later, you know, so at the end of this, I have a metadata cheat sheet, which is basically one big important thing. I'll talk about it in a second that you have to have is metadata on your MP3 when you send it for sync. It's all your information, like your name, your address. I don't know how many times this actually happened. This happened to some students, right? So a couple of these students, actually, I can't mention their names. They did not put their metadata in their MP3. Thankfully, the supervisor knew me. And they're like, hey, whose songs are these again? And I'm like, so I scolded them. But the bottom line is you have to have all your information so that they can know who you are and track you down, and then also file your stuff. Anyway, the guide that I'm going to give you is free at the end. Just sign up. If you sign up and get the guide, which you should, just for yourself, you'll also be on our mailing list. You can unsubscribe right away if you don't want to be on our mailing list. But if you're on there, I talk a lot more about other stuff in sync instead of this production stuff. So you're like, hey, Chris, I want to hear more about the writing, you know, some of these other parts about how you get your music connect to the right people in TV and film. I do blogs every week about that, so you can check that out. So then quickly moving on, Michael, I've been talking and talking. Are you feeling, do you want to say something? Because I'm going to keep jumping through my steps here. How you doing back there?
This is great, man. I mean, this is some ninja stuff around like the production, especially. Usually when we talk, I think I'm used to focusing more just like on the overall licensing side. So it's interesting to kind of hear you really dive deep into the production side, and I think it's great too, just from experience. Like you've worked with so many artists now in this world, so being able to give them perspective on the number one of the biggest problems that you see, I think is super valuable. And I personally took away a ton out of the even just like that one trick about the microphone, finding the right microphone for your voice. I've heard that a lot, and I've never really heard a really awesome broken down solution for discovering that and being able to find, yeah, like I imagine being able to go into a store and literally being able to test it. All of those would be incredible. Or getting one of those emulation mics sounds like awesome. So yeah, super appreciate. I think you're sharing some really valuable stuff, and I'm looking forward to hearing the rest of it.
Cool, man. Awesome. So yeah, I dwelled on the production because again, easiest thing to fix, really, really important, super, super important. Music supervisors, when they listen to a song, and no matter how great your song is, no matter how great your song is, if they listen in the first 10 seconds, the production's not up to par, boop, they hit stop, and it's game over. It's done. So you're not going to be able to, unfortunately, ever succeed, and so you won't even get heard if your production's not up to snuff. Okay, so we talked about that enough. I wish I could keep going, but we got to move on. The next step, so we talked about targeting, right? Using tunefind.com to make sure that you're hitting the right targets. You're sending your music to the right shows, the right films, and all that stuff, okay? The second one was writing. The third one, the long one, was music production. Now, the fourth one is vetting. Now, this is super important. It's something I didn't invent. I sort of borrowed it from like companies. Hollywood does it all the time, right? With movies, they'll have like focus groups, go see the movie, and they'll have measure, what do you find funny? They'll edit it according to what the audience thought. It's a really smart thing to do because as I discovered in the studio, and I alluded to before, never think of yourself as the brightest crayon in the box. Like, you can't know everything. You can be really good. You can be really great at what you do. You should have advisors. You should have a mentor if you can get one. You should have friends that you respect their opinion, be able to pipe in and offer you solutions. At Sync Songwriter, I have a team and they all do different things at Sync Songwriter. I'm constantly asking them, like, what do you think of this? What do you, and they come up with ideas that I would never have come up with. It has nothing to do with where you are on the totem pole or how you value yourself or how you value other people or if you put them on a pedestal or you don't. It's just about being human, and it's about information and different perspectives. So in the studio, you want to do that because you're all going to win, right? All the boats rise with the tide. So you're all going to like do really well. The same thing with your music as an artist. So when you're trying to get it out to your fans or into TV and film, it's great to set up a vetting group, which means that you have other people in an organized fashion tune in to your music and say, this is what I think. And the trick with the vetting group isn't like, what do you think of the song? Is this the, what do you think of the song? Right? That's a terrible question. That's like a 10,000 foot view question. You want to ask something much more granular, right? An example would be like, who do I remind you of? What band? That's way more valuable because you can take that and say, oh, I had no idea I sound like, this person or this band. Now, in the course, we go in we talk about, especially the coaching calls, different questions you should be asking your vetting group to really narrow things down. The key to this is you find a pattern. So if you have a vetting group and a majority of them say one specific thing, I put a song in once to a vetting group just for fun. Took one of my own songs, didn't tell them it was me. I just put it into the fray. And I asked them, anonymously, what do you think of this particular thing or this thing? And I got back some feedback, consistent feedback, where I was like, what? You're kidding me. And I re-listened to it. I was like, they want me to change the verses a bit repetitive, but I kind of wrote it that way. I'm listening to it. I'm like, they're right. Did I change it? No, I didn't change it because I'm the artist. I do what I want. You don't have to change it according to anybody's opinion, but now you know how music supervisors hear your music, probably, because most other people hear it the same way. They're humans too. Now you know if you want to change something, how you're going to change it in a better way for the listener. You can decide if you want to do it or not, but that is so important. It's like getting back to that shirt, talking about wearing a loud shirt. it's great to take someone to try on clothes at a clothes store with you, right? What do you think of this? Does this look good on me or whatever? We all value these types of opinions, not just with clothes, but with other things too, right? So really important step. And then the final one is pitching. And that is, the big one. You can't just go and pitch your music if you don't do the other 4 steps ahead of it. But in terms of pitching your music, some of the things that are super important that you got to pay attention to is how you approach either supervisors or representation. You can't just get a sync agent, who are people who will shop your music for you, or get into a top library. Please ignore the bottom libraries. There's libraries you could go out right now, non-exclusive libraries you can put your music up in, and you'll be in there with millions of songs, essentially, in many cases. Not a great place to be. You want to be with somebody who's got you on the front burner with a smaller roster. To get through to those people is just as hard to get through as the music supervisors. So in the Art of the Song pitch, we teach people in the pitch module how to do that. We give them an email template, talking exactly what goes on in their mind and so on. And most importantly, we actually put them in front of music supervisors. We connect you with music supervisors. So again, the course is not open right now. If you just tuned in, I'm not sitting here promoting my course or anything. Registration is closed. We're not doing it till the fall. Just referencing these steps so that you can understand, even on your own, how you need to sort of think about this as if you're trying to get your music heard by music supervisors. So, the last thing is we put them in front of music supervisors because it's so freaking hard to connect with the people at the top. If you're trying to get a record deal, a publishing deal, or, a lot of you have probably tried, you're trying to get on the radio. How do you even do that, right? Now, is it about who you know? It's not about who you know. It's about when you know them, right? That's really what's key. You want to know them when your music is done and hot, ready to go. You can spend years figuring that out, like I did. You can, go years and years and years. And I slowly built my network up. I know tons of music supervisors here in Los Angeles and stuff like that. We hang out, they're friends, we talk, and all of that. But that takes a long time. So we connect you. We put you right in front of the music supervisors to connect that way. So outside of the Art of the Song pitch, if you're thinking about getting your music to music supervisors, out to top agents, out to top libraries, think of the ways that you can connect with them, because that's critical. You've got to be able to get your music in front of them to be heard. Okay. So that's obviously a very critical part, difficult, and is the main reason why we set up the Art of the Song pitch, because it is so hard to do. So there's no easy button. I can't sit here and say, oh, all you got to do is this to do it. I literally have to take you and go, okay, these are my friends. Here we go. I'm going to introduce you, right? I don't have a magic button for, the magic email or here's the number you call. It's just like anything, right? So really that's what it is. But remember that a big part, going forward, a big part of what you do is going to be get your metadata in your files. Okay, so at the end, I just want to remind you, there's a cheat sheet we did up. It's actually in our course. We're just giving it to you for free. It's a cheat sheet that says exactly how to do it, what to put in, why you need to put it in, and then that is a critical stage for them to be able to know who it's from, how to categorize the music, and what shows it might be good for, and all of that. So at the end of the show here, we'll have a little link, and you can do that. So, Mike, is there a Q&A? Did you want to do one of those, or should?
Yeah, man, let's definitely do a Q&A. So first of all, just thank you so much for sharing all that, and also thank you for putting together. I know that the course isn't available right now; it's not open, so it's super generous to have that free resource. So, like always, if you look at the chat in the comments, then if you type in Chris's name, then it should automatically hyperlink, and you can click on it. And if our team is on it, then that hyperlink hopefully will go to the free resource, or at least it'll go to where you can learn more from Chris. So that's awesome. And yeah, man, let's go to our audience questions and see what some of the biggest questions are. And yeah, it's great. I feel like every time we talk, I feel like I learn a ton, and I take away a bunch of gold nuggets, and I really appreciate you going deep into the process of like that third step, the production, and sharing some of those like very like specific, very tangible. I think that anyone here can really take those away and probably 10x their likelihood of getting licensing placements just based on that one little section that you just shared. I think literally like 10 times more likely to be able to get sync placements based on that. So it's super, super valuable. So let's go to some of our top questions. So top three. So someone's had 2 equipment questions. Oh, so we had 2 different equipment questions. So from Com Habitat and Carrie Miller. Do you have a go-to vocal plugin for EQ / what are the best headphones for mixing? Okay, so I guess they're 2 different questions. So the question is, do you have a go-to vocal plugin for EQ?
So before I answer that question, I really want to emphasize that a lot of the small things like that, that's cool that you're thinking about that. It's, and I will answer that. But I want to say that it's important to remember that those details, like, which EQ you use or which little thing, if you're like really advanced and you're like making like, world-class records, then that can start to become like, oh yeah, this is a cool conversation piece, right? If you're in the middle somewhere, I have no idea. You might be a total pro. But if you're in the middle or the beginning, it doesn't really matter. So, if you're just thinking about, well, Chris, I just want to buy a plugin, so I'll tell you kind of what I jump for first. And that is like I tend to, because I know it so well, I tend to go for a Neve type of plugin. I find it, warms up vocals, fattens them up. Not all the time, but that's one of the first things that I'll throw on a vocal quickly, because it's a very primitive EQ compared to what you can get nowadays, right? So you can dial in a sound. If you've recorded your vocal well and you've done it in a way that you've chosen a microphone that is, the right mic, you shouldn't have to EQ a lot. So a simple EQ should be able to do everything you need it to do. A little boost on the top, a little cut somewhere or whatever, warming it up, shelf off the lows. So that would be my go-to, but it's certainly not the only EQ I use. And again, to emphasize, it doesn't really matter. All you got to do, honestly, is just cycle through them quickly. Like, you got plugins that come with your DAW. If you're not getting it, like, you don't even have to decide what you like. You have to decide when it gets better. So if you throw an EQ on and you're fiddling with it and you're like, I'm not feeling the vocals so great, just like, save your settings if you want or whatever, bypass it and then throw another EQ in there and do that. And you might find one that you'll be like, oh, that was easy, and really not know why. It's not even about is it better. It's not even about, was that the right decision? It's just like, oh, that just works better. Accept it, move on. So I highly recommend trying things out, like I said about microphones and so on too previously.
Yeah, that's so good. And I feel like it sort of illustrates what you talked about earlier about getting feedback and like the vetting process. It would be so easy to go down a rabbit hole of like, what's the best EQ and what's this, and then like literally you're able to kind of cut through. Like, well, that might not actually be the right question, or there might be like a deeper question beneath this, or maybe that's, if focusing on the microphone, like that's going to give you a lot more bang for your buck. So I think it's just a nice reiteration of that point too. And feedback in general, like if you're trying to learn how to be a better basketball player and you're closing your eyes and you keep throwing the ball at the hoop, you never know, like you can't adapt. You don't know like how close you got, you don't know what. But if you have a vetting group or you have, a community like what you've built, and you're able to actually put it out and hear the feedback, kind of learn from that, it gives you what you need in order to improve, in order to really adapt.
Totally. Yeah. And hey, Mike, just to add one little thing on the EQ thing, it's like saying, what's the right shirt should I wear? What's my go-to shirt? Well, it's not really, we don't have go-to shirts. I have a number of shirts. I wore my motorcycle, thing. I used to ride motorbikes a lot. Just felt like wearing it today for no other reason. Just felt like wearing it today. So sometimes EQs are like that. Tuesday might be a different EQ than Wednesday, just because your brain's different. You're hearing the music a bit differently. So
awesome. All right. So next question here said, from Curious Civilian, so another auto-generated name, asked, do music directors prefer to license unreleased songs, or will they work with previously released material?
They'll definitely work with previous released material. The only time unreleased material really matters is that if you're famous or semi-famous, they like to get a scoop on something, right? They'll be like, wow, talking about Billie Eilish earlier, right? So if she and her brother decided to put a song onto a movie or a show or something, the show would love to premiere the song, right? So unreleased would be even better than released. But if you're not one of those people, it really doesn't matter. You know, you could have songs that recorded. We have older students, some recorded in the 70s, 80s, 90s, whatever. Um, that's all good to go. You know, it just, you've got to get the right time period piece, but it doesn't matter how long it's been out. It's only how relevant it is to the show or movie or ad.
Good stuff. All right. So Kind Civilian asked, what about the balance between, like, do you need a producer or can you produce your own music?
Do you need a producer?
Yeah, the question, do you need a producer or can you produce your own music for licensing?
Yeah, you can definitely produce your own music for licensing, but uh, you know, there's something about, again, it's really like, it's like why I'm working with a producer. You know, I, I, I mean, I've done well. You know, you think that I'd be like the best person to produce my own music, and I know that I'm not. You know, I could do a perfectly good job, right? I'm not trying to do a good job. I'm trying to do a great job, and it's sometimes it's just, you know, you're too close to it. You're too close to your own head. You know, it's tough. It's like when you have a problem, you know, and it seems so insurmountable sometimes. So it's a big problem. And then you tell your friend and they're like, oh, do this, this, and this. And you're like, wow, how do they know it so easily? Are they, you know, are they smarter than you? No, they're not. It's just the way we're built psychologically as humans. So I always recommend, if you don't use a producer, use at least someone to bounce your stuff off that knows what they're talking about. But I do advise using a producer, and don't forget there's such thing called co-producing, right? You can bring someone on as a co-producer. Don't give them, if you don't want to give them publishing, you don't want to give them whatever, don't do it. Just try to say, hey, can I pay you this? Or maybe they'll do it for a low amount of money. Or can I just bounce things off of you, you know? Or here's my song. Before I start my song, I'm going to send it to you. Can you come up with a beat for this, or like some drum part or something, and send it to me? And if they kill it, if they like blow away what you were doing, work with them, because your music's going to win, right? And you're not going to be thinking later, after you've got your show, in your movie, your song in a show, or you've got you're on the radio. You're not going to be thinking about, I wish I'd done everything myself. You know, it's a team effort.
That's so good. Yeah, I mean, and it really points to the fact that, like, you don't necessarily have to choose one or the other, and like they can really complement each other, right? Like, I know personally, for me, like, all of my mentors and the most successful people I know, they all have mentors for themselves, usually in the same field as like the thing that they're doing, right? It's just part of the human condition. And I mean, there's billions and billions of people in the world, and, you know, to say like someone's like the number one person like in the world, even when you're at that point too, it's like we talked about before, it's like a matter of taste sometimes, not necessarily about, like, you know, right or wrong. But I think absolutely there's so much value, no matter how good you are as a producer, no matter how many Juno Awards that Chris SD has won. There's a huge amount of value in having that perspective and finding a producer to be able to collaborate with. Ari from our team, Ari asked, if you had to pick the number one best thing you ever did for your career in sync, what would it be?
Ooh. Interesting question, Ari. Wait a minute, is Ari allowed to ask questions here?
Yeah, Ari, what's going on?
What's going on? The number one best thing I ever did for my career in sync. Now, my career in sync is helping people to get into sync, so I'll answer that question, I guess, if that's the thing. Because I just to clarify, it wasn't like I was out there putting music, you know, of my own. Like I don't write music of my own for sync. I help people get their music into sync. So I think the best thing that I ever did was investing that time and effort to get relationships with music supervisors. Like, I just know so many of them. It just makes things like so much easier, you know, for everything. Not a lot of people have that opportunity. So I would say that was a big one. And also starting the course, the art of the song pitch with Sync Songwriter. It was just like, you know, starting that out, and then that's where the successes really started for our students. So.
That's a super valuable question and answer, and yeah, I think it goes really well with what we've been talking about throughout the entire event in terms of just like building relationships and the power of communicating in a way that's humble and focused on providing value for the other person. I mean, Chris and I have, gone out to dinner several times. Probably just like a month or two ago, you were down in Florida, and we've been on a sailboat together. We've sailed out to Catalina, and it was incredible. And there's, and I know that one of my mentors, Jeff Walker, like he talked about how his partners, the people that he's collaborated with the most, who've really supported each other, pretty much every single one of them, they've gotten together in person and had lunch or dinner together, and they like know each other, like they've built a relationship. So always looking at that, and who do I need to be connecting with and building a relationship with, even if you're just planting the seeds at the beginning, because you all start somewhere. I think that's super valuable.
Yeah, couldn't agree more.
All right, so let's go to a couple of more questions. We got one from Great Traveler, who asked, "Hey Chris, what's your opinion about recording songs using live instruments, guitars, etc., versus MIDI?"
So in terms of live instruments, I would use them when you're trying to have a feeling of live instruments. Pretty simple. MIDI is, if you're talking about trying to interchange live instruments with like MIDI live instruments, then I would default towards live instruments if you can. Now, there's lots of great songs out there that have MIDI drum kits, right? Like a lot of DAWs have the MIDI drum kits. You can program them. There's something they're still working on, which is like the separation between the components of the drum kit, for example, right? Is that, the cymbal always sounds in isolation. The hi-hat sounds in isolation, kick drum. My favorite drum samples have been Abbey Road. So Abbey Road drums, Abbey Road drummer. You can get like 60s, 70s, modern drummer, there's a bunch of different packages. Those are really cool to me, the most natural sounding drum emulation things. In terms of other instruments, a lot of those other ones don't even matter, and they're much better to use MIDI because you don't want to go out and buy like an Ace Tone from the 60s. Just dial it up on your keyboard thing, and there's a perfectly good sample of an Ace Tone, or synths and stuff, analog synthesizers. There's a lot of programs that have actual analog samples, so they're actual synthesizers recorded. So I would go for MIDI, honestly, for like things that you're not going to tell the difference if you're going for live. Of course, if you're doing like hip hop and techno and stuff, obviously you wouldn't use live instruments normally. And then if you're trying to sound like, you're doing folk, you're doing like rock or whatever, try to get live if you can. And if it's outside your budget, or maybe it just doesn't sound as good, like your buddy who's got a little recording studio just doesn't sound as good as the other one, then default to MIDI. It's fine. So it's always, again, about, there's no rules, right? It's about the taste. What's like the shirt you're going to wear. I'm not going to wear this to like I don't do job interviews, but if I was going to go to a job interview, I wouldn't show up in this shirt. So depends on your music, what you're going for, and trying it out and experiment and see. But make sure that you call BS, man. Make sure you know how to do that. Make sure your meter's like sensitive, where in your heart of hearts that you're like, this isn't cutting it. Don't do it. Like, it's like be malicious with your creativity and your quality. Don't settle. That's super important. Anything that you do in sync, and especially with recording, just don't settle. You don't have to be perfect, but just always make sure that you feel like I knew when we had a great song in the studio or a great mix or whatever, when everyone in the studio was going, awesome. There's that weird smile we get on our face when we know it's amazing. And it's just something you can't point to what it is. You can't say, well, I did this or I did that. It's literally just like, wow, you nailed it, right? Wow, you nailed it. What does that even mean? You nailed that speech. Well, what? The way you spoke, how long you spoke, that doesn't matter. You nailed it. Focus on that. That's really important.
I love that. So, Chris, man, you're awesome. Really appreciate you being on the conference this year. So, to wrap it up, if you had to leave everyone here with one big idea, what do you feel like people in the audience need to know right now, specifically when it comes to success with sync? Let's say that people are here right now, and they've heard a few different perspectives of sync licensing, and they're like, they're still kind of beginners. So maybe they've invested into recording an EP or an album, and they actually have some like pretty good, higher quality music now. And they're like, you know what, I think I really want to start trying to put some stuff together for sync licensing. What was just like one big, what do you think that they need to hear right now?
Right. I guess the most important thing that you're going to want to do is you're going to want to be able to connect with the people who can listen to your music. So it doesn't just mean music supervisors. It means representation. It just means being heard. That's the big challenge, right? It's being heard. Your music can't go anywhere if it's not heard. You can have the best produced music, best written music, and there's so much great indie music that's going to be lost in the ocean, right? It will never ever see the light of day, just because they just never got heard. Fans never really picked up on it, and it's just a sad fact. It's kind of the downer side of today's music. It's like, well, back in the label days, the same thing. So I would say that the challenge, the problem, right? The big, deep thing you need to solve is getting your music heard. So you need to figure out what those things are for your music to get heard. So the first thing that you want to do on a really basic level is what we just talked about, is get your house in order before you have the party, right? Clean up your house, make sure it looks nice, put your best candles out, your best silverware. What I'm talking about is the writing and the production and the vetting and all the stuff where you got your something going on social. They like to see like you're doing something with your music. Make sure everything's kind of ready, right? We teach that in the Art of the Song pitch. That's what those 5 steps are for. We teach, like, here's how you get your house in order for the big party to impress the exclusive party you're about to have. That's really what that's about. And then we throw the party for you. We put you in front of the music supervisors. So I would say the 2 things: keep your house in order, and then think of the ways that you need to connect with the right people. That's not just music supervisors. It's like top level representation. How are you going to get them to listen to your music, which is really hard. It's hard for me to do. Sometimes I send stuff out to, we did a little program recently last year, and I have been reaching out to some of these top people who I don't know. And I have enough cred, man, for me to get through to them, but it's not always easy, so I can imagine what it's like for indie musicians. So those are the things that we tackle in the Art of the Song pitch. There's no magic button for it, but when you set that compass, we talked about the compass at the very beginning of this, right? When your compass, think about like where you excel, stick to your genius, and think about, how do I get my house in order? How am I going to connect with those people, right? Don't just put your stuff online and hope to be discovered, right? That's that old adage. It's just hope. It's like being in a life raft waiting for someone to discover you. Works well in a life raft to survive, but it doesn't work in sync. So just make sure. And then the last thing I'll leave you with, some people are saying, well, Chris, the odds of getting your music synced are super, super low. And the little story I like to tell to finish this off with is that, think about what your odds are of going to, say, well, let's talk about Mars now, right? They're talking about going to Mars probably the next 20 years. So, right? So what are your odds of you being picked to be an astronaut to go to Mars? Well, if you're that farmer in Utah, you're probably, 1 in 7.5 billion, right? Which is the population of the Earth. You're probably around there somewhere. But what happens if you're an astronaut that is being trained by NASA? What are your odds now? Right? Way different. So think about those things and how you do those things. I found a way to get people heard, to get their house in order and get people heard. And even if you don't come into my world, there's other resources out there, and you can think about how to do those 2 things. So I can't tell you how to do it because, like I said, it's a very difficult thing to do. There's no magic button. I just do it. But think about those 2 things. House in order first. Make sure you do that. Then how am I going to connect with the right people to make this happen for me?
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. And I mean, that's part of the reason that I'm so grateful to everyone on this conference and to you, Chris, for being here. Is just like earlier during this conversation when you broke down the production tips and you brought up the microphone and you brought up different things like that. the likelihood, like I almost imagine it like a numbers game where it's like, what's the likelihood that you're going to be successful with your music? Probably one in, like you said, 1 in 1 billion, 1 in 1 million. And then it's like with each speaker is coming on here, with each thing you're learning, you're literally taking these nuggets of wisdom from people who've been successful, who are sharing, their lessons and the learnings. And every single person that's coming on here, it's like your odds are like shooting up and up and up. And I think that hands down, the number one thing that I found across all successful people, the thing that's really separated them, or the thing that more than anything else, I think brings them together is their ability to find mentorship and to find guidance. And so I super appreciate what you're doing. Thanks for coming on here to share some of the experiences and some of the lessons that you learned. So I know that the course is offline right now, and I really appreciate you having the free resource for people to be able to figure out their metadata in the meantime. Could you tell us a little bit more about, let's say that someone here is interested, they're like, okay, like shoot, I really wish I could get the course right now, but it's going to take a little bit of time. But they're interested in kind of learning more and maybe at least just being notified when things come back online. What would be the best place for them to go to stay connected?
Yeah, sure. All you got to do if you want to, get more into my world and what we're doing, is just download that metadata guide. You're gonna have to enter your name and your email address. You automatically end up on our mailing list. And then if you just want to grab that and not be on our mailing list, that's totally cool, man. Just unsubscribe. But if you want to be in my world and every week get these, like I'm releasing these vlogs where I talk a lot more about sync, and I send things out to help people between the course. We only launch once a year. Then just stay on the mailing list and you'll get all this stuff. And actually, when you download the metadata guide, the cheat sheet that we have for you at the end of this call, there's also, you're going to get an email with a link to my top mix tricks and tips. So I did 2 vlogs talking about my number 1 mix tips and tricks, and you can find those out on those videos as well. So yeah, if you want to be in my world, just download the guide and you're in, man. I'm looking forward to seeing you there.
Good stuff. Right on. Well, Chris, thank you again so much. It's been awesome talking with you, and appreciate you being here and really serving and supporting the community of artists when it comes to music licensing. Well, Mike, right back at you, my friend. I mean, you're doing arguably even more than I am, and it's really incredible what you do, and Modern Musician, to raise, people, get them out. You're doing what I do, but you're doing it on this amazing scale with all these different experts and stuff like that. You're a real leader in our community, and it is amazing to see. I love what you do every year when it is. I always jump at the opportunity to be like, yes, I'm very happy to come on here and talk on your conference. So everyone who's watching, like, you guys are already ahead of 50% of everyone out there by having been here. Like Michael said, you learn from everybody going up the chain, and I look forward to hearing tons of success stories coming up, just like my latest syncs that from students that have gotten in the Art of the Song pitch. So thanks for having me, Mike. Greatly appreciated. Man, how awesome is Chris? I mean, every single person that they're meeting here, it's literally like you're distilling 20 years plus of wisdom into like 1 hour and then being able to absorb it. It's pretty cool. So let's go ahead and let's break for about 22 minutes, and we're going to wrap things up for the entire event. So, oh my gosh, it's almost over. It feels like we just started, and it's been such a blessing and an honor to be able to host the event for you guys. So our last speaker is going to be Sydney Eugene. So Sydney, I think he was 16 years old, and he helped facilitate a $52 million deal with Warner record label. So he really got to start working at a major record label and, doing some pretty incredible things there. And I think it's going to be really valuable to understand the perspective that comes from the major record label side of things. And he's going to really talk about what does that look like? When is it the right time? If you're interested in pursuing a record label deal, what are the pros and the cons? And also, what does it look like to start your own record label for yourself? And it's gonna be a lot of fun. It'll be a great one to sort of launch. Well, not really launch. What's the right word I'm looking for? It's like the very end of a show. It's like the last song. It's gonna be great. So let's take a quick 20-minute break, and we'll come back and we'll wrap things up with the one and only Sydney Eugene.
Right, cool.
All right, and we're here live with our very last speaker for the entire event. I was just telling him, like you're the very last one, so no pressure or anything. But I know, I know he's gonna rock it because Sydney's the man. So Sydney,
Thank
let me
you.
give you a quick introduction. So Sydney Eugene worked at Warner Brothers from the age of 16, and at that point facilitated a $52 million deal. So, that's pretty incredible. And so he has a lot of experience navigating really the record label side of the music industry. And so today, I thought it would be really valuable and interesting to talk about as an independent artist. How's the landscape shifted? And right now, I know that there's quite a few people who are maybe interested in pursuing a record label deal, and we're going to talk about the pros and cons of that, and also kind of looking at yourself and as a record label. So, Sydney, man, thank you so much for taking the time to be here and to help us wrap up the event.
It's my pleasure, man. Thank you so much for letting me be a part of this. It's awesome.
Absolutely. So, for anyone that's here right now who this is their first time connecting with you, could you just share a little bit about your story and how you got started, and how you've created Learn MB?
That's a long one. I'll try to make it short and sweet. Lightning strikes. That's all I can say. It does happen. Lightning does strike. For me, it's. I won't say that I cheated, but it was just kind of given to me. So I mean, who can say, like, really literally starting at Warner Brothers was a dare. I was dared by my girlfriend at the time to go and apply, and I did so, just to own up to the dare, and I got the position. So I can't really take too much credit for that, but then that is what kind of put me on Music Row and allowed all these other fantastic things to happen, just because I was in the right place kind of at the right time. That also led to me seeing Universal Music Group's back office, and then Sony Red's back office. And so that put me in a really privileged group in regards to, or fortunate group in regards to, being able to work at all three majors, or work with all three majors, and see kind of how the industry works from the inside out. And so that gave us certain types of information that, is almost coveted in regards to how you're going to deal with major labels. And so I had an artist that I was helping, and he said, man, you should teach this information. Like, you should really teach, because he got the results that he was looking for relatively quick. And I said, sure, man. And so then I kind of started teaching. And so that's where we are now with Learn MBE. I try my best to just not to take the high seat when it comes to that, because I really look at mine as being, I hate the word lucky, but it was like right place, right time scenario. But that also lends itself to anybody being able to recreate those situations, because with the whole Sony Red scenario, the reason I got that is because I was working harder than anybody else in the building. I worked to the point of exhaustion where I passed out. So when the vice president came in, I was laying on the floor, and he said, I need somebody for this position. And he said, Sydney, you're the one, because I was right there. So just because I was there didn't mean that I had some type of edge, because really I continued to apply myself more than anybody else that I knew. And so those things were able to produce the results that I ended up achieving.
That's super interesting. Yeah, and I think it's most of the mentors I have are like the most successful people. I think acknowledge the factor of quote unquote luck in their journey, but luck. It's one thing. Like, I've heard it described this way: luck is where preparedness meets opportunity, right? Because there's so many opportunities that people miss out on that could have been quote unquote lucky, but they just weren't really prepared for it. So I think that there certainly is an aspect to being prepared, and you can do the right things that eventually, if you're persistent, then you happen to get lucky. And it's not really so much about being lucky; it's just about really honing your craft and working at it for so long and doing the right things repeatedly until you get quote unquote lucky. So having had this perspective and this experience from the major record label side of things, who would you say? So let's say that there's some people here right now who are maybe somewhat earlier on in their career. They've started to hone their craft. They've invested a good amount of time and energy into recording some songs. They've even worked with some producers and got an EP or an album, and it's like some pretty good quality stuff. But they're still kind of just getting started building their audience. Maybe they have less than 1,000 people on their email list and on their social media accounts. When do you think people who do you think is the right fit for the record label route, and when is the right time to start even considering that, and what does that process look like?
Well, so I think everyone is the right fit for that, and I think it's just because the human lifespan isn't as long as it should be, in my opinion. So because of that, that record label gives us life outside of ourselves, right? So I think everyone it needs to consider that. If you're making music and you want generations and generations and generations of people to be able to hear it, the record label is the best way to do that, right? Whether or not you're doing it with a major is a whole different ballgame. What I can tell you is that majors like playing with other labels. They really like playing with labels versus artists, and it's just because of the business format. It's a lot easier to deal with another business to business because there's a certain degree of understanding, right? They know that you get a little bit more than you would just if you're coming in as an artist. It's just, it's all about your music. You're really hoping that you have that one song that everybody likes. It's when you're looking at it from a business standpoint, it's more of a bottom line scenario. And I don't mean that in the sense of earnings as much as I mean in the sense of traction. Like, really, what are you doing that's making something happen on behalf of that label that gets the attention of those people that watch those things? And so really, I think the label is something that you must consider. I put it as the first step if you're interested in really having a sustainable music career, because it's going to protect your music. It's going to give you that sense of ownership. It's going to put you in a whole different ballpark than people who are just putting their music out randomly.
Cool, man. So it sounds like what you're saying is that there's a really pretty big difference between major record labels and other record labels, maybe independent record labels. And when it comes to major record labels, a lot of times they like to interact and work with more independent record labels, and they're kind of like an umbrella, and that's a little bit easier for them to facilitate because it's almost like they're kind of filtered a bit more.
Yeah.
So what is it that makes an artist a good fit for a record label? Like, what do record labels look for in terms of signing artists?
Traction is it. So I've had the privilege of talking to, and I do consider this a privilege, of talking to several emerging artists. And I noticed that that's the one thing that normally is the game changer for them. When I say, hey, look, man, nobody has to like your music. When you say that to a creative being, it's like, what? It's like the weight lifts off their shoulders. Like, how hard I've been working to get somebody to like my music. Say, look, no one has to like your music, but the beautiful side of that is that someone will like your music, right? I mean, as long as you're being true to yourself and you're putting out true content, someone will resonate with your truth and they will like your music. You're making a soundtrack for their life, as I like to say. And so they're going to resonate with that. And then you're going to be their guy, right? Or their girl. And so they're going to gravitate to your sound. So if you're not focusing on making a hit song, what are you to be focusing on? And so that's why we say traction. You want to focus on traction. You want to focus on moving the needle, as we say, because when you do that, then you put yourself in a position where you have a little bit of leverage, where you can then talk to these labels from a different standpoint. One of our alumni from Learn and BE, he called me after he got pitched by a major, and he was just so excited that he was able to talk to them from an ownership standpoint. Whereas, years ago it's like, I hope they like me. I really want to sign to them. Whereas this time it was, hey, I'm the boss. I own all of this. I put my content out. I know what I'm doing, and so they had to respect him from a different, because he was basically saying, now, what can you do for me that I haven't done? And so that's a different position. Now, what I can say, with a project I released with Sony Red, it was my first Sony Red project, internationally released. There is certainly a difference to being able to push a button and have it everywhere in the world, right? That is that's pretty remarkable. I mean, for me to see people in other countries and other languages, monetizing a product that that I had something to do with. So there's something certainly there, but I think that's not the focus. The focus is building the leverage, getting the traction, accumulating all of those, spins and plays and under your brand, under your label. And then the people that are watching, because we are watching, that you don't really have to look for them. They look for you. So that's kind of my thing. I think if you're looking for a major, if you're looking for a label, you're starting off on the wrong foot. You really want to look for that brand identity. You want to latch on to something that's yours, that makes you unique. You want to be true to yourself in regards to your music. and then you want to go out and start generating as much traction as you possibly can. So normally when you see an artist that's looking to do something with a label, really the only thing normally standing in between them and a major negotiation is just a little bit of time.
That's so good, man. So, what
Thank you.
kind of popped up in my mind as you're describing that was, it sounds like what you're saying is that really, when it comes to, and ain't it funny how that's the way it seems like it works. It's like as soon as you don't need something as much, then it's like all of a sudden things like, hey, like, the opportunity came up, and then it's like the more that you
Yes.
need it, like, or the more that you think that you need it, then like, the less likely. So what came to mind as an analogy was that your music career is sort of like starting a fire, and it sounds like what you're saying is
Mm,
that record labels, like, what they're really looking for is when people already have traction, and their record labels kind of like gasoline, they can pour on this already started fire,
mm,
and it can
mm.
grow really quickly. But if you're trying to get a record label deal when you haven't started the fire yet, then the gasoline's not really going to do anything. They're not really looking for that. So it's really important to kind of start that fire, so that you have
Mm.
leverage, you have something that they can pour gasoline on.
Yes. I love that analogy. That's really good, man. I'm gonna use that one. I hope you don't mind me borrowing that one.
Go for it. I mean, yeah, it's like a court. It's step two of the 5-step methodology, which I like, the fan base fire. So totally feel free to use it. You just have to pay me like $10,000 in royalties per time you do it, or just give me a
Sure,
shout
man.
out. Either.
We're friends.
I didn't invent the concept of fire, but
What's a few 10,000 amongst friends, right? It's all good.
yeah, it's nothing. Or just like, get me signed to a major record label, and we'll call it even. Um,
Consider it
no.
done.
So what do you say is like the biggest when it comes to gaining? Because then the next question kind of seems like, okay, so I need to start this fire, right? So I can even like have something attractive that would even give me leverage in the first place. Um, could you describe that process? Like, what is it like? What does it look like to gain traction? And what are some of the best ways that you found to gain traction? And what are the mistakes people are doing when it comes to trying to gain traction?
That is an awesome question. The thing is, we don't have to find traction, right? Traction is happening every day. It's happening every day. Anytime somebody listens to your song, there's traction associated with it. Anytime somebody shares your content, there's traction associated with it. There's traction all over. I mean, there's traction on the radio, there's traction online, there's traction on your TikTok, there's traction everywhere. So traction is never really the issue. That's why we have the black box, right? Because we have so much traction and not enough people that know how to collect it, right? So traction is never an issue. If you're putting something in the marketplace, traction is there. That's going to accrue. The bigger issue is collecting the traction, accumulating it so that you have it and it's yours. So what normally happens is you release some music, you put it out, the traction's all there, no one can really claim it. The earnings are generated by the traction, and then someone else holds onto your earnings. And that happens for so long that you never get them. The statute of limitations, you never get them, and then they go to the highest ranking artists or labels of that year. So the bigger thing is to be able to accumulate the traction, to catch the traction, right? And so that's why we go back to the record label. That's another reason why having that record label helps you, because
Like, we might have. All
I
right.
don't know what happened, Michael.
I think that
Can you hear me?
my I can hear you now.
You're muted.
Can you hear me now? Check 1 2. Hello, hello,
I
hello.
still don't hear you.
One
I don't hear
second.
you.
Sorry. So one
I don't hear you.
second. Sorry. So hey,
Can you hear me?
that's how you know that it's live right now. I can hear you. 1 second.
You
I
can
think
hear me?
that I
That's
think that
good, but I
probably the
cannot hear
people.
you.
I think also 1 second, buddy. I think
Okay.
that people here can probably hear me. Although interesting that you guys aren't.
There you go. I hear
You
something.
hear me now? Awesome.
Yes, I
So
do.
so funny. We made it through the entire event. We did all of this live, and there was zero technical issues until right now. Is I think the first thing,
Saved it
but
for me, man.
we made it. I think we're back. Knock on wood. We'll
Yes.
see if we're back here. But it's. I think what happened was and this is why we have backup internet. Is I think that our Wi-Fi or something just what we have two different providers. So I think that one just went down, and we just switched to another one. So now it should be working. So let
Okay,
me
great.
do one of these guys. So now hopefully you guys will be able to see and hear me okay. Um, so, okay, I also have to make sure we're pulling in the Zoom meeting correctly. Now we've got that. Okay, so now, knock on wood, I think that we're back. Let me know. Yes, we're back. Yay! Whew,
We're back. We're
whew,
back.
whew, we did
Good
it. We
deal.
did it.
Awesome.
Okay.
Awesome.
Oh man, that's a breath of fresh air. Cool. Well, it was,
Hey, that
see,
makes it special, right? That makes our day. We did
it
it, man. We
does. We
stood out,
do.
bro.
It was like, this is the moment in every Hollywood movie or story where it's like, at the very end you're like inches away from the finish line, and then it's like, everything tanks and it's like you hit rock bottom, and then like, they come back for like a victory at the very last second, right? So that's
Yeah, yeah.
the equivalent of what has happened.
Nice.
It's the universe speaking.
Nice. Nice.
Awesome.
That's
We
awesome.
we made it. Good. Okay, cool. So we left off in the middle of a really good question, really good conversation, which we were talking about gaining traction, right? So
Sure.
we were talking, and you were. I love the point you were making. You were talking about how traction isn't necessarily the problem. There's traction everywhere. You look around, it's like life is traction. Then it's just a matter of figuring out how do you collect that traction. So that's
Yeah.
where we had left off, I think.
Yes, yes. So like I was saying, once you add up all of those hundreds, you look so much better with that thousand. Like I said, the goal is to accumulate as many of those thousands as you can, because then you don't have to speak. I'm telling you, you just walk in the room and people know you. Like they know, because it's a numbers game. And I know people don't really look at music as a numbers game, but it really is a numbers game. I mean, it's a numbers game, just like, I mean, how do you think a record goes platinum, right? I mean, that's a million units. Where are those units being calculated? How are they being calculated? We're looking at numbers. So it's the same as any other industry, but I think because of its creative aspect, that we tend to put it in a different category, or we look at it differently. We think that it's not really a business, but it really is a business. And the sooner you realize that, the better you are.
Mm. That's powerful. Yeah, yeah. I think that in business and like economics, like it's 100% a numbers game, and and I think there is something to be said, and I'd love to hear your take on this as well. But I think that sometimes musicians feel like you need to have millions of fans or millions of streams to be successful, or hundreds of thousands, and I think there's something to be said about like the depth of the connections you have, and also having like if artists who have 150 people who've just started out on their email list, but they've made a few $3,000, $4,000 sales to a few of their fans. So I think that it is possible to go really deep, especially if you're just starting out and you don't have like tons of numbers yet. Then maybe the numbers, it's not like the numbers aren't important. It's just that it's not necessarily just about like the surface numbers, but it's also about the depth of the engagement and the connection with the fans that you have.
Absolutely, because I mean, even if you have 100, just say you only have 100, and I want to remove only from there, because 100 people that are like your people, that's a significant amount of people. So say you have 100 people and they're your true fans, and anytime you do something, they're going to partake in it. You're going to monetize every time you do anything in the marketplace with those 100 people. You can do a budget off of it. I mean, you already know that, okay, all I need to do is make sure I'm servicing these people X amount of content to reach X amount of dollars or euros or yen or pounds. So it's one of those things. So yes, the power of the person is not to be overlooked, right? And the bigger thing about that 100, if they really are your true fans, they're going to share your music, and there's going to be that multiplication effect, because they're going to say, hey, this music resonates with me. You and I are kindred spirits. Maybe it'll resonate with you. And so that 100, they can grow into 100,000. I mean, that's really how it happens. I mean, the newest music that's come into my stratosphere has been shared with me by people who thought it resonated with them. So yeah, you're absolutely right. The power of the person is not to be overlooked.
Awesome. So let's take a little bit deeper into this idea of traction and like gaining traction, collecting traction, and different ideas for doing that. What are some of the biggest like mistakes or challenges that you see artists making when it comes to that process?
Waiting. Waiting. There's always that, what I'm doing right now is insignificant, but when it gets significant, then I'm going to do it. And then you go viral. And then you go viral, you're frantic, trying to backstep, but all of that traction's gone. All of that traction's gone. I mean, it's just, I can't even tell you how many times I've seen that. And like I say, I know people that have platinum plaques on their wall and nothing else to show for it but the plaque, you know. And it's like, wow, man, are you serious? You didn't do anything, you know. I know celebrities that have their music all over the world that they don't get any of those mechanicals, and so you just, what are you doing, you know? And so so yeah, I think waiting is the thing, thinking that, or even sidestepping it with something else. Okay, so you're like, well, I know traction matters, but right now I'm getting my show money, you know. And so then you're just relying on the show money, and then all of a sudden you can't do a show, and there's all this other just mechanical money is just floating around, and there's all these other royalty streams that you could be getting without doing any shows, you know. But because you minimize those, you know. And another thing about show money, it's really only good when you're doing the show. You know, most of these royalties we deal with are residual royalties, like they're just coming and coming and coming. So it's like the more people listen to your music, the more they're generating. And so I think the biggest is waiting, thinking that you have tomorrow to do it, and people, you have music in the marketplace right now, but you want to wait till tomorrow to collect the traction. That it's got to be a big one. And then the next is sidestepping it, minimizing it, like it doesn't matter that you're not getting paid for those streams, or you're not getting paid for those views, when you certainly should be or can be.
That's so good. Yeah, that seems like another common theme that's come up over and over again throughout the conference as like one of those fundamentals, is sort of the waiting or the perfectionism, sort of like, you know, some point like in the future when this thing happens, then I can really, you know, but I can't do it right now because this thing, you know, I gotta, but when this, you know, instead of just like really like taking ownership in the moment. The analogy that comes to mind, that we talk a lot about this when it comes to like, I think it's really in line with what you're talking about with collecting the traction, is, and if any of you in the chat have ever been to one of our master classes or our webinars and we're talking about this, and you probably get familiar with Farmer Facebook and that whole character. But the idea of building rain catchers or like funnels to collect the rain. So it's like all this exposure, all this traction. It's sort of like you said, the viral hit. All of a sudden there's a storm. And it's like all this exposure is falling from the sky, and like we're like, oh cool. And we're kind of like just like holding out our hands. But then eventually that it passes, or the rain stops like falling. It was a storm, and you're just kind of left holding what's like in your hands. Versus being smart about collecting that traction and building a funnel and having a contact list and having ways for you just to follow up with those people.
Yes.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. That's such an important thing to set up and start building those relationships, and to start doing it now, not waiting for X, Y, or Z to happen.
Yes, I agree 100%.
Awesome. So let's go ahead and there's a couple things we could do. So we could go a little bit deeper into the conversation. We also could pull up some Q&A, because I know in the chat we've had some people who are asking some questions. How are you feeling? Is there, when it comes to the idea of traction, because I feel like that's really a core well, you know, let's go here. So when is the right time? Let's say that someone has started to build that traction, or they started collecting that traction. When's the right time for them to really start considering like making like setting up meetings? Or you said like they might not even, maybe they shouldn't, if they're like reaching out to them, they shouldn't, or they should wait for them to reach out to them? Or like, when's the right time you think that they should really start considering pouring some gasoline on the fire?
That's a good question. Yeah, I think that it's one of those things where, back to your fire analogy, that the firemen come, right? They show up. So they see the smokestacks. Someone else normally calls, says, hey, you know, there's something going on. And then, you know, because the other people it's an emergency. They don't have time to do all that. And someone else normally calls. So it works that way. There are sound scans. Let's just talk about sound scans. So SoundScan operates kind of like the stock market. So there are people who are paid to just sit and watch SoundScan all day. I used to be one of those people where I just sit and watch SoundScan all day. And so basically you're watching that traction accrue. So you know when it's time to pounce on that person. You know when it's time to bring in the fireman because you're watching it. So you say, okay, look, now's the time, let's go. Now, I don't think there's anything wrong with you fanning your flames and saying, you know what, I think I need to set a meeting. I think I need to talk to somebody. if you are going to have that conversation, I'm not sure that you want to go straight to a major to have that conversation. I still firmly believe that you would like the major to come to you. It's kind of like the girl or the guy that you like, that you know they're paying attention, but you just don't want to be the one to go after. So you're like doing everything that they like because you kind of are like courting them to come to you unknowingly. It's like they're aware of it, you're aware of it, and you're just kind of playing the game. I think that's one of those things in regards to the major. But there's so many other things you can do before you get to that point, like distribution. You know, a distribution deal, I think, is one of the first deals that I think is a sizable deal that you could go after. Publishing deals are even decent deals that you can go after. Once you start getting that traction, things are moving. You don't have to so much prove your concepts anymore. People are listening to your music. They know what you're doing works. You know, think about Billie Eilish or, you know, BB Rexa, you know, Chris Stapleton, these people that, you know, they did their own thing and they proved that they could do it, so that when they had the conversations, people didn't even, it wasn't an issue. It's like, clearly you can do what you say you can do, you know. The distribution conversation is based solely off of those SoundScan numbers. So once they see that trending number and what you're doing today matters more than it did yesterday, it's very easy to have that conversation. Okay, so I think it's a combination of both. Maybe you fan the flames a little bit and say, look, I am doing some things out here, but at the same time, you really want to be on guard for the big one. You want the big one if that's what you're going for, right? What you'll experience, and this is how you know you're making traction in the right way. What you experience is a lot of smaller people reaching out to you. Okay, you'll just all of a sudden you'll be on radars you never even knew you were on. There'll just be people reaching out to you saying, "Hey, somehow you came across my feed," or "Hey, I got wind of what you're doing," or "Hey, so and so told me," and they'll make their offer. And so I think we really could take you to the next level. Well, what you should be mindful of, or I recommend you to be mindful of, is that if you're on the little man radar, and I'm going to call it the little man radar, but if you're starting to get, you know, emails and calls and inquiries from people that you weren't before, then just know that there are other people that aren't reaching out to you that are also seeing that traction. They're also noticing that you're making that progress, and they're right there behind. They just want to see if you're going to take that first deal. They want to see if you're going to, you know, go ahead and just jump off early and take the little small bait. But if you don't, you stay true and you continue to move forward in your path, you will be fighting off offers. You will literally be turning them down left and right, because that's what the game is all about. You know, it's acquisition. And so as long as you continue to move forward, someone will certainly come to you and say, "Hey, we like what you're doing. We want to help you do it." And like you say, pour on the gasoline.
That's awesome, man. I love that. So it, yeah, and you don't necessarily have to. You don't necessarily have to be reaching out. I mean, there's not necessarily anything wrong with looking to build relationships, but
Right.
usually with especially with like the major record labels, it's the kind of thing where by the time you're at the level where you're going to potentially be on a major record label, you're aware of each other.
Yes.
So with that in mind, what do we say are, because you mentioned how for most musicians, it makes a lot of sense to find a record label before a major record label that's going to be really aligned with you and what the level you're at right now. It's going to help you to grow. What do you look for in terms of that kind of record label? And so it's the same kind of thing where like usually they'll sort of, you'll be on their radar and then you connect with them. And what would you, going into that negotiation and that deal, what would your advice be to any musicians?
Oh, that's a great question, man. So my thing is go where you're treated best. So you can kind of judge based off of the experience that other artists have had with the labels that you want to deal with, right? So that's why like so many successful indies have done well, because they were kind of the flagship for that label, right? They just come in and now the label kind of conforms to them because they're the bread and butter. They're the one that we're going to build the whole house around. You could think of like TDE or something like that. But if you're looking at another scenario, you're saying like, look, I really want to be like, man, I really want Warner Brothers. Okay. So then when I say is identify a band or a group or an artist that's signed to Warner Brothers and look at their trajectory. And kind of see like what did they do in their relationship with Warner Brothers. I can tell you when I was doing business with EMI, when we were being courted by EMI, they watched us for months, and we got to fill each other out. We went to their office several times. We sat around, we talked. They really wanted to see what we were into. We really wanted to see what they were into. It was this really kind of unique courting scenario that we were in, and that's because millions of dollars were on the line. So I think it's the same. You want to really feel them out. You really want to, get to know them. There's so many ways you can do business with majors without necessarily being with a major. Like your PRO or your CMO, they're in bed with majors. Start going to some of those conventions. Start going to some of those seminars and meeting the representatives, having those conversations. If they resonate with you, if there's something there you feel solid, you get a contact, nurture it. I mean, you never know what it can turn into. But yeah, I think you do both. I think there's so many. That's such a long line. I can tell you when I would come into work on Music Row, there would be lines of people around the building just hoping that like one of the execs walked by and it was their day. So that's really a long line versus maybe there's someone closer to you. Like you think about the Taylor Swift scenario where, it's her dad and a group of investors. Maybe there's a scenario like that where you have somebody close to you, where you're a hometown hero, where people really want to see you win. And there's an opportunity for them to help fan your flames, and then you guys are going into the boardroom together and making those negotiations, and it's going to be built the way you want it to be because you already have that support group around you, that nucleus of people that care about you before the music. So there's multiple ways to approach it, but I really like that brand identity. Once you know who you are and what you will and will not tolerate, what you stand for, it's going to be a lot easier to make those decisions because you could just look at the way the label operates and say, is that a place I want to call home? Or do I want to build my own house? You may not be able to scale it to the size of the Verge or what have you, but it's yours. It's yours. You can nest in it. You can make it the way you like it, and everybody treats you with a certain degree of respect because they know you're the flagship. So there's multiple ways to approach it, but if you are looking at a major, I always say find a band or find someone that you identify with the most and watch their trajectory, see how they did their career, see the people that were part of their lives. What's the guy's name out of Atlanta that did his own thing? Russ. Russ is a great example of that. He watched Drake. He wanted to have that Drake trajectory. And so he got to know the people that were working with Drake and he formed relationships with them. So I think there's something to be said about doing that as well.
Mm. That's so smart. Yeah, I mean that's another one of those principles that has come up over and over again. Is just about finding the people who've done the thing that you want to do, and doing whatever it takes to connect and build relationships with the people who are within that network. Like the networks that they build. Like there's so much power in being able to build, really, even just like planting seeds and just starting to like ask questions or getting in the world. Like we tend to become like the 5 people that we spend most of our time around.
Right.
And so I think that really rings true, is about kind of learning more about success and figuring out your role models. How did they do what they did, especially earlier on when they were around the same level as you.
Yeah, absolutely.
So let's go to some Q&A from the chat.
Sure,
We've got
absolutely.
a bunch of questions coming in here. Some good stuff.
I love it.
All right. So this is a auto-generated name, was Dramatic Creature. Asked, how is being an artist on an independent label different than being on a major record label?
Well, I think I just touched that on a little bit. It depends on where you are. I mean, a major label, who's going to come to Warner Brothers and do more than Prince did? Who's going to go to Sony and do more than Michael Jackson did? When you start talking about major labels, you're talking about some really big shoes to fill. And it's not saying, I'm not saying you're not, dramatic, with Dramatic Creature, was that his name? I'm not saying that you're not the next Michael, or the next Prince or even beyond them. But there's certainly a difference to it in regards to the way you're perceived out the gate, right? Because you haven't hit these metrics yet. You don't have the #1 selling song in the world yet. So there's already this expectation that you need to meet in order to even have that conversation. I worked with several celebrities at Warner, and they knew their place. They were in their celebrity place. They couldn't just do whatever they wanted to do, because they knew they hadn't got to the point that they could do that. But think about it like from an indie standpoint. We were courting Kendrick Lamar quite heavily, and because they had their nucleus around them, their indie, they were able to make decisions for Kendrick that didn't require them to play ball with anybody else. They said, oh, look, this is the guy. We're going to do it this way, and they did it that way. And I mean, that goes back to the Billie Eilish scenario as well, where they had this whole year, and even before that, I'm sure there was tons of grooming, but they had a whole year to really make her who she became before they started playing ball with majors. So now when you go into that major scenario, you are able to kind of say, this is what I will and will not be a part of. I mean, look, Billie Eilish is the one that said, I'm going to dress this way because this is the way I want to dress. That's not really happening very often at a major label if you don't have those credentials. You're going to wear what we tell you to wear. I mean, it's kind of part of it. You're the product, and we want it to look a certain way. We have the intentions of selling it, and we know what sells. And so I think that just your own identity, your own freedom. Now, look, I know some people who will consider their music career a failure if they don't sign to a major. Like, it's just some people, because majors, we have that aura, we have that that imagery. It's like, wow, you're a major. I mean, there are only 3 majors in the world. That's a pretty selective group. So yeah, there is something to that. So I'm not saying that you can't go there and work your way up the ladder, because you certainly can. I mean, we have plenty of stories of that as well. But the difference is, you're going to need to be ready to work your way up the ladder. Like, you're going to need to get in, do like I did at Sony. You need to be the first person there. You need to be the last person to leave. I mean, there were times at Sony where I would be there Friday close all the way till Sunday or till Monday open, and the janitor's like, are you going home this weekend? Are you going to go home? And I'm like, no, dude, I'm here. I got to get it. So you got to be ready to roll up your sleeves and really, really make your mark. And people pay attention to that. They see, oh, that car's still here and we're all leaving, or that car's already here and we're just arriving. So there's certain things that you can do to make yourself stand out, but you're certainly going to need to do that if you're at a major versus if you're at an indie. You can probably, I mean, obviously you want to sit on your laurels, but you're going to still need to apply yourself. But you may have a more lenient scenario at an indie than you would at a major.
Right. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, at that level, you're playing a pretty high level of the ball game. Was it like Stephen Curry or Michael Jordan who what you just described reminded me of? Like, one of them would like be the first one to, like, practicing, be the last one practicing. After an hour, after everyone else is exhausted, they were there, and they just put in extra reps.
Yes.
Right on. So, next question from Mar DeLoe asked, "What are the best avenues to achieve traction?"
Oh, that's great, Martelo. If I had time with you, man, I'd really pour into you with this one. There's a great diagram that'll show you the degrees of traction, like which ones weigh the most. Now, what I can do in the limited amount of time we have, because that's really a weighty question, I would pour so much into you on that one. But what I can do is kind of give you a scale. So traction works off of impressions, okay? And not all impressions are the same. Okay, so there's weighty impressions and there's kind of lighter impressions, right? So I can give you this kind of broad scale. So one of the weightiest impressions that you can have is a film placement, okay, because of the distribution channels and everything that goes into actually starting and creating a film. It's a massive distribution network, and so that's one of the weightiest impressions, because you can think about it. After it leaves the big theaters, it's going to go to the small theaters. Once it leaves those, it's going to go to the premium channels. Once it leaves the premium channels, it's going to go to the basic channels, and then it'll be on the internet, and so it has this long lifeline. And it's always going to be kicking out currency, right? So that's one of your weightier impressions. Another one, I'll just give you kind of one in the middle. We'll go big, medium, and not so big. So another one would be like radio. Okay, so that's kind of one in the middle. Radio is a massive impression as well, because you got to think about how many radio stations there really are. We were doing an assignment in Learn Bee's class, and then we saw that Fetty Wap's song was #1 in Cairo. It was like 4 or 5 years later since the release, and it was like #1 in Cairo. It took that long for the music to travel, for him to become #1 there. And so that's the power of radio. It's going to continue to move. It's like the same. You have the terrestrial, you have internet, you have satellite. There's so many different aspects of radio that you can really get in, and you can start getting those accumulations of the impressions. A lighter impression would be something like a streaming impression, something like a Spotify play, where you have to have so many of those to equal one impression. I mean, you need tons to equal one impression. Whereas if your song's on the radio, that's one spin is one impression. One stream is going to be a minuscule. So you're going to need so many more of those streams so that it adds up to that one impression. And you can see this in payouts. So one of the deals, I brought up Billie tons of times, so I'll bring it up again. Billie Eilish's deal, when it came out, I was very interested in it. And I was puzzled by the fact that she didn't get as much money as I thought she would have got because of her stardom. I thought, like, she's got little girls all over the world crying. I mean, and not just little girls. You see grown men crying to Billie Eilish's music. She makes some heart-wrenching music, And I thought like her numbers would be a lot larger. But when you look at the deal that she got, her numbers were really, really low. And they didn't even give her all the money up front. They said it was contingent based on if she stayed the full 3 years. And that's largely because she was a streaming star. Okay, so she wasn't a massive radio star. She wasn't a massive, broadcast star. So because she was in that lighter pool or the more shallow waters, and not diminish her creativity or her talent because I'm a fan, but that's the reason it doesn't pay out as much. So now if you do the same thing in radio, if you take Billie Eilish's career and put it in radio, there would have been an extra zero, maybe even two, depending on how massive her career was. But that's how you saw people maximizing radio and getting those $10 million and $20 million. I mean, Prince's deal was $100 million, man. So that's a large number. And people are trumping numbers like that now. That was 100 million in like 1993, So just realize that if you are going for those impressions, you kind of want to be strategic and you want to be smart. And I'm not saying avoid streams, because obviously you want to be omnipresent as well. You want to be where people are listening. So if your core group, if they're on Spotify, you need to be there. Otherwise, they're not going to hear your music. But you also want to start working your way into radio. And you certainly want to start working your way into film.
That's so interesting, man. I've never heard of it described that way before, with like the weighted impressions.
Cool.
What it kind of reminds me of, I'm listening to an audiobook right now by Darren. I think it's Darren Hardy. He's like the Success magazine founder, and he's talking about the process of sales, basically, which obviously for any business is like a crucial topic, and also kind of it's controversial. I mean, especially for artists, like I'm sure you didn't become a musician, you're like, I want to learn how to sell really well, but it's like the truth is like, yeah, like you do, like it's a important life skill. You're always selling, like whenever you're talking with people and you have ideas, like you're but one thing that stuck with me that kind of reminds me of what you're talking about, like weighted impressions, is right now I'm sure he's not the only person who's kind of talked about this topic. I think I've heard of Russell Brunson talking about like Dream 100 or whatnot, but the way Darren, he called it like the Dream 50, and the idea was that he could either sell to like one person at a time, or if he reached out to influencers who had a lot of distribution already, then he could essentially like sell to these 50, and it was a huge leverage point. So I think he was talking about like selling like chocolate bars or something, and essentially he had like sold chocolate bars to someone who went to an office and sold like a bunch of the like in like 2 days. And it was kind of interesting, like when you're talking about weighted impressions, it does seem like the same thing kind of applies as musicians. That I mean, there's something to be said about personally like connecting with your fans, especially when you're starting out, like building those relationships. But you are able to get a lot more traction really quickly if you find some of those. Like, I mean, there's tons of examples of artists who blew up very quickly because they happen to be dating like a famous artist or something, where they were able to have that collection of audiences, like putting their logs next to a fire that's already raging, right? So their fire just gets lit up. Is it interesting? Cool, man. So let's go to our next question here. So we got dramatic creature. Did we just do? Okay, is another either a different dramatic creature or the same dramatic creature?
This guy's extra dramatic.
I'm imagining he's like sitting with like a mask, like one of those masks that just covers the top half of his face, and he's like. What are the best ways for an artist to build their mailing list from people who follow them on social media? I have several thousand people following me on social media platforms, but how do you make sure to move them to your mailing list?
Wow, that's a good one. Dramatic Creature, you could actually help me with that one. That's something that is super important. And we're learning that as well right now, because it's one of the, we've been just so passive about our thing. Like we just help the people that know we exist, right? But there's nothing like, and I want to first of all commend you for what you're saying, because that's the right thing to do, to bring people to you. Okay, you want to be omnipresent. I know I mentioned that once before. You do want to be omnipresent where you're everywhere, but then you want to get all of these people to your front door. You want them to like deal with you. Okay. And so I'll give you a term that I just learned, and I know Michael, don't laugh at me, but a lead magnet, something like that. Michael's like, Sydney, send over your lead magnet. I'm like, they want a magnet that leads, and I'm trying to find like, I don't know where this magnet come from. But yeah, so dramatic creature, I think that's something I'm still actually learning myself, and I just want to be honest and straightforward with you that that's not my area of expertise. Specifically, what I focus on is monetizing artistic careers, and obviously having a large fan base for you and a mailing list would certainly make that a lot easier. Normally for us, it's a ground up scenario, because what I've noticed is that if you do have this large mailing list, but you don't have a firm foundation and you don't have anything that they can pour their traction into, then it doesn't matter if you had 1 million people on your mailing list, because they're just, the traction's coming and going, right? You're putting so much money in the black box, so to speak. So my thing is more so that it's the nuts and bolts of the business. When I was at Warner, I was admin. When I was at Universal, I was in the studio a little bit, but I was mainly admin on the publishing side. And then the same with Sony. Sony Red, it was distribution is what I was facilitating, and I was mainly on the admin side of that. So I'm really the admin guy. I'm the guy that makes sure that when a dollar comes out, 10 comes back, or that there's a check for the song, that's kind of my thing. But getting people to your door, I say, man, just give value, make exclusive content on your own stuff. Like, don't put your next release on anybody else's platform. Learn from Jay-Z. I mean, how do you know about Tidal? If you want my new album, you got to download Tidal, so learn from that. Make people come to you for your exclusive content, and then you just give everybody else the crumbs, so to speak, because then the people that are with you, they know that they're getting that value. They know that they're special because you're giving them something that they can't get anywhere else, and that'll certainly validate them coming over to your mailing list.
Yeah, you got it, man. I mean, you nailed it right there. And yeah, lead magnet is like a pretty common like online business sort of phrase. And I mean, the idea is that like a lead magnet is like you have something valuable that you offer in exchange for someone signing up for your audience. So I mean, if you're looking for examples of a lead magnet, look at pretty much every single speaker that's been on the conference has something valuable that they're able to offer as a freebie, as a resource. And that's a way for them to deliver value to you, but also as a way to stay connected, so that Chris SD, when he opens up his course in the fall, that he has, that he's connected with you, that he's delivered value. And so, that's a great way to do it. So lead magnet, we're really clever at Modern Musician, and the framework that we teach our fans is we call it fan magnet. It's like very, very creative.
Nice.
So I mean, essentially, it's the same idea. Like a fan magnet, like Sydney is saying, like you need something valuable to offer them that they can't get somewhere else. So it could be like a private community, a private Facebook group, or a private account, or a song, like a demo, something they can't get anywhere else. And I mean, honestly, it's just an indicator that someone is more engaged, someone that cares more, they want to be more involved, they want notifications. So like, just having something, it's good to have something really valuable that people want, but like, as long as you're putting it in the right place where those people who want to dive deeper and want to be more engaged, want to connect more, they can find it, then then you're gonna grow that thing.
Yes, nice. I'm taking notes, Michael.
Awesome. So, confident legend. Okay, we got someone's aside from dramatic creature. Confident legend. Ooh.
Oh, I like it.
So he's like on the top of a hill holding a flag. He's, would a major label
on his back? Yeah. Okay.
There we go.
Right.
Yeah, I can see that. Would a major label be interested in an older writer artist, or are they only interested in young writers and artists?
Oh no! Come on, man. Traction has no age. I mean, come on. Just think. Now you can just play ball with as many people as you want to because you have proven success, or you have a track record, so to speak. Even if in your eyes you're not just the most successful, but if you've been able to accumulate that traction and you have something that you can show for it at the end of the day, there's no age associated with that. And the reason I say that is that, like I said, I've helped deceased people make money, so there's certainly not an expiration date for it. And that's just because they had the traction, and then we can move that around. You know what I'm saying? So we have the catalog, we have the traction. Where's the highest bidder? You know, and then we can sell that because it's valuable, because it's proven itself, right? So you may not be a household name, but if you've done enough that you can show that, look, I have some traction behind me. I've 20 years in the game. I've done this. I've done this. I've done that. You certainly can start using these same metrics. You can start using these same measures to be able to produce. And that's just like you said, attraction, tantalizing. It's interesting to a major. But yeah, I think the reason why the younger audience is probably seen to be more coveted in regards to the majors is because of the buying power of younger people. So every major label has what's called a lifestyle rep. And they normally are like juniors or sophomores in college, and their job is to pretty much infiltrate the colleges and make sure that music is readily available for those parties, those dorm parties, and those homecoming events, so that music, they get it into their best times and the best memories. So when they go into their adult life and they just remember those times, those are the bands that they stick. Think about Dave Matthews Band and all these other people that that's their thing. Like it's very easy for them because they have so many people that have life experiences to their music. Just like, wow, I remember the first time I was listening to that. So it's one of those scenarios. So it's just really that they see the lifeline being longer of the consumer. So that's kind of why someone younger would be, like, say, more coveted. But the traction has no age. If you have traction and you know what you're doing, that conversation can happen, like I say, with you as a young person, as an older person, and even after you've left your physical edifice.
That's so good. That's so interesting too, just thinking about this idea of traction and generating like momentum, basically. And it kind of reminds me of Newton's laws of inertia, like Newton's laws of physics, right? Like an object in motion tends to remain in motion, and it does seem like one of the core takeaways that you've been talking about, that throughout the event we've been talking about, is this idea of, like, starting where you're at and not waiting. Don't wait to start pushing the ball, to start gaining momentum, to start gaining traction. Like, you got to start somewhere, and also you got to be patient. You start pushing and you start, like, you're rolling the snowball down the hill, and eventually, like, that snowball starts to grow, and you start to gain more traction. But also you can be smart about how you're doing that, and you describe the different weighted impressions and how you can gain more traction quicker if you're smart about tying in with those.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, let's go to a few more questions. We got one from Wise Self. Okay, Wise Self. I'm imagining that they're, like, in the middle of a desert somewhere meditating.
The beard.
The beard. Wise Self. What are the top key indicators that you're making traction in the right direction?
Wow, that's good. That's good. That's really good. I think you'll start to see people coming to you that you didn't go to, and that'll be listeners, as well as, like you say, the people that are feeding on the people that are making traction, right? When you start getting people sharing your music and that listening thing is happening, obviously your traction is picking up. Something's happening somewhere where people are realizing that you are a force to be reckoned with, and they want to be a part of what you're doing. But the biggest thing that I've seen from an artist standpoint is those people that kind of feed on the traction, right? And they'll say, like, yeah, I work at RCA or what have you, or EMI or what have you, and they have like a Gmail email, it's just like, it's not, so I think that's a clear indicator that you're starting to make some moves in the right direction. So yeah, you'll know when it happens. Those waves will come. Okay, they'll either come in the form of emails, like I say, an increased followership, but more importantly, the people that are feeding on that traction, they'll come to you because they're really hoping that they can do a deal or something with you, and they can profit share with you, and you can help translate some of that traction over to their brand.
That's so interesting that it's the kind of like a interesting just for like visual of like they're kind of like coming to like feed on the traction. What it reminded me of was I've been getting these texts all the time lately, and I think I don't know if this is just like pure like scam or like what this is, or how they found my number, but it's kind of annoying. But they're just like and I mean, some of you have probably gotten these too. I assume this is more just like on the scam line of things, but I assume that they're doing it because they can see that we're gaining traction with Modern Musician. But there's just like all these like loan offers, and it's just stupid. It's like so many like, hey, like I heard you're looking for this amount of money. Like, no, I know you didn't. Like we're no, it's like,
Bro,
hey, like how much do you need? How much money do you need? Like that's like so that's what kind of came to mind. I think that the equivalent of things like that seems like that's one of those. That
yeah.
what it also reminds me of is I feel like the last time we talked, there was a moment where you described part of this process of what was it, like something about like kind of being careful. Like sometimes deals are created just to sort of like shelve artists or something like that. Could you talk
Oh
a little bit
yeah,
about that?
yeah, I do remember us talking about that, and that's shocking for some people. They just couldn't, they can't imagine that would even happen. But it does happen. I mean, you have to be very careful of the deals you sign. And what Michael's referencing was we were having a conversation. I was saying like sometimes labels sign artists because they see them as competition. And so they say, look, we want to sign you because they don't want you on the playing field. It's not that you're the next big thing. No, you're competing with the next big thing. And so they're saying, look, we're going to make your day. I'm actually dealing with an artist now. I reached out to him and invited him to the conference, but I didn't hear back from him for about 2 years now. He's been in that scenario, and I hope that he pulls through. But that happened to him in real time. He was, oh, Sydney, I'm doing this and I'm doing this, and and they're starting to watch his traction go, and he deals on the table, and something was just a little bit off with it. But he still wanted, it's mesmerizing. It's like, no, they want me. And so he took the plunge and he did it, and he's been sitting still for the last 2 years. And so it happens. And so yes, it's a very strategic scenario where when you sign to a major, you better make sure that they want you for your music to release it. You start asking those questions. So, how are we going to play ball here? What are the campaigns that I'm going to be a part of? What type of opportunities are programs and drivers? These are words that we use in the industry that will let them know that they need to know more than what they're telling you, and so that you say, look, oh, what type of drivers or programs am I going to be a part of my career? Because I could walk out of here and sign to somebody else just based on the fact that you wanted to sign me. And that's the truth. I mean, we've had artists that were given deals by other labels. We took that offer and went to the label they wanted to sign with, and they signed with them. So there's all of these techniques and strategies that you can use when playing ball with labels. But certainly that's something that happens. Michael's absolutely right. You want to be careful. Just because you got a deal doesn't mean they want you for the reasons you think they want you. They may be trying to put you on that shelf and get you out of the way of their brand that you're competing directly with.
Man, that's pretty crazy. Yeah, that kind of gives me goosebumps even just thinking about it, like, whew. That's like something from a TV show or something, like I'm imagining. All right, let's do a couple more questions. So we got one from Grateful Earthling. Wow, that's okay. What is Grateful Earthling doing right now? I feel like I don't know, man. That sounds pretty fishy to me. I feel like Grateful Earthling is actually probably an alien who's just is like dressed up as like is pretending to be human, but like who refers to themselves as an Earthling except for someone who's trying to to make you think they're an Earthling.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Grateful Earthling says, "How do you get your music on the radio? What are some of the strategies?"
Oh, great. That's a great question, Grateful Earthling. I'm glad I can give you some humanly advice on this planet that we live on. So there's so many techniques you can use in regards to getting on the radio. So notice I said radio. I didn't say terrestrial radio. I didn't say satellite radio. I didn't diversify radio. Radio is radio, right? So just think about those low-hanging fruit opportunities that are right there that you're just overlooking because to you it's minuscule. Like internet radio. Right now, I guarantee if you in your region, wherever you are, Google the internet radio stations that are in your neighborhood, you're going to find several, okay? Because that's just how it is now. Everybody has a radio station, right? And so those people you reach out to, you say, hey, they don't know that that impression matters. So you're reaching out, hey, man, I'm new. artist. I love your format. I think I fit right in there. I love to submit my music and have it heard. They love that because they're on a smaller scale and it makes them feel bigger. It makes them, wow, I'm actually making an impact. I had somebody reach out and submit their music, you know? So that's one great way to get into radio. I'll give you a couple more, and I don't want to go above and beyond, but I'm going to do what I can to help you out. Another way is college radio. Okay, college radio is excellent radio. I don't know what age you are in, but if you're in college, oh, you just go straight to the college radio station and you say, "Look, I'm a student here, and I want my music on the radio," and they'll play it. Okay, and as long as it's good, they're gonna keep playing it. So I know I said to give you two more, but I'll give you three more. So the other would be using something like Mediabase. Okay, so Mediabase will actually put you in the radio station, bypassing the music supervisors and program directors, those people that are the gatekeepers for music in the radio department. Using something like Mediabase puts you in there. Okay, so now you're in the database. Now this only works in North America. Okay, but you're in the database. So then the next thing you want to do is you want to call the radio station and you want to say, "Hey, you got that new song by me?" you know, by the Grateful Earthling, you know? And so then it's going to go, it's like, "No, yeah, we don't have it." But the calls keep coming in. And the next thing you know, they're going to say, maybe we do have this record by Grateful Earthling. Let me go look. And then they go look in their database. And if your music's there, they're going to play it. Okay, so that's a beautiful way to get into radio. And the other one I'll give you, last but not least, and there's so many techniques. I don't want to just minimize it to these. There are some great techniques, and I could really pour into you on those. But I'll give you this one. International radio is the answer. Okay, so wherever you are, send your music outside of there. Okay, and it's largely because there'll be a lower barrier to entry. Okay, they're gonna just listen to your music, but you're not in their pond. Okay. And so if you make something that's really, really, eye-catching or ear-catching that they really like, ear candy, then they'll just keep playing it. Okay. Because you're there, and you don't compete with their people because you're foreign. Okay, so international radio is great. You can do a little bit of research. Just Google, man. You find a list of radio stations. There's other ways. I know disco, and there's some other methods you can use. And like I said, there's several, but those are some key ones that I think you can focus on. Thank you so much. Please don't invade my area of town.
Oh man, that's awesome. And one thing that came to mind when you're talking about the idea of of sort of like seeding the idea of like do you have the song yet from Grateful Earthling? And then they're like, wait, should I? It just is like another example of one of the ways you can leverage an audience or an email list or text message list is that, I bet if you sent out a text message or an email to your people and were like basically like, hey, like we're trying to get like on radio stations, could you do X, Y, and Z and make it like really streamlined, really clear, like what you want them to do. And even maybe give them some sort of bonus or like, hey, if you do this, like just send a screenshot or let me know and we'll do something cool for you. And then they're all of a sudden they're getting hit up. What it reminds me of is there was one time with Paradise Fears, and this wasn't something that we intentionally did. This was just something that our audience caught wind of and they just took over. But SeaWorld so our band was called Paradise Fears, and originally for God knows what reason, when we were in high school, we were like Paradise Fears the Turtle was the name of the band name, and then we like left off the turtle because we decided we weren't an acid rock band. And so that was like a story that we told our audience eventually, and they caught on to it and they started calling themselves the Turtles. That was like the name for the fan base, and so. Nice. It turns out that SeaWorld was doing this competition, and it was like SeaWorld San Diego, and it was like on Facebook. They were like what should we name this turtle? And our fans caught wind of it, and it's so like you look at this Facebook post for like what should we name the turtle, and it's like Gary, Bob, Paradise Fears, Paradise Fears, Paradise Fears, Paradise Fears, and there's like hundreds of like I was like Paradise Fears. And so they ended up naming the turtle Paradise, and they gave us a trip where we went out to San Diego. We went to the SeaWorld. We got a behind the scenes look. We met the turtle, and it was just like a cool experience. But it's totally having that audience, having that traction, and being creative with it, and even like that was just like sort of a fun story that happened. But I think that being intentional with it, you can do some really cool things, like for example, helping you get on radio.
Sure, absolutely. That's brilliant, man. I love that.
Paradise Fears the Turtle. All right, man. Let's do one final question for the entire event. So let's
Big.
make
This
sure
is
we got
big.
a good one. Um, okay, so Carrie Miller, the first person with a real name in a
That's a
while,
real thing.
asked,
I think I know Carrie actually. just joking.
um, said, "What about genres like rock, which seems to be underrepresented at major labels? Is it smarter to start an independent label and publishing company on your own, just to represent your own work and build things like a small business, rather than remain completely independent while you work to raise your profile? I'm more of a niche artist. I just want to make sensible moves." So it's basically like, should I start my own independent label and publishing company on my own to represent my own work if I feel like my genre is underrepresented?
That's big. So is it Carrie? Is that the name? Carrie or Gary?
Carrie Miller with a C.
Okay, Carrie. So Carrie, that's an excellent question. What I want to tell you is first and foremost, and I'm extremely biased. I'm going to say you need to have your own. Okay, you want your own. Okay, um, it doesn't it doesn't diminish you going to play ball with anyone else. It makes it better. It makes it so much better. Okay, so first and foremost, you'd like to have your own. Then I want to say that I don't know that it's that underrepresented. I think you may be not looking in the right places. The first label that comes to my mind is a label I've done lots of business with, which is Megaforce Records. They're a rock and roll nitty gritty. I mean, they had Alice in Chains. They had I had tons of people. I mean, they're a rock band. I see the guy's face. Can't think of his name right now. Oh, Alex Cooper, and then they had the other guy. They had so many people. They had Motley Crue. I mean, they had tons of people. So yeah, I think tailor your search a little bit because they're there, but they just may not be on the surface as much, right? Because rock's not that. You know, what are you really going to sell with rock and roll? So you got to think about music. And I know you know, as a creatives, we may not want to own up to this, but the vehicle of music is really a vehicle of commerce. It's really what can I sell attached to this music? Okay. And so when you look at more glamorous, you know, genres where you can do these big brand endorsements, you know, it's easy because they're flashy and, you know, they make you want to go out and buy the new shoes, or, you know, they make you want to go out and get the new jewelry or the new clothes because this is what is attached to these genres. Rock and roll just doesn't have the rock and roll is like, look, man, we'll roll off the couch with our guitar and start rocking right here. I don't care how I look. You know, I haven't brushed my teeth. You know, it's who cares? You know, I'm just gonna rock. This is me and my essence. You know, and so with that, and you know, of course, rock and rollers brush their teeth because you know we do that. But my point is the perception of the rock and roller. It's not really something that you would commercialize as much. I mean, it's a t-shirt and some jeans. It's like, yeah, they may be $800 jeans, you know, but who knows? They just look like Levi's from here, you know. So there's not that bigger of the what do you say, the commercial aspect to rock and roll. Even though I'm a rock and roll lover, I'm all about it, you know. I just see that it doesn't have that big price tag, right? Now, when you get larger, it really does. Okay, but it's just on that level plane where you're just still trying to make ground. You're trying to stand out. There's not really much attention there because they're following the dollars. You know, they just want to like, or the yen or the euro or the pounds. It's like, if I put this music out, what products can I attach to this that allow me to sell more music and more products? You know what I'm saying? And so I think when you're making your decisions, you just want to, even from a rock and roll standpoint. I mean, there's so many great rock and roll hits that you know transmuted the genre that they were in. Like, I mean, Guns N' Roses, come on, man. You know, it's amazing music. I think it's there. I just think maybe a little due diligence would help, and maybe where you are located, it may not be represented as much either. But it's there. It's just that genre is not a flashy genre. It's so you kind of may have to do a little bit more digging. But I recommend you reaching out to Megaforce Records. They do really great business. Now the play for them is a distribution play. It's not a label play. Okay, so that means you need to have all your ducks in a row. You need to have all your own stuff, like you're saying, do I do my own thing? Yes, do your own thing. Start to get those credentials, and then start reaching out to these people that already have, they've already made it to that point where they can offer you distribution, or they can offer you an opportunity to get in their spotlight because they have it already, and then it'll make a way for you. But you got my brain just going of all the rock and roll people I would love to have an opportunity to rock with, like Lenny Kravitz, man. Oh my goodness, So it's there. It's just like you say, it's just not as much on the surface because it's not such a flashy genre. It's rebellious. It's like, I don't want to have on the newest clothes. I don't want to have this trendy wear that you're in. That's not me. I'm going to rock this and make you want to rock this, make you want to look like you just rolled out of the bed, and, and all the girls are flocking to you, or the guys are flocking to you. So it's a whole different ball game when you start talking about that rock and roll world. But I certainly don't want to make it seem like major labels don't cater to it. They do. They're going to cater to it as long as it's making money, as long as it's moving in commerce. They're going to cater to it, and they do. Just you may need to do a little bit more digging. But first and foremost, start your own. Do your own thing. And what I'll tell you on this, and I know my attorney is watching, so I'll say this, is that about 69% of record labels that are set up independently are improperly set up. Okay. So when I say set it up, I don't just mean step out there and just start filing your paperwork. Do your due diligence, set it up properly, and then accrue your traction, and then go after the people you're interested in doing business with.
Good stuff, man. Yeah, this is super interesting. So Sydney, man, thank you so much for coming on the summit and being our final speaker. I feel like you nailed it. It was super. Some very like high level stuff in terms of thinking like a record label. So really appreciate what you're doing. And for anyone who is watching or listening to us right now and would like to connect more or learn more about Learn MBE, could you talk a little bit about what you offer now and what's the best place to find you?
Oh yeah, awesome. So I know there's going to be an affiliate link that'll be shared with you all. I think it's going to be in the notes somewhere. We were running a trial to see if it worked right before this, and I think we had a glitch or two. I'm not sure. I'm going to actually go right back to it as soon as we wrap this up. But if you click that link, it should take you to our new thing, which is we have a mini workshop, which is our first, because we've always had this higher price tag. We've always just kind of catered to that demographic. But this mini workshop is for just a regular person, just a guy in his basement trying to do music, or the lady in her basement, or the lady in her living room that sings in the bathroom but knows that she has something special. So this mini workshop dives directly into thinking like a major label. We cover the 5 major pillars, the 5 disciplines that you need to start exercising and practicing right away if you want to think like a major label, which is really easy to do. But that's us. So that's what we have right now, is that mini workshop. It's an hour and 15 minutes, but we talk about everything in there. Everything you kind of heard me touching on, we go as deep as we can. Aside from that, we have a course that's pretty extensive, but that's a 20-week international course. We have students all over the world, about 13-hour differences in our student base, which is really, really awesome place to connect with people around the world and learn more about the music industry. That's really intense. It's not for the Joe guy in his basement. It's not for singing in the shower. It's for the person that is really looking to seize the opportunity of thinking like a major and doing major deals and taking their career to the next level. So those are our 2 offers. But what I want to say is you can find us online, learnmbe.com. You can email us, mbe@learnmbe.com. And we love to hear from you, man. So, and ladies. So thank you so much for the opportunity. I applaud you, Michael. I admire you so much, man. So you're an awesome guy. Thank you for letting me be a part.
Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate you being here and sharing the experience, the knowledge from years of working within the major record label. I think it's a really unique perspective. And one thing I just want to like personally back is, one of my favorite artists that we ever worked with, who's in our coaching program right now, is Lucy and Matt Lynch, and they come from both of our camps, and they're just like on fire right now. They're crushing it. I love her music, and like their audience is growing like crazy. And I know that she and Matt have really said how much that they've learned from you, Sydney, and how they've really kind of put two and two together. So I would definitely highly recommend anyone who resonated with this to learn more, to get the free resources. And yeah, man, I think you nailed it. You nailed it. Was it Chris S.D. was just talking about, like, when you say like you nailed it, like it's you just know that happened rather than having to be like this or this. Anyway, that's unrelated, but also true. So appreciate you, man. And let's go ahead and let's wrap up things for the end of the event. So I'm going to switch over to our main screen here. And yep, thanks, Ben. All right, so let's go ahead and let's wrap things up. So holy cow, that the 4 days flew by so fast. Thank you guys for being a part of it. This has been a huge blessing. All these speakers, I think there's only one speaker, Christina, who I hadn't met personally before. So I knew the caliber of everyone that you're going to be learning from. Hopefully, you're looking at your notes right now. You got so much wisdom. It's going to, probably if you're just looking at a chart of your chances of success as a musician, that is just, it's shot up by like 10,000% just over the course of the weekend. Lots of mentors and people with decades of experience for you to help shorten the time that you need in order to learn, one, how to hone your craft and your identity as an artist, how to make sure that you have high quality music that stands out, and really have a story and just like a unique identity. Two, how you get your music heard, how you connect with the right listeners who are actually going to resonate with the songs. And three, how to treat your music like a business and actually make a sustainable income so that you can continue to invest more time, more energy, so you can reach more people. And so the last thing to mention here is we are officially wrapping up the main event. For those of you who have the VIP upgrade, in about 9 minutes, we're going to go to our private Zoom meeting VIP group. It's going to be awesome. We did it for the first time for the VIP only yesterday, and it was super, super cool. It was, it's fun being able to be on here live on this virtual stage and be able to connect with you guys in the chat. But it's totally another level being on a Zoom call face to face, being able to hear your questions, being able to network. So the point of that is that you're going to be able to, we're going to do breakout rooms. We're going to be able to go deeper and to integrate everything that you learned throughout the course of the conference. You'll be able to network with other musicians who are here right now. Also, Wendy Parr. So you met Wendy earlier today, if you weren't on the VIP meetings yet. You saw how spectacular she is. She's mentored several multi-platinum artists, and she's just a gem of a human being. So she's helping to facilitate the whole group. So those of you who have already gotten VIP, you should have gotten an email in your inbox that has the Zoom link for the private group. And if you haven't gotten VIP yet, if you're interested, it's still $100 off temporarily. That price goes up very soon. I think it's midnight tonight is when the official deadline is that it's going to end. And already, I think 2 of the days have expired. So if you'd like lifetime access to all of the replays, all the sessions, then you can get the VIP pass. And in addition to the VIP meeting and the all the replays, we're also doing a 10-day challenge that we're going to be talking more about. So anyway, I don't want to overload you with too much stuff here, but I'm super excited. I think it's for those of you who this has been valuable for, I think it's going to make things 10 times more valuable. So there's that. If you're interested, looking forward to connecting with you guys in about 7 minutes. And for everyone, one last time, thank you so much. Also, let's just do like a virtual round of applause. I mean, imagine that Grateful Earthling and all of you around the world right now are doing like a virtual round of applause for all of our speakers. They've really put so much time and effort and energy, and it's like a lifelong of learning. And so I think it's really cool we live in a day and an age where we can do things like this and we can shorten the curve for you, and to be able to share information, across the world with each other is just so awesome and really an amazing opportunity and blessing. So thank you guys for being a part of it and for investing the time and the energy into your own career. It's people like you who show up to things like this that are the ones who are the most likely to be successful. All of my mentors, all the most successful people I know are the ones who are constantly learning, and they're seeking mentorship, and they're showing up to things like this. So I just want to honor you for being on the path. I know it's not easy being a musician. Like, it's not, you didn't become a musician because you're like, what's going to be the easiest way to make as much money as possible? I know I'm going to be a musician. Obviously, like, that's not your main driver. It's probably that personally you've been impacted by your favorite musicians, and you just have this passion, this calling to be able to create music, to be able to make that kind of impact. So I hope that this conference has helped you to take a step closer in terms of achieving that goal. And I'm also looking forward to taking the next step for those of you who are going to be part of the 10-day challenge. It's going to be incredible. And for everyone else, thank you again so much. It's been a blessing. It's been awesome. And in about 5 minutes, we're going to go live with the private VIP session on the Zoom meeting.